You are watching the Vodka stream. You are watching the Vodka stream.
Are we good now? Jesus Christ. Well, that was fun. Are we good now? Okay, we're good now. Jeez. Don't know what happened right there. My God. It was like I started playing like the opening clip and stuff like that, and all of a sudden it just showed blank and it gave me an error on the little window saying like your browser didn't let you play the clip. So then it was like, okay, I don't know what happened, and then all of a sudden it was like, am I on? Am I not? And then I was looking at the playback, and that was just like, that was weird. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We've made it to another Friday. Thank God it's Friday, right? So good to see you guys. We'll be celebrating tonight. Celebrating the man. That was not what we wanted to wake up to on a freaking Friday morning. Did not want to wake up to the passing of Kevin Conroy, man. That just sucks. Just sucks. Definitely something. When you saw it, it's just one of those like, obviously when stuff like this happens, sometimes you might just feel like, oh, so and so passed away. Oh, but then sometimes when it hits hard. And this one hit definitely hard because, this is like childhood all the way up to now. I mean, my God, we dedicate a whole stream to talking about Batman the Animated Series. So it's pretty crazy. So anyways, guys, we'll be raising our glasses tonight many, many times. But let's do it. Let's do the first one right here. So raise your glass if you have one, or drink, or can, or bottle, whatever it is. And, rest in peace, Kevin Conroy, taken way too soon. Fuck cancer, man. Fuck cancer. Just terrible. Just absolutely terrible, but yeah. All right, so how we doing today? Let's see who's out there. Yes, what's going on? Andrew, rest in peace. Listen, I am blue all day. Wow. Nate, just got back from seeing Wakanda Forever and loved it. Well, that's good. Glad you enjoyed it. Also to see, his voice is always the one of my exactly. I can't read a comic book without hearing his voice. What's going on, Miss Steph? Miss Nighthawk, good to see you. Yes, sad news, as for sure. What's going on? We got Jason right here. We got Eric Z. Yeah, doing good, regardless of the news, Yeah, it's a big loss, man. Great Caesars goes 2022. 2 family members in Batman. Oof, you lost 2 family members too? How many? That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. Stephanie, what's going on? All right. Yeah, I feel you. It was 9:30. It was fairly early, huh? Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you. Sad news indeed. Got Mama Film Junkie here. Yeah. What's going on, Ryan? Got my college essays done so I could see the stream. Well, cool, man. I'm glad you got your work done. First celebrity death in a while. Yeah. This one hits hard, man. So for sure. What's going on, Mr. Lane? How you doing? All right. Tears tonight. Grew up. Yeah. I think we all did. I think a lot of us definitely did. Definitely did, man. All right. Who else? What else we have here? Let's see. We got Brendan right here. All right. We got Cinema Comics. Heartbreaking news. May the legend rest in peace. Sad day for fans everywhere. He will be remembered fondly for years to come as the fans who were raised on him will keep the legacy alive. That's what it's all about right there. So, okay. What's going on, MFR? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's celebrate Kevin Conroy. I mean, we'll still talk about other things too, but I think in the beginning we will be talking about Conroy right here. So, Phil sneeze. By the way, I don't know when it was. I don't know when the turning point was in age. Speaking of sneezing, this is totally off. This is on a tangent right here. I don't know when it happened, but I don't remember when I transitioned from just going just sneezing like that to sneezing very loudly like my dad. Your dad when he sneezes it scares the shit out of you. I sneeze like that now. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, there was like one point I just started sneezing, going just bah. I don't know when that happened. Just it happened in like the past year, maybe 2. I don't know. It's very odd. I used to be a somewhat quiet sneezer. Now, the whole building probably hears me sneeze. Anyways, just random. I know, but yeah. We'll fix the post. What post? Okay. What are you talking about? All right. Let's see here. What else we got? Okay. Let's see. Wait, what happened? What? What's going on, Nikki? How you doing? Love the fan animated. Good. I'm glad you do. All right. Who else do we have here? Let's see. Was Kevin going to be involved in the Cape Crusade? I don't know if he was going to actually be involved in that or not. Not sure what was going on with that. Chuck, yeah, pouring out one for Kevin Conroy, right? Okay. Yeah, seriously, fuck cancer. Cheers. Yes, may he rest in peace. Cheers to the man, the myth, the legend. He's the voice, man, the voice. Okay, what else? What's going on? Carrie, all right. Let's see. Mr. West was, yeah. Kevin in the Bay, yeah, exactly. There's something about that. I mean, yeah, it hit too when Adam West died, but it's just a little different when it came to today. Grew up on BTAS and JL Unlimited, and as well as Arkham games. Never going to forget his amazing voice. Yeah, his voice will live on, man. Pittsburgh Nelly, good to see you. All right. All right. Yeah. I'm telling you, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know when it happened, but all of a sudden it's just like I have violent sneezes and loud sneezes. I remember my dad scaring the shit out of me when he would sneeze, and now I sneeze like him, and I'm like, geez, when did this happen? I'm telling you, it happened in the past year. It really did. Yeah, greatest Batman voice ever. Yep. All right, Rhea. Good to see you too. All right. Oh no shit. That's pretty good. All right, cool. Satish, how you doing? Satish, I should say. They are saying Kevin Conroy did voice work for Thomas Wayne. Oh, really? What? I didn't hear about this. Really? Did they actually have? They actually did stuff? Well, I hope so. That would be sweet. Man. I hope I didn't hear stuff about that. They were saying did voice work for Thomas Wayne on the Cape Crew. I really hope that that is true. I really hope that is true. So I guess we'll find out whenever it shows up on Netflix or wherever. I think it's going to be what they're shopping around still, or is it going to be on Netflix? I don't know. I know he probably did a number of voice projects, but yeah, for sure. So, but yeah, we'll be watching some clips and stuff tonight. So, uh, uh, we'll be doing some clips. We'll be doing some clips and we'll be showing some stuff. All right, cool. All right. So sorry, I've just got some messages in the DM right here. We'll have a good panel tonight for sure. Reaching out. A lot of people wanted people wanted to join tonight and honor the man himself. Awesome. How such a great Batman voice actor came from classical theater acting. Yes, he did. He didn't even know who Batman was when he first pursued him, and he realized Batman's story was. But yeah, I mean, that's what's so great about it. Not even being familiar with all that. You saw it on IMDb. Wow, I did not know this. This makes me happy. That is awesome. Saw it on IMDb is listed as Thomas Wayne for Cape Crusader. So I don't. Yeah, but the thing is, though, did they already have recording sessions? Interesting, huh? I did not know this. Mark Hamill's response and Kevin's friends. Yeah, I know. Retweeted Hamill's and yeah, I know he had a longer response. I think on Facebook or somewhere else. Yeah, just seemed like everybody was touched by him. He was just one of those guys. He seemed like a genuine dude. Was hoping, it was one of those bucket list like celebrities that I wanted to always meet. I was hoping to, eventually maybe, get him on Fanimated or get him on here and just have a conversation or something like that. I wish I would have pursued that a lot harder because yeah, you just never know when this is going to happen. Hey, Dave, it'd be awesome if Bruce, Tim, or Eric Randemski would come on the Vodka stream. Yeah, I know. That could be a possibility too. All right, Rosemary, good to see you. Good to see you. All righty. Go ahead and start sending some invites. As you can see, I have a little burn that's healing on my knuckle. Happened at a grocery store. You guys wondering what this happened at a grocery store. I was reaching in, and the rotisserie chickens are right in there. I grabbed a rotisserie chicken and just touched the very top like an idiot. So nice little burn on my hand. What am I doing here? I don't even know what I'm doing. All right, I'm clicking the wrong things here. Sorry. Anyways, all right, gonna go ahead and start inviting the guests. All right. Here we go. Do that. Let's see. Do this. It's in there. All right. Right there. All right. Who else we got? Synonym. All right. Cool. I think that is about most of them for right now. Oh, one more. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. We're good. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. All right, so let's get these chuckleheads in here. Let's get this party started. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. All right, well, first off, a man who needs no introduction, but hey, he's got a drop. Scott! What's going on, sir?
Yeah. Today sucked.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. Kind
Yeah.
of kind of a little bit of a downer right there. Well, not a little bit, a lot of bit of a
Yeah.
downer right at the beginning. It's just like it was one of those where you just go, you just your mouth drops. Your mouth
Well,
drops.
well, the problem was, and I was actually on Anthony's stream earlier tonight because I've had a lot to process today,
Yeah.
needless to say. And I mean, I wake up late on a day off, and I'm already getting texts from the Squadcast chat, and they had seen like the buzz, but once again, like we had the buzz, but we didn't have like official confirmation. So it's the internet. We don't take the
Yeah.
internet at its word. And then um, saw a screenshot of Diane Pershing, the voice of Poison Ivy on Facebook, and I went,
Damn it.
fuck.
Yeah, it's like one of those things too. I mean, yeah, I remember. I think like even we talked first about it, or in the group chat. You were like, "I'm waiting for official," and I was just like, "I think it's official. I'm seeing it everywhere. It's popping up everywhere." And it was just like one of those things where it's just like, you want it to not be. You're like, please let it not be true.
Yeah. And then of course I get a 2-page press release sent to me from Warner Brothers Animation, and I went,
Damn it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then of course, yeah, you did your Patreon, right?
Yeah, I did. I had to word vomit. It was hard, man. It was
I could tell. I
really,
could tell
really
by
hard.
I was listening to it when you sent it over, and yeah, it was hard listening to it. I was hearing your voice break, and I was just like going, "All right, keep it together."
Oh, I
So,
wasn't keeping it together.
I know that. I was talking about me.
I know, because it was just. I mean, we talk about this. We basically talk about this man every Sunday night, and and I was 10. Like I just.
Yeah.
And then when it happened on the Patreon, I literally had the realization, like you could hear the realization happen live on air when I went, oh dear God, this man's been Batman for 75% of my life.
Yeah.
30 years. I'm 40 years old, and he's been Batman for 30 of those years, and it just went, holy shit.
Yeah,
Like
I mean that's what I was saying at the beginning. I'm like, childhood to now. I mean, like games, animated movies, all kinds of. I mean, it's just like all throughout. And then the fact of the matter is, like, yes, we are now talking about episode by episode of Batman the Animated Series, and it's like this. It's just it would praise his voice performance in episodes and everything like that, and it's just like. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy to think. Like you always think, oh yeah, he's always gonna. It's Kevin Conroy. He's always gonna be there, and then all of a sudden one day, just poof, gone.
But once again, and I said this on Patreon, like he was born the same year as my dad. Like
Yeah.
that. So for me, I'm like, oh no, this is too fucking young. Like
66. No.
66. He was gonna be 67 at the end of the month because November 30th is his birthday, and I'm like, no, this is fuck cancer. Fuck cancer.
Fuck cancer. That's what I gotta say. We got somebody else joining right now. We got Mr. Jordan Chainsaw Reacts joining. What's up, sir?
Well, this was a day.
Yeah, it was a day that happened, right?
I already had my show planned out this week. We would plan this out for Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Like that was our show that we do every Friday on my channel, me and my co-host. And literally this news hits, I'm like, we have to. Like we're going to talk about the movie, but we have to talk about this.
Yeah,
like I can't wait till next week. No,
Yep.
And it would feel ridiculous because everyone started commenting it right away. Kevin Conroy. It's like there's no way we could have focused.
No, there's no way. I mean, like same thing with tonight. I wasn't sure exactly how I wanted to play because I wasn't sure. I was like, should we do a Black Panther spoiler discussion? But I didn't know how many people saw Black Panther, and then I was like, well, maybe we'll do a little bit. And then I was even talking to somebody who might be coming on. We pushed it to next week, and I was like, no. This vodka stream is going to be strictly just hey. Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about other things too, I'm sure, because these things run like 17 hours, but but
at least 5.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just figured like no, right off the bat, we gotta
Yeah.
celebrate the voice, the man himself, man with the voice. So yeah, I was like, yeah, for sure, how to do that
The
for
voice.
tonight's rocket stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
voice.
literally had stuff pulled out. I was showing on my show. I was like, I got his Funko Pop, the original.
Yeah.
Right. I had I
Wow.
started pulling stuff up. I started looking at all around my house. I'm like, well, some of this stuff is his Batman, but other stuff isn't. Like, I literally have this from 1994, Duel to the Death book. And
I think I remember seeing that book, and I never picked it up.
Yeah, and there's a couple other ones they've done that I have that I want to try to find because it's like it's cool, but this was before all this happened. Like that's how much I loved the show, and it's partly due to his portrayal that I love the character today. It's because of what he did. Because I grew up watching those, just seeing random episodes, going, "Oh, this is cool." Like I wasn't fully comprehending, but man, I liked it. It was awesome, and now it's like it's a part of me.
Yeah.
You know? There you go. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I won this from William over at Sci-Fi Center, and
I remember that.
And I even have this. Like, we even got like these little like Batman and Superman like little collections from like Toys R Us. I literally told my boys, "Oh, you can have every other Batman action figure. This is Daddy's." Like
that's mine.
Like I literally grabbed. I mean, technically, this is new Batman Adventures, but I was like, no, this is Daddy keeps this one. Like this is the way it is. And and like you, Dave, I never got to meet the man, and I'm gonna like kick myself forever that like never happened. The closest I've come is I've got an art print hanging on my wall that's autographed by him.
Well, you got that. That's pretty cool.
I got that, and and all the other stuff that I've shown on the Fanimated stream. I mean, it's I am the DC, and I've said this on the Fanimated stream. I feel like I'm just going to repeat myself because everyone fucking knows how much I love this show.
They know. They know.
But I mean, I am the DC fan I am today because of this man and this show.
Yeah.
Like, I don't fall in love with DC without Batman, the animated series. Yeah. And that show doesn't work without Kevin.
No.
Like, I think everyone did great, but he literally was the foundation that like made to where it worked.
Well, there's a reason why he kept on voicing him again and again.
In different mediums. Yeah.
In different mediums.
And there's a reason why the Arkham trilogy that he did game-wise was like works so well, because it felt like it was connected, but it wasn't. But it's like it's because of those voices.
Kevin.
Yes. Because you hear that and you hear Mark Hamill's Joker, and like this, it's because of that show's like the love for that show. That's why it worked.
You read a comic book, you hear his voice. I mean, I don't care how many Batmans there are, it doesn't matter. You're gonna hear Kevin Conroy's voice. When I pick up a comic book, I don't care what iteration it is. I don't care if it's just a one-off story that's drawn different or whatever. When I read the speech bubble from Batman or the thought bubble, it's in Kevin Conroy's voice. It's just embedded in here. It's been in there since 1991, 2, whatever the hell, 2.
September 5th, 1992. I was freaking 10 and a half years old when this show came out. And the fact that he's continued, I have made this joke. If I was ever going to be a not my Batman type of guy, I almost kind of was, because when they started doing those direct-to-video DC movies that come out like 2 or 3 a year, it's like, I'm sorry, the ones that didn't have Kevin Conroy as the voice of Batman, you've literally just made your job harder. It's like, and there have been some good ones, but they have a bar they have to clear. Like you're never going to clear Kevin Conroy.
No,
he's the top. You just have to not suck so bad that I'm going to go, why didn't you just get Kevin?
Yeah. That's I used to be that way too. I used to feel that way whenever like Jason O'Mara, I think that's his name, who voiced him for the New 52 stuff. Like at first I'm like, no, because like he's like, it sounds like he's trying to do a Kevin Conroy kind of. But then I got over that. But it's like, to me, he is the quintessential Batman. Like, to me, he's my favorite Batman across all mediums. like live action, animation, whatever. It's him. Like no one
Right,
can top him.
It's why
You know?
this, I will say, I don't care what you say about animation versus live action. This is my favorite Batman movie.
Yeah.
This, in my opinion, is the best Batman movie ever made. So I had to, I even was wearing a different shirt today and I had to change into this one for it.
It's so crazy.
I made sure that this was clean today. I was like, oh, I got to do some laundry.
I feel out of luck because I wore my Marvel shirt because this I picked my clothes this morning thinking, well, we're talking Black Panther.
Yeah.
But I remember like someone had commented, I think, earlier on something I had posted saying, yeah, I saw Mask of the Phantasm a year ago for the first time. I'm like,
no,
I wish I was you. I wish I could have experienced that for the first time. Like, but it's like, but I'm so glad that you did, that you at least saw it. You do have that experience of seeing that phenomenal film. Like, that's amazing.
I mean, Dave and I just talked about it 3 weeks ago on a special episode of the Fanimated stream. And it's like, normally we spend 45 to 50 minutes talking about a 22-minute episode. That movie barely clears like an hour 10, and we went on for over 2 hours.
Yeah, like, we went 2:15, I think it was.
2:15, right? That's right, 2:15.
Yeah.
And
and we didn't even do the normal thing that we do in an episode. We kind of just go like beat by beat and just talk about what happens from start to finish. We didn't really do that. I mean, we did, but we didn't like go like beat by beat. We just were talking about scenes, just the scenes and just breaking them down and just like nerding out about them and just, just stuff like that. And it was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's just crazy how like, we finished season 1, Batman the Fanimated, and anybody who hasn't, who wants to visit all those, they're all on there. I have them on the playlist and everything. You can listen on Spotify or any other streaming platform. Got it right there, Batman Fanimated stream. We did all the first season, and then we did we've already done 2 episodes of the second season. And of course, we'll be doing another episode this Sunday. But yeah, we did a special one after we wrapped up season 1. We were like, all right, we got to do Mask of the Phantasm. Just got to. And we did it. And it was just, it was just a lot of fun. Just because we've talked about this movie many times with other people, but neither of us, we haven't broken it down. And, it's just cool to hear his perspective, my perspective. We're diehard Batman fans. There's things that he pointed out that I was like, oh, I didn't even realize, things I pointed out that he didn't realize. It's just great to always just talk about this kind of stuff like that.
I think it's still Kevin's best performance as the character.
Yeah.
And I was reading some of the obituary articles today, and I didn't realize that during the recording session for Mask of the Phantasm, if you think about what he revealed in that Finding Batman story in the DC Pride anthology, he pulled even more, especially with his tortured relationship with his dad, specifically for Phantasm, for a lot of those scenes, like those graveyard scenes where he's like talking to his parents.
Yeah.
Apparently he
especially that one where he's just like, what do you want me to, like when he's like,
what do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do? And stuff like that. Oh yeah. You could definitely feel that there.
It was kind of crazy. So he passed away on Wednesday. Of course, we found out today, or no, wait, Thursday. Yeah.
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, I get my days mixed up. So on Tuesday, I've been filming ahead with my weekly shows, and I'm watching the Batman, the mid-2000s animated show.
Yeah. That one, yeah.
Yeah, so I got to season 4 premiere. I'm a few weeks ahead. So I was watching the episode on Tuesday, and Dick Grayson pops up the season 4 premiere. I'm like, oh, Dick Grayson. And there's his dad and his mom. Like, oh, we know what's happening.
John.
Yeah, and when it clicked, you see in my face, I'm like, Kevin Conroy. I got so excited. And then I found out Tony Zuko was Mark Hamill. I'm like, oh shit. And like, but that's Kevin Conroy. I got so excited. And then realizing that is the last time I will have that response, thinking he's still here. And now anytime later, if I hear his voice again, it's not the same. Like I feel a pain, but like that moment I captured it, thankfully, before I heard the news that it's Kevin. Like I got so excited. I'm like, you're going to die soon, but it's Kevin. Yeah. Like in terms like your character's going to die. You're Dick Grayson's dad. You ain't going to make it.
Yeah.
But I was so happy that they got him in the show. Like it was so cool. I didn't know that. I'm like, awesome.
Well, and they also got him into Brave and the Bold.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as
Did they?
Bat Inzura, or how you pronounce it, Bat Inzura.
Yeah.
Batman of Aaron Zur. He's
Yeah.
also another episode because Chill of the Night, which Paul Dini wrote. Mark Hamill is the Spectre, and he's the Phantom Stranger.
Oh my god,
wow,
that's
cool.
fantastic!
But
I gotta see that.
But then, like, people are saying that I don't know if they did anything, but apparently he was going to be Thomas Wayne in the Cape Crusader series.
That came out today.
Did it really?
Oh, did it really? Okay.
Yeah. So the thing was before, like, there was nothing of the Cape Crusader in terms of voice, because we had talked about this before, Dave, about like, okay, so before the show got shopped around and everything, now it's like, okay, so the voice cast, is Kevin coming back? Like, what's happening? But then that came out today, and it's on IMDb, and I don't trust it, because I would trust it if it came out like a week ago, like some cast information. But that came out today, that it was added. So I don't know. Because the press release didn't say anything about that.
Well, and he's played Thomas Wayne before. When you're talking about those new, when you're talking about the New 52 movies,
he was Thomas. Yeah,
he was Thomas in Batman versus Robin.
Oh yeah, I remember which one it was. I remember because I had watched that movie a couple years ago for like a rewatch for my Patreon back when I had it, and I remember like, oh yeah, that's because I had seen it before. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Kevin.
Well, then he did Thomas. He also did Thomas in the animated series too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whenever, that was that
Anytime
was the thing.
Thomas was there, he'd just do it. Yeah.
He'd just do it. He would just do it.
Hello, slightly Bruce. Different voice.
Yeah.
Slightly different voice.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. He had a Bruce, a Batman, and then a Thomas voice. He tried to figure out how to sort them all out.
Oh, actually, he had a Matt
voice too.
Yeah.
He had that kind of voice, which is great.
But actually, because we like to joke that he had a Bruce Wayne, Bruce, and Batman.
Yeah,
that's true too. Because Bruce Wayne out and about, he's playing a character, and Bruce when he's with Alfred, he's Batman without the cape and cowl, but he's not that yet. But as soon as he puts on the cape and cowl, that's Bruce. That's
the first episode on Leather Wings. I mean, there's like a point where he, like, in the Batcave, he has to answer the phone as Bruce Wayne in Batman. Yeah. So he's just like, "Hey, what's up, Doc?" I mean, it's just you hear the change and like, yeah, the doctor's calling, just like, and then, "Hey, what's up, Doc?" I mean,
and the story that Kevin told about, like in the booth, going, I think he needs to have a different voice when he's playing, like when he's not in the cape and cowl. He can't, if he talks that way, it's gonna be so obvious. Because that's a very unique voice that he pulls when he's Batman. So if he's going around as Bruce Wayne with that deep voice, someone's going to go, that sounds familiar. I don't know. Because eventually, people are going to figure it out, I would think. Because, I mean, billionaire, I don't know.
I always love how he's like, because like Steve Jobs and David Bloomberg rolled into one. He's like all the things. And
all the things.
I mean, Kevin, the thing about Kevin, like Carrie pointed out, he went into that audition basically knowing
nothing.
Bupkis. I mean, basically Adam West was about as far as he knew. But to watch over the last 30 years, how much he just like fell in love with the role and fell in love with the fans. Like I was saying this earlier, the one thing we can say about Kevin is Kevin knew how much the fans loved him. Like he when he passed away, it wasn't like he wondered how much people loved and adored what he did. I think he kept doing it for 30 years because he knew how much the fans love and adored what he did. I mean, we as DC fans love to fucking fight about everything. It's like the national pastime of being a DC fan. But what's one thing that brought us all together? We all fucking loved Kevin Conroy as Batman.
Yeah.
Like you, if you found someone who disagreed with that, they were trolling you because that.
I came across a tweet a couple years ago because because you had mentioned earlier about you had tried to meet him, and at one point Dave was saying how he wanted to try to talk to him on a stream or something, like get him on as a guest. He's quote tweeted me twice, so that's the only connection I have with him. So I have those saved on my phone now. Like I want to keep those memories. But it was I lost my train of thought. Yep. Lost my thought. It's just gone.
Okay. It'll come back. It just
went away.
But in the meantime, you can see. Oh, I almost caught you on.
Oh, you almost did. I was like, dude,
Ah.
I hope he doesn't put me on when I'm adjusting my camera. But
Yeah, exactly. I was like seeing in the back, and I was
wall.
like, damn it, I was gonna get you. But what's going on, man?
What's up? No, I totally agree with what Scott was saying, and I heard a little bit of what you're saying as well about Kevin Conroy over on the ACS channel. Yeah, no, like so what you're saying over on Anthony's channel about how anyone else who did Batman who wasn't Kevin Conroy, like you can hear it immediately, and then you're always like, is this going to be as good? And a lot of times they did a good job, but you could always tell the difference, like immediately. Like even when you're playing, what was it, Arkham Origins? I was like, that's not him, like right off the bat. But
and immediately you're like your hair's up, and you're like,
yeah, it just doesn't feel the same. You're like, oh.
Because also that version was trying to be the younger version of the Arkham.
Exactly.
Yeah. I remember my thought now. It's
Okay.
about your point about I remember your point because it connected what you're saying, Scott. So
See, Andre brought it back.
I'm just here to help. That's it.
Thank you. So it was the point of you said about he knew how much the fans loved him. What I love about Kevin is that for all this time of him playing the role, he never seemed like he got tired of talking about Batman or because at a certain point people play certain kind of roles, they get tired of answering questions. Kevin loved telling stories and loved talking. He would go on panels and talk for an hour straight and not get bored. He would literally just find things to talk with the fans about or bring something up that maybe we've heard before, but it doesn't matter because he's so good at telling stories about the look of the show and the first time seeing with Mark Hamill, like the black and the colors of the first time seeing like the opening intro. And it's like, it's amazing to hear him lose his mind of like, we were recording for this? Like he was blown away that that's what the show was. And then him singing, "Am I Blue?" It's like just all that stuff. It doesn't matter if it's repeated stuff we've heard over the years. It's amazing still because who he really was.
Because he also finds a way to tell the exact same story in some fresh way. That's like, I know this is the third time I've heard this story, and I don't care.
Don't care.
You could just listen to that man talk forever. I mean, that's the thing. He just had that voice.
And then hearing all of the voice actors and other people coming out today talking about him, it really made me feel like great is because they all were saying the same thing. He's one of a kind. He truly was that guy. Because like what if he's putting on a persona? What if like he's, because you never know, putting on a face like
like backstage
Wayne does,
total like asshole, like that guy.
And like so Rob Paulson, the legendary voice actor, he made a video and he was saying Kevin truly was an amazing person. Like he was amazing with the fans, but he truly was phenomenal. And I'm like, that makes me feel good that he truly was that guy.
You know, the one voice actor that like shocked me that I heard from today, not because I wouldn't expect it, but just like, because like Andrea Barbeau or Diane Pershing or Laura Lester or Tara Strong, like, these people, Clancy Brown.
Wow.
And I just, because, they work together on the crossover, World's Finest. So I'm sitting here going, fucking Lex Luthor is here telling me what a great guy Kevin Conroy was.
Yeah.
I love it.
God, so many. Yeah, I know there were so many great tweets. Just like scrolling, just clicking that hashtag and seeing all the great tweets and all the clips and everything like that. It was just like, man, tell you, and it just especially just the clips of just him just talking, And we're gonna watch some of those too. Thank you, Scott. I was funny because I asked Scott. I was like, hey, because I knew I was like, Scott, he's probably got a folder or something, and I'm like, hey, if I'm just gonna dedicate tonight's stream, so any clips or anything you have, just have it, have it, and then all of a sudden just boop, 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 boop. All of a sudden, like he's just blasting me with all kinds of shit. I'm like, all right, I knew you would come through.
He was like locked and loaded.
Oh yeah, he had it ready to go quickly, and it was fun.
Oh God, I feel like I felt like today was a little bit like doom scrolling because I just was like, I couldn't get off the Twitter, the timeline because I was like, it's like I needed to read more people saying it was part of like my grieving process. Like he's a celebrity I've never met in my life, but I also feel like I've known him for 30 years, and it's just. And I've never been this invested in a celebrity death. Like, I've seen other people have this kind of reaction. I've never personally experienced it, but it's been 30 years with this man.
Yeah.
And I felt it today. And I just kept on scrolling because it was my way of processing, just to see, what are people saying? What are other fans saying? How are we all helping each other through this? Because my Friday was fucked. From 9:30 a.m. on, my Friday was fucked.
Yeah.
Because this got to me. This really did get to me. I mean, and all of you guys know, I mean, it was the reason why when Dave wanted to start the Fanimated stream, you even said it, Dave. You were like, there's only one guy I'm asking to do this
exactly.
with.
And when I thought about it, I was like, I was like, hey, we should do episode by episode kind of thing, and not ripping off Steven's BBS by the minute. What are you talking about? I didn't get the idea from there. A little bit, but no, it's just like, hey, that'd be sweet. And then I immediately thought, Scott, and then I remember DMing you, sitting on my couch. It's on, I don't know even what it was. It was on a weekend. It's like, hey, would you be interested in doing like an episode by episode of Batman the Animated? I think your reaction was, fuck yeah. Or something like that. I don't know. It was just immediately just like, fuck yeah. But
it's because I love this show. I mean, I was even doing it on Anthony's show. Like, people just casually say, oh, it was that episode where, and then I'm the one going, Once a Future Thing Part 2. It's like, I love this so much that I just throw an episode. Like, I have these fucking episode titles like memorized because it's just been that ingrained in me. And something that's going to happen tomorrow, Ray and I are going to record a special episode of DC TV Squadcast. We're just going to do a memorial episode. And the concept he had, and I liked it, was top 5 Conroy performances. And that's really great because it's not my top 5 episodes. It's
performances.
What do I think are Kevin's best performances? And of course, I literally sent him a list that said, number 1, Mask of the Phantasm, 2 through 5, to be determined. Because I already know that's number 1.
I was about to say, we already know you're number 1.
And you're like, number 1's there. Like, no, Kevin nailed that one. And then it's just like, okay, I'll fill in the rest of the list later. But
I already know Robin's Reckoning's probably in there. So
it's number 2 already.
There it is.
I'm sorry. That scene with young Dick, where he's like, "Does the hurt ever go away?"
Oh,
and that's why that's why it was one of the clips I sent you, because I was like, "Oh no!" Like that scene. Oh, so good,
so good. But
anyway. It's crazy too, because I mean, like growing up, I used to come home every day from school, and usually I'd come home and I'd be alone. My parents, they commuted to work, so they always worked like an hour away, right? So I when I finally would get home, that was like the Batman the Animated Series was a show that I watched like basically every single day, especially during the week. And it was just like, it was just something that was always there. And the stories that they would tell, and they were always just so much more compelling than a lot of the other series that were out there. And it was a show that really just kind of like, it sort of took itself seriously, but not seriously, not too much, but enough to where, it made me want to watch it every single day, and as much as I could. And his voice was always, he was Batman. I mean, he embodied the character of Batman. Anytime you saw Batman that wasn't live action, you expected to hear Kevin Conroy's voice.
Yeah, I think like going to what you were saying. I mean, like think about like the events of like, okay, so Dark Knight Returns. When did that come out? 85?
86.
86. So that came out in 86. And that pretty much reinvented Batman a little bit, I mean, Frank Miller comes in and goes, and we joked about that too. I think last week with Dawson.
Yeah, we did.
Ronin, because like he wanted to do Ronin, and then it's like, all right, I'll do your little DC project, and then I want to do mine. And it's like, oh, so you're just gonna reinvent Batman and then do your own? Okay, Frank Miller, we get you. Thank you for doing that, by the way. And then it's like, and then what? A few years later, we get Tim Burton's Batman, dark,
because that was 86 to 89.
Yeah, and then 1992, we get an animated version that. It's not just, hey, it's not the happy version again. Yes, we get the blue and the gray back, but it's a dark blue. It's a,
It's an almost black. I was like, is that black or is that blue? I'm not really sure.
It looks like it, and it's just like, hey, we'll lighten it up from what you got in the movie. We'll lighten it up a little bit, but still going to be fairly dark. And and then
but they took it seriously, and Kevin did too. Yes. Kevin treated the role like it was a real role. It wasn't just a cartoon. It was no, this is an acting role. And being a Shakespearean classically trained actor, it was like you hear people talk about, like when we've had Wayne T. Call or Ray Porter on, when anyone who's been a classically trained actor, especially when they do Shakespeare, it's like, I'm doing a role that I know that 50 gajillion people have done before me and 50 gajillion people are going to do after me. But when I've got it, I'm going to make it mine.
Yeah.
And he did that. He did that with Batman. And I was talking about Anthony's show. And the best part is that even when he's delivering the jokes, his way of doing it like deadpan serious, and that's what makes it funny.
Well, the last episode that we watched with Bullet for Bullock, remember when Bullock was in the Batmobile? Hey, what's this button do? He's all passenger ejector
seat,
ejector button, and it was just like, and it's just he doesn't even look at him. He just goes passenger ejector button or something like that. I think passenger ejector seat, and he's just so straight. It's just so straight, but it's fucking funny. Because you got Bullock, who's just a mess, and he's just like, nice spaceship you got here, and you're just acting like an idiot the way that he is. And then you got Batman. It's just, that's what was so great about that episode, because it was like a buddy cop movie, and you had two polar opposites working on this case, and it just, the ball busting back and forth was so freaking good.
I still love Clayface Part 2 when he's like, Crimson Fever, lousy way to go. It's just, and then I just love the whole boom, and he's punching the wall like 1,
just
2. Oh
God, it's just so freaking good. And thank you, Nate's memes, for that. Kevin Conroy is the Batman and the GOAT. He definitely is. Absolutely. He definitely is. I think the first clip we'll watch right here is it's so good, because this is a story that he told. This is about 9/11. I remember you brought this up on Fanimated, but it's just one of those great stories that a lot of people might not even know about. But this just shows you the man, how great this man was when it came to this. So let's watch this right here.
We'd be getting all these, hundreds of meals ready. And this one guy in the middle of the night, like 3 nights into this, he goes, so my day job is I'm an architect. He says, what's your day job? I said, well, I do voices mostly. He went, I knew it. He said, you're the guy who does Batman. You're that guy, Conroy. So he goes into this dining hall. And this is, the first week after the attack. And there'd been like just this somber sadness. And you hear him go, guys, you're not going to believe who's been cooking your dinners. It's Batman. There's this long silence, and you hear, bullshit, from the back of the place. And he said, then someone else says, make him prove it. So I thought, oh, this is good. So I'm in the back kitchen, and I do from the back kitchen, I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman. This long pause, and then you hear from the back of the place, holy, that is Batman. And suddenly people were laughing. And the architect who had recognized me said, what's it feel like to be Santa Claus? I said, because that's what just happened here.
Ugh, love that clip. Such a good clip. So just cooking for, firefighters and whatnot, right?
Yeah, first responders right
first
there.
Responders. Just doing it. And then just somebody's like, I knew that voice. I knew it. And then people didn't believe it. And then he just ends up, can you imagine just like eating? And then you're like, and somebody yells out, hey, we got Batman in the kitchen. It's like, yeah, right. And then all of a sudden he just yells out that, I am vengeance, I am the night. And you're just like, oh my God. It's just so good. So freaking good, man. Ugh.
Well, the fact that one, his voice is so iconic that when you hear it, you're like, that's Kevin Conroy. Like you just go like that. And then also just even that clip, because that's from the I Know That Voice documentary, which is an excellent documentary for anyone who wants to understand animation and voiceover acting.
Yeah.
But just to watch how he just like, it's like putting on a glove. He just slips into it. It's just, it is him. That voice just comes out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's that voice. It's that voice. What was he? What was the show that he was on that people always refer? Because he looked like Bruce Wayne. He had a tuxedo. He was in something. What was that show? Do you remember?
Well, he's done a lot of stuff because he was on Dynasty for a while.
Was it Dynasty that I was thinking? I don't know. I just remember when he was going to be showing up on a Crisis, and people are like, I mean, he can't play Bruce Wayne. I mean, look at him when he was younger. I mean, he was dashing. I mean, he's a good-looking dude. He was.
He was a very good-looking dude. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of his like Shakespeare stuff. Yeah. I need to go back. I did not know this because I probably saw him when I was younger, and I didn't know who he was at the time. But he was on Cheers. He was on Matlock. He was in an episode of Matlock.
Episode of Matlock. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that.
Cheers for 2 episodes. Murphy Brown.
Murphy Brown.
Wow.
Spencer for Hire.
He was on The Office.
Batwoman.
1995.
What? He was in The Office? I don't remember that episode.
1995. Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't have been that Office.
That would have been the other Office.
That Office, but yeah, I'm looking at older stuff too. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, there's Matlock.
The Face of Fear, a television film.
I just remember he was on something where he because people were. It was
O'Hara.
What?
O'Hara?
I don't know. I don't know what it was because I just remember when the whole Crisis thing was happening and everybody's like, Kevin Conroy is going to play Batman in that. I remember that the internet blew up when that happened. We're like,
because we're like, oh my God, he's going to be him in live action. Like,
live action, Kevin Conroy, Batman. What the hell? That was such an event, and it was great too because he played a fucking disgruntled. Like, I mean, I didn't fully watch the whole thing because I was kind of over the CW thing. I know, Jordan, this is your
that was the moment. And it's so funny. I literally typed in Kevin Conroy. I typed in Kevin Conroy live action, and clips from Crisis popped up. That was the moment. I'm like, you're marrying my Arrowverse love, not everything, but still, and Kevin, and as soon as I heard he was cast, I'm like, he's gonna do the voice. I don't care what version he's gonna, and he did. It's like, don't be so rude, Luke. I'm like, it's like, and then the whole scene he has with Ruby Rose, which Kevin was carrying that scene, but the whole scene where he's like hands a newspaper, Reign of Terror is like a wise man once said, battle with monsters, like that line, and then he goes on about I don't know how many people I've killed. I'm like, oh, this is dark. But at the same time, like, he loved that it was a new version of this character, one that went off the deep end. And at some point in the multiverse, that's going to happen because nonstop fighting villains, eventually a version of Bruce will break. And this one did.
Well, that's what BVS
and in that scene, he even gets to quote a Gene Hackman Lex Luthor line.
Yeah.
because he opens up the little thing in the thing. He's got some kryptonite there. He's like, a little souvenir from the old home. Like, and it's literally Gene Hackman from Superman 78. And I'm like, dude, you just let Kevin Conroy go Lex Luthor as Bruce Wayne. This is awesome.
Jeez, and then he had the exoskeleton thing.
The exoskeleton,
yeah. Jesus Christ, that was. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, it was just like it's like they were going like, hey, you know how like Zack Snyder was tapping into Bruce, we're gonna show that, and I was like, and it was like mad respect for CW to be like, yeah, we're gonna have,
and I think they did that, I guess, to further push their version of Kate Kane, where everything fell apart with the whole Ruby leaving, but. They were pushing her to be the paragon, a part of the whole narrative. But I also feel like I don't think they were allowed to do a good version of Bruce. Like, I feel like that there were certain limitations, I'm guessing, that they could not do. And that's fine because characterize everything's one thing. But the fact they got Kevin, I mean, I wish he was in it more. But then it's like, no, this version, if he's around, then he's going to be a villain the whole entire time. So, I mean, literally, he tried to kill Supergirl because he's like, Superman, Supergirl, Kryptonian, I got to kill you now. It's like, but it was amazing just to see
once
him.
again,
yeah.
But he's a voice actor. He's only played the role in voice, but he's so beloved. We're like, oh no, as part of the stunt casting, no, we're gonna finally get you to play this character in live action. Like,
and that was
that's
cool,
a testament to Kevin. Like, that's a testament to Kevin. It's like, no, we want you to play this character on camera. Like, that's how much we love you right now. And there's an interview, I even sent that to Dave, where he joked about how I aged out of Batman, but I aged right into old Bruce Wayne. It was great. Like,
and
they waited so long to do this.
I would have loved to have seen a live action version where he literally is the good Bruce. He's just not Batman anymore, but he is, being Bruce Wayne. And whether it's Kate on that Earth or whatever, I would have loved to have seen that too.
Yeah.
But I'm also, because we've had 30 years of him voicing the character. So we have all these other iterations. I'm fine with this one being the weird one or the evil one. I'm fine with it because he already proved that he is Batman already without this live action role. This is just a bonus of seeing here's a version in the multiverse where Batman goes dark, which we've already seen that in the comics. Like, we've seen that happen. So it's not crazy. People are like, this is stupid. You don't read comics then, because at some point in the multiverse probability, it's going to happen.
No, my Batman. Yes, it is.
Oh no,
it is your Batman. Yeah,
I hate that line. Not my Batman. No,
he was your Batman on that Earth at some point, and then he had a breaking point.
He was this guy, but then
he was Batman that you would know and support and love. But then at some point he went, no, I'm going to kill this guy. No, I'm going to kill him too. Well, Superman's evil. I got to take him out too. It's like, at some point, and like you said, Snyder went that route with Ben a little bit with his Batman.
He touched on it big time.
It's
just
the same thing. He's such a dark character. At some point, there is a Batman that's going to break. To say that,
exactly.
Yeah.
But I also love, but Kevin also can pull it off so well, because I mean, they've done episodes where he's like I remember that we haven't gotten into it yet, but in season 3, when we get to the episode where Scarecrow takes his fear away.
Oh my God. Yeah. That episode. Ooh, I remember that.
Oh man. And then I also think about the episode. I also think about, when he got to play the voice on Justice League Doom. So he's the Batman who has the contingency plans against all the members of the Justice League.
Yeah.
I love that. I love Justice
League. And he stood his ground, and he's like, I'm not gonna apologize that I have the contingencies. Like, how are we supposed to handle if you guys all go rogue or if you guys get brainwashed? How are we going to actually?
Oh, he owned it. He was like, no. I'm completely. I was right for half of this, by the way.
Straight lace. He's just like, no. What are you kidding me?
And they proved time and time again throughout different iterations of animation, live action comics, these characters, if they're on the wrong side of things, are very dangerous. Exactly. So for him to have a contingency, it's not surprising because that's what Bruce would do.
He's a planner. He thinks ahead.
But I also love Kevin's performance when he's looking at Superman, and Superman's like, well, did you have a contingency for yourself? And I just love his look. He just looks Batman. Batman, it's animated, but you can just see Kevin just staring straight down and going, yeah, you guys. My contingency for me is
because eventually he would be stopped. There's a certain point Batman is not prepared to go against all of them at once, but of course he has a contingency for everybody else. And two, after he leaves, Clark still goes to him and hands him kryptonite just to prove that you're right, because I could literally destroy the world if something was to happen. So I'm not going to say anything like, I get what you're saying, but here's kryptonite, because who else are you going to trust with that?
Yeah. There's another great episode of Justice League. I always love it because once again, the straight-laced Kevin performance where he's like, he's flying the Batwing and the Batwing gets damaged and he ejects and he's just falling straight down. And he goes, I need air support because I can't fly at all. And he's just falling, and it's like, hey, I need air support. It's like
So straight, like just so straight.
God, I missed that Justice League show. It was good stuff.
All right,
Oh,
let's watch
man.
another. Let's watch this clip right here from Batman the Animated Series, Robin's Reckoning. It's just
yes.
this rips at your heartstrings right here.
Hey, Dick. How you doing?
Fine.
Sorry I haven't been around. I forget how big and lonely this place can be.
That's okay.
As it turns out, I may have some free time starting tomorrow. How'd you like to catch the Gotham Knights season opener? Box seats.
Great.
I know it must be very difficult.
If only I could have stopped him. I saw him coming out of the tent. I knew he didn't belong there.
I know. You keep thinking, if only I'd done something differently. If only I could have warned them. But there isn't anything you could have done. There isn't anything either of us could have done.
Your mom and dad? Does the hurt ever go away?
I wish I could say yes. But it will get better in time. For you. That I promise.
I mean, once again, listen to that vocal performance. I mean, he's acting his ass off in that scene.
Jeez. God, that just rips you apart right there. Yeah.
I mean,
Such
just
great
watching
scene.
something like that just makes you really appreciate that they found an angle for a young kid around Bruce's age to go through a similar tragedy and how it relates to Bruce and why it's so important that he brings Dick Grayson. That's what the mid 2000s Batman show did. Like they did a version of that essentially where like you understand why he brings Dick Grayson in. And then of course he figures out Bruce Wayne's Batman. But like here, it's like, it's the same kind of thing. It's like he understands what he's going through and he's being honest. Does the hurt go away? I wish I could tell you.
said
Yeah.
it could. Yeah.
He's like, no, because I'm the Batman. I'm fighting crime. I'm on this crusade because it didn't go away.
And it's such a good line too, because he doesn't bullshit him too. He doesn't
No.
go, yeah. You know, he just
Yeah, he does eventually.
eventually.
No,
it's
but
fine.
also what he
Put
says
back
is,
a few.
but he also says, but it will get better for you. Because once again, that's the whole point is I don't want you to turn into me.
That's
what
what's so great about that 2-part episode too.
That's what Young Justice did. They had a whole thing where the Justice League was meeting in Young Justice, and Wonder Woman called out Batman. Well, why did you brought in Robin at such a young age? It's like, well, I had to bring Robin on to get justice for his parents. It's like she's like, oh, so he can end up like you. It's like, so he wouldn't end up like me. Like I'm briefing, but that's basically the same thing. He brought him on not to turn him into Batman 2.0, but brought him on to save him from going down the path he did. You know,
Exactly.
of course, he ends up being Nightwing. He goes a different route, but like he didn't have to suffer like Bruce did all those years until eventually he had to put a stop to the pain in going out and being Batman.
And
He had to do something.
Conroy and Conroy sells that.
Yeah.
Yes.
He sells that in that performance. And that's the thing. It's like not to dismiss everything else that made Batman the Animated Series an incredible show. Because you had all the writers and artists and the Shirley Walker and all the rest of the cast. I mean, it's not like Kevin Conroy, breathed this thing into existence.
Yeah, he didn't like do that. He didn't carry it on his shoulders.
Right, exactly.
But he kind of did carry it on his shoulders.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I mean, he was the lead, and he definitely,
owned it.
He owned it.
just
Yeah,
owned it.
like
He just
you know,
owned it. That's
he
the
held
thing.
that as like, yeah, I'm the lead, and I'm gonna own this. And I mean, there was never ever like a moment where you felt like, they could replace him with somebody else. I mean, he just embodied the character so much to the point where it was like, yeah,
No.
when you thought of Batman's voice, that's what you thought of. I mean, even now, I mean, I love what they did with Batfleck's voice, and I've always liked Michael Keaton's voice, but Kevin Conroy's voice always just stands out because it's the one I've heard the longest and and the most. It's just
Well,
And then it was just so shocking to hear about that today. And, he's only 66. It's.
Did anybody know that he was fighting cancer?
That was brand new information.
Yeah.
I think the point was, one, they said short battle. So obviously
had to be pancreatic cancer then, right?
Because pancreatic cancer can just it'll eat you alive.
That's what I'm thinking. If it went that quick, I don't know.
And I think the whole point about you were saying his voice, about how that's like the voice you hear. It's like, I think Kevin even said you hear the pain in his voice when you hear Batman talk. And I think that's what makes it also stand out too. Like, you can hear and you can see the performance in other people performing that character, whether it's live action or whatever, animation. But whenever it's Kevin's voice as Bruce, or even Batman, you hear the pain.
Well, I mean, not only that, but he embodies like the darkness of the character, but also embodies the the side that inspires you, that to do the right thing, to do good, even though he still has that dark, that darker side to him. It's like there's no other voice actor or actor that kind of embodied that so as good as he did.
And any voice actor now, they're just trying to, not, I wouldn't say copy because I feel like that's cheap, but they're trying to get that same feeling from their performance. You can just tell, especially when they're trying to really like lower it down. You can feel like
he just commanded an audience. Like when he spoke, you felt like he was as mighty as like Superman when he spoke. It just had this command to it that it was just so unmatched.
Which also made the crossover episodes later on with Superman the animated series so great, because you felt like those two could go like toe to toe. Like that first scene where they meet in the club and they're just busting each other's balls.
That was such a good scene.
That's such a good scene. I still love it when Superman like knocks him into the table and he's just sitting there like, ow. And Superman just walks up to him and then immediately X-ray visions through the cowl, and he's like, Bruce Wayne? And Batman just gets up and it's like, you peaked.
Yeah, you peaked.
like it's just that great scene, like Batman going, well, fuck you.
Yeah, like that wasn't fair.
Asshole, you cheated, huh?
Yeah,
you're looking at my cards here.
Well, then all of a sudden Superman's like, oh, he's like, it doesn't take much, does it? And he has that little piece of kryptonite, and like that was a scene too that like I wish, like I almost wish like in BVS there was a scene like that, or something, because it just shows you how yes, he's Superman, he's the Man of Steel, he's all powerful. But just the smallest bit of this kryptonite, and he's not as powerful anymore.
Not only that,
because it's also like in a little Ziploc bag.
Like, it's a little baggie. Yeah,
a little baggie.
It's not only that; it's like he's,
he goes in the drink.
You might be Superman. You have all the strength in the world, and you're unstoppable in every way. But I'm fucking 17 steps ahead of you, buddy.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about a guy who deals with the Joker. You know what I mean? Like he has to be so many steps ahead of everybody else, because that guy's already, so many steps ahead of him for the most part. But no, it just sucks, man. Like I had a hard time even going on Twitter today, because every time I went on there, it was just nothing but, RIP, the GOAT, talking about Kevin Conroy, and it's just really sad. I was like, oh man, this is rough.
But also think about the DC animated universe. I mean, Tim Daly eventually gave way to George Newbern. So if you want to think about who was there literally from start to finish, it was Kevin. Yeah. Kevin was the thread that held that entire connected universe together. And it didn't matter if it was Batman, Superman, Batman Beyond, Justice League, Justice League Unlimited, Static Shock. Kevin showed up in that's how you knew it was a DC animated universe project, because Kevin showed up in it. He was the thread that held all of that together.
And you sent me this, Scott, speaking of Tim Daly. I did not see this, but apparently
the Daily Show.
Daily Show with his son, which is just is his clone, by the way. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
It's like-
because his son played Superman in Flashpoint Paradox.
oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh.
What the fuck?
That's
Are you
Sam
serious?
Daly. That's
Oh.
Sam Daly. Because
Wow.
they even did an episode of the Daily Show that had Brandon Routh, Dean Cain, Tim Daly,
Yeah.
Sam Daly. And they did a passing of the torch of Superman. So yeah, that was Sam Daly in Flashpoint Paradox.
Wow. But
Wow.
no, they did this episode right here, and it's just so great. Like it's a little bit more lengthy than the other things, but they don't do this anymore because they haven't done it in like 8 years. This is like 8 years old, but I wasn't even aware of this, but this is fucking hilarious because you got
Oh,
the two
yes.
voice actors, and we'll start it right here at this point. But yeah, look at that. His son looks like just a younger version of him.
Mhm.
It's crazy, but yeah, this is hilarious right here.
Let's do it. Like that. When you're doing laundry, you've got to separate it into 3 piles. You got the dark, the light, and the dark light.
Dark light.
Dark light. Neither dark nor light. These are the dark light returns. Above the rest. Okay, so the DVR is all set to record the Indiana Jones trilogy.
Great. Where are they?
Well, there's Raiders of the Lost Arkham Asylum, Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones and the Last Cape Crusader. Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. When you're watering the plants, you don't give it a steady flow. You got to break it up.
great, right?
Thump, 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 thump. Here, you try.
Thug, thug, thug.
Yeah, no, but you don't thub at the plant. You thub at yourself. You thub at the man. Thub at man. Thub at man. Thub at. Thub at man. Thub at man.
So bad. So bad. So bad. So bad.
Oh my God.
So bad.
You all right, Dad?
Bye, my son.
There he is.
Our hopes and dreams travel with you.
Oh my God.
Hello?
What? Are you measuring it?
I mean,
Oh my God.
He's smelling the leaves.
He's like peeking over the fence.
Sam, where are you? You need to come home now. I need you. Something's happening. I need you here immediately. Sam, I need you.
Okay.
Leave Sam out of it.
Wow.
This is between you and me.
Fix it away like it's a gun.
Yeah.
We don't have to do this. Sure we do. I am Kal-El, son of Jor-El, born on the planet Krypton, raised here on Earth by Jonathan and Martha Kent. I am vengeance.
Yes.
I am the Knight. I am Batman! You're just a man with no superpowers. You're right. I'm just a mortal with only his wits.
Oh, he's gone.
Of course. And then he does the
I
line.
want you to remember, Tim Daly, in all your years to come, in all your private moments, my hand at your throat. I want you to remember the one man who beat you.
Enough! What are you doing? You're the hero that Gotham deserves, but you're not the one it needs right now.
What does that even mean?
It means we'll hunt you because you can take it. Because you're not our hero. You're a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark light.
The dark light.
Night. It's dark night. Whatever.
And you can give the people an ideal to strive towards. They will race behind you. They will stumble. They will fall, but they can be a great people, Dad. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Why should we listen to you? You're just a child.
But what if a child dreamed of being something other than what society had intended?
Oh my God.
What if a child aspired to something greater? What if a child was a little less douche?
What the?
What the? Dude,
I haven't
that is-
seen that in years. That was that conversation
I've
back
never
and forth.
seen that.
That-
That is pure
The
gold.
little thing back and forth before he disappears was phenomenal. Like
Yeah, that was good. That was
the
good.
voice was just
God, it's so good. That was so good. My God. I mean, like, seriously, I like when you sent that to me, I was like, how was I felt like fucking Ben Affleck can be this. How have I not seen this? Like, what the fuck? Like, I wish like, Jesus Christ, how did I not and I looked and I was like, this is like what, 8 years ago or
8
6
years ago. Like that was
8
8
years
years ago. Yes.
How did I not freaking do that? My God, it was so good. God damn.
I mean, and once again, kind of going back to like how they all like, they must have all just really loved each other because I'm like, this is just Tim Daly doing some funny little YouTube thing with his son, and yet Kevin's like, sure, like,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
And
I'll
he
do
plays
that.
it so
Why not?
well. I mean, he recites the line, the Dark Knight Returns line a little bit. You know, it's changed for the little bit, but it's just the fact that he's like, you know, he's holding his throat and he's saying that line right there. And it's
That
just
was pretty badass.
Oh, God, it's just so good. I thank you for sending me that. I was like, was not even aware of that. But I mean,
That's
it's
what
just so
today
good.
is about. Like, honestly, let's stop being sad. Let's have a good time remembering this man because I think that's the best part about getting to like all these streams and talking is like it's hurting less because now it's like, now let's remember why this man made us so fucking happy
Yeah, I
because he
mean,
was so good at this.
extremely
Yeah.
good at it. I mean, look at the Batman on your shirt, Scott. I mean, it's like that Batman is, you know, he looks like he's going to whoop your ass, but he also looks like he could be very inspirational at the same time. And that's what Kevin Conroy brought to the character. I mean, he was, you know, a brute. He'd whoop your ass. He knew martial arts, and at the same time, he could also inspire you, you know, to be better. You know,
Oh,
inspire you
like
to
when we
greatness.
get to the like getting to, we've got some great episodes headed our way, Dave. But like, there's like Harley's Holiday. You know, I still remember the end. I had a bad day too once. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
and like that, or the end of Baby Doll when she's like hugging him. And
Oh
she's
my
like,
God.
God, I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to. Yeah. God damn. I'm still remembering that scene where she looks at herself in the mirror and sees herself. Oh,
well,
it's
I mean,
touching. And Batman's there. Oh my God. Yeah.
even my kids, like, they have several of these books, or, you know, Batman books, and one of them is like a 5-minute storybook where it has like a whole bunch of different Batman stories.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
And I mean, even then, like when I read them those stories, like the voice when it's Batman, it's the only voice I can think of to even try to emulate is Kevin Conroy. Like I don't try and do like Ben Affleck or anybody. You know, he just like that is. I mean, when it comes to like what is the standard for his voice, it's Kevin Conroy. It has to be. I mean, there's nobody else that transcends time the way that he did. So, and
well, it's also the fact that he's played the part the longest.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yes,
has actively
absolutely.
been Batman for 30 years.
yeah, voice acting, and I mean, like we said earlier, and also in live action, he got the chance to do that as well.
I got to do that.
So it just, yeah, he's just the ultimate when it came to Batman. And it's like you were saying before, you know, he's absolutely beloved by all the fans. And I think that, you know, when you look at how do you replace Batman, you know, going back to when, you know, they couldn't get Ben Affleck to come back at all. I think that that's a similar concept where you're like, oh, well, let's just get Michael Keaton because he's beloved. Who's going to hate him? You know, because when you have that much built up nostalgia in a character, I mean, it's just, he's absolutely beloved. I don't know of a single person that doesn't like
That
Kevin
goes,
Conroy as Batman.
Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, he's all right.
I've heard
No.
better.
I There was someone on
You're
Twitter
like,
years
I'm a
ago.
Jensen, I'm a
Oh,
Jensen
of course, there's someone on
Ackles
Twitter.
Well, no, this was somebody that
There's someone on Twitter who hates each and every one of us.
I guess I should rephrase. There was somebody on Twitter because I was trying to search up the quote tweets that he had done on when I had tagged him and stuff, and he responded. There was a tweet where someone had said, and he's a guy, I don't know how in the know he is in terms of scoops and stuff, but he used to write for like a site, and I still follow him on Twitter. But years ago, he had, I guess it was like, I think back when Cape Crusader was first announced or something, I had said it'd be cool if like Kevin voiced him again in Cape Crusader. This years ago when it was announced, and he's like, nah, he's one of the weaker Batmans. I'm like,
oh my god,
yeah, he was like, his tweet was like, yeah, he's one of the weak.
Fuck you.
Seriously.
Basically, like that's like his tweet went on and say like, yeah, and he's getting older now, and it's like,
no way.
I was still like, I completely disagree with you. Like this guy still has it, and he proves it every time he still played the role. And this was back, I think, 2018. I'm like, what are you talking about?
He
like,
never got old. I mean, that was the thing, is that like whenever he voiced a character, it never felt like, oh, Kevin's getting kind of old now. I can hear it in his voice. No,
actually, the difference is that he got more Batman sound.
Yeah, he got
the
darker.
older he got. It was
like more grizzly, and that's the thing. You liked it. You're like, yeah.
It makes it hard to go back and watch like the first episodes because the voice wasn't quite
not there yet.
Yeah. And then as he got older, you're like, because he stopped being Bruce Wayne in the animation, he almost was like almost always Batman. And then by the time he gets to Batman Beyond, old man Bruce is just the Batman voice. Like that's all.
I remember back when Arkham Knight came out, there was people like online, some people saying, yeah, Kevin doesn't sound like he still has it. And then literally it's like you go through the whole game and you realize, well, this version of Bruce, he's on his wits ends. Like it's like he's pushed himself so far, and then at the end of that game takes off the cowl, and like I retweeted this clip, like he looks at the cowl and he says, Jim, like, Gotham's safe, it's done. And Jim's like, thank you, Bruce, for everything. He's like, goodbye, Jim. And I'm like, perfect ending to Arkham Knight. And then it hits so much harder because he's saying goodbye to Gordon as he goes away and does the protocol, and he ends it all. But it's like he still had the voice.
Still had the voice.
It was still fantastic in that.
Also, that protocol, as much as satisfying as it was to get like the real ending, getting all those damn trophies was just like, oh
yeah,
my god,
exactly.
Oh my god, I don't know how many videos I had to watch. Like, how do I get that one? You can watch the video how to get it.
Yeah.
But
I loved it when I played the first one and I did the whole story, and I'm like, all right, I finished it. And it goes, yeah, you did 28% of the whole game. I went, what?
Yeah, like, how so?
That is the story. What the shit?
It's crazy because I remember when I played Arkham Knight, right? The moment it starts and then you hear Kevin Conroy's voice, I remember thinking, when I first heard it, I remember thinking like, oh, cool, they got Kevin Conroy back. Awesome. And nothing against the guy who did it in Arkham Origins, but it was just like, to hear that, I was like, oh, cool. Like, the official Batman voice is here. This is awesome. Because he was in the other ones. He was in Arkham City. He was in Arkham Asylum.
Yep.
So it was just nice to have him back for that last one.
But then Kevin could also do something lighter, like when they got him to play Batman in Justice League Action, which was a really cute show. I mean, that's like one of those, like, my 6-year-old can watch this, and like, granted, I let my 6-year-old watch Batman the Animated Series because he when I'm watching the show to get ready for Fanimated, and he'll be like, I'll even say, hey Declan, you want to watch Batman? Okay. So he totally watched Sideshow with me the other day, and he was like, Kronk isn't green. No, he's not green in this show, buddy. Okay.
More like a grayish,
more of a gray,
more of a gray type. And I mean, we'll be playing some more clips. But you know what, guys? If you guys want to send your, some clips over to me, just tag me on Twitter. Do that. I know, any good things. I mean, obviously Scott gave me a bunch, some here, and we'll watch some more. But yeah, I mean, send me over some things if you feel like you want to. Something that maybe we missed or something. But let's watch this clip from I'm not sure what this is from, but this is just kind of seeing the man, work right here. This is pretty cool.
Great big story. Yeah.
If you were a kid back in the 90s and early 2000s, then chances are you were probably watching the animated series about the Batman. Behind every great animated hero is a great voice actor. And for me, that actor is Kevin Conroy. How was that?
That was good, Kevin.
Okay. I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman. Is that okay?
Yeah, very much.
I'm Kevin Conroy. I've been playing the voice of Batman since 1991 for 29 years.
Joker in every cell in Arkham.
It started with Batman the Animated Series, and then The Adventures of Batman and Robin, and then came the Justice League, Batman Beyond, and in the interim there was Mask of the Phantasm, Sub-Zero, Killing Joke. I would like to claim that I have been the only voice of Batman for any animated show, but I've been doing it the longest of anybody, and I've been the one that's sort of referred to as the animated. I was a New York theater actor.
Look at that.
I studied at Juilliard, and the people I worked with were Robin Williams, Kelsey Grammer, Harriet Harris, Francis Conroy. I did Broadway, off-Broadway, a lot of classics, Shakespeare, the Greeks.
Address your love and might to honor Helen.
And so when my agent told me they were doing this new animated Batman show, the only thing I knew about Batman was the Adam West show. I didn't even know it had never been an animated show. I was that naive to it. And so when I was first auditioning for the role, the director described it as this very dark, noir character. And I went to exactly what I know, which is the theater. And so I used my imagination to fill that out. And for me, with my voice, try to create a dark, gritty, filthy New York street.
God. So good.
Phenomenal.
Wow.
Like just going from a speaking voice to then just drop immediately. Like, yes, exactly. It's insane.
God, no, it just is. I mean, and again, like what he just said right there, he's like, I just knew about Adam West. What the fuck did I know?
Yeah. I like the animation, dude, like noir, like the spin or whatever. It's like,
I love the fact that that's Andrea Romano. I love that. Like it was so. Oh my god!
And seeing that like early footage of him recording, like that's crazy.
Yeah,
like,
it really
was.
It's
insane.
I know. I wish. I wish
they have more of that. They have more.
I know. I want there to be a documentary. I
hope they do something.
Yes,
they have
to please do.
I want them to release every episode of them recording all of it. I mean, I'm sure there was cameras. I hope there was. Maybe there wasn't. I don't know. But maybe on certain ones.
They need to do a documentary for Kevin.
Release all the footage that you have of him in the booth and just fucking doing his thing.
I doubt they have like the video of it. But if they have the audio of his audition, I want to hear it.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Because I want to hear where he finds the voice for the first time. I want to hear it.
Yeah,
like that would be the thing. That's to me, that is the I don't know, the thing on the pedestal, the thing you want the most.
The grail. That is
the grail. That is the grail because he talks about so much about how he was in the booth and he just found it in the audition, the voice. I want to hear it. You know, they have it somewhere.
It's somewhere. It has to be somewhere.
Because they hired him on the spot, basically. So you had to have recorded it. So
I think every audition not everybody, like most of the auditions are somewhere recorded. I mean, like the infamous what Jake Gyllenhaal, Spider-Man and Batman auditions that no one's ever seen. I'm sure they're out there somewhere as well.
Well, it's kind of like if we can still have audio of what Tim Curry was going to sound like as the Joker, we freaking have Conroy's audition. Like it's.
Did they re-record everybody on those episodes when they replaced them, or just Mark when Mark came in?
Mark?
I was wondering if they had recorded stuff and they re-recorded everybody, but it makes sense.
No, because we talked about it because you can tell the episodes that were originally animated to Curry because Mark's voice doesn't quite work with the animation quite as well.
Yeah, we pointed that out in those early episodes.
Because they were animated for him, and so Mark had to go in and try to get it as close. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I mean, it's really it's incredible.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's like now what I wanted. I mean, I hate to sound like a selfish fan, but it's like I would love
here
the
we go.
opportunity to get to know Kevin better now, because it was like, I know it was open in the community, but like just discovering like in the last 5 years or so that he was gay, not that it made any matter, but still,
I didn't
it's
even
like,
know that. I mean, it doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah.
but the fact is that, but I
people
still
didn't
want to
know
get
that.
to know him. Like reading Finding Batman was just so enlightening to him as a person, to understand the struggles he was going through and how it informed his life and what he was going through, and then how he channeled that into his character. It's like I want to have this opportunity now to like understand Kevin. Like it wasn't like, I was kind of curious if he was married, and then when they mentioned his husband today in the press release, it was like, oh good, he had somebody. Like it was one of those things that, like, because he'd been such a private person and respect, it kept it to himself. And
it was like one of those things where it's like, wow, nobody knew, but did anybody care? No. It was like, no, you're still fucking.
And I love how people make it. Some people tried to make it a deal, and we were all like, "Fuck
Get
you,
out
it's
of
Kevin
here.
Conroy. Get out of here, fuck you."
I think like years ago he like said he was, like, way before it started becoming more well known. Like he was somewhere like buried in an interview. But like when that came out today, my first thought wasn't, oh, he had a husband. It was, he was happy.
Right.
He had somebody. He had somebody in his life, because he was very private. He was very private, and I think that's how it should be. We like, it's not up, like, us fans. We don't need to know the details of what exactly, like, we know it's cancer. We don't need to know like how long was he fighting it. We don't need to know that stuff. We don't need to know his private life with his husband. That what matters is that he gave us his all, and he lived his life to the fullest, and he gave us, like, he gave fans way more than most people do in terms of, like, celebrities and people that we know. Yeah, he gave so much. And when he was still battling cancer, he was still going out to cons, going out to events, doing cameos for people. He was still pushing himself to do it because that's how much he cared. Like, that's what matters.
Very much that. And Scott, and thank you for bringing that up, because he thanked the fans, because what got released about that revealed to fans that about his the fact that he was gay and stuff like that. Scott.
No, sorry. Andre had something in the chat. I was just
I wanted to make sure, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're having a mental conversation.
Oh, okay. No, but like, yeah, he it was for the what was it for that he
DC Pride anthology, which by the way, as of today, DC Comics has made it free to read on DC Universe Infinite. So even if you don't have a subscription, click on the link on either their Twitter or their Facebook. Yeah, you can read the story. You can read the entire anthology for free.
Oh, wow.
Finding Batman right there, which is part of DC Pride. And this is what he had to say too. He thanked the fans. I mean, just for the response right here. And this is a great little response.
Hi, this is Kevin Conroy. I just wanted to take a second to thank all of you for the reactions that I've been getting to the story that I wrote for DC Pride. It's been overwhelming, and it is so appreciated. Whenever you share something that personal, you risk. And you all made that risk so worthwhile, because the support and the appreciation has been extraordinary. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. I also wanted to take a second to thank the people at DC who worked with me on this. Jay Bone, Ariana Tortoro, Jessica Chen, and Aditya Bidikar. They were so supportive and helpful. But again, never underestimate how much I appreciate each and every one of you and what you give me back for my performances. It means the world to me. Take care.
Oh, man. God damn.
I mean, just he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. And you can tell when people are being fake as hell.
Yes.
And
he's a very genuine individual.
He is so
when you hear
flippin'
those
sincere.
pauses when he's like trying to gather the words, even though
Yeah.
he probably rehearsed it before he turned the camera on, still he's just like at a loss. He's speechless. You know, the response and everything. It's just
Dude, imagine if you would have got him on your show, Dave.
I
That would
know.
have been crazy.
I
I would have been like this the whole time.
Yeah, I know, right? I think we all would have been
Backstage, let me
silent,
on, let
just
me
like-
on, let me on.
Dude, we just would have been like, what?
No,
What?
we would have been Andre. Bye.
I'd be like, see ya. No. But
every
that
few
would've been
months for the
cool.
past like year and a half, I reached out to like different celebrities just to see if I'd get an interview opportunity, and I've got a couple, but Kevin was always the one I kept like every couple months just trying to get something from his publicist and nothing. But you know,
It's difficult.
I tried. You know, I tried.
Yeah, I tried
wanted
too,
to.
but I just like, I wanted it. I was like, man, if I can, it would be sweet to get him on like Fanimated. That would be,
Oh yeah.
whoa, you know, if we got him on there and stuff like that. But we got
Yeah,
somebody else.
and I would just been like, you're going.
We both would have been like, I would have been like, what? Oh yeah, we're hosting. Something.
Oh yeah, a question. I mean, Kevin, just keep talking because you just want to hear him talk. Just keep talking.
No.
We
And
would've
if
lines.
Dave, and
We
if
would've
Dave
looked
tried to
just
talk,
like how Enosh looks right now. Yes.
yes.
Like that.
Just tell me more.
Yes. Tell me more. Tell me. Yeah,
Tell
exactly.
me more. Tell me more.
Yeah. What's going on?
He would-
Enosh?
he
What
would
was
probably
Mark Hamill
appreciate-
like? Tell me more.
Yeah. Or should I say Pinosh? I don't know. That's, you know, what's going on with that name? Holy shit.
I don't know. Apparently, apparently that's who I am now.
That's
It's
your
my whole
super name?
It's my
Apparently
whole
it's trending
identity.
now.
It's
Yeah.
my whole
That's
identity
the whole
now.
identity.
Yes, I'm rebranding myself.
I love it.
Pinosh. I like it. I like
Pinosh.
it.
Oh, you know one of the tweets.
You
that
send
I
a tweet
saw-
that people don't understand, and they rechristen you. So
Hey, by the way, I saw another tweet because you know, like how people just come out. The voice actress who played Poison Ivy in Arkham Asylum even tweeted something out. It's just like,
Wow.
dear
Ah,
God, everybody.
people.
Like, I'm fine.
she called me Pinosh too.
Yes, she did.
Hashtag Pinosh is what she tweeted out.
I even saw a lovely tweet from Lauren Tom, who was the voice of Dana on Batman Beyond, and she tweeted something out. I mean, yeah. Once again, I know all the. I said before, and Dave, we've talked about it. How like this animated series made us care about who the actors were, who the like. Tell me another animated series where you can tell who the casting director is, who the directors are, who the storyboard artists are, who the voice actors are. It's like this show made us give a shit.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I mean, think
I
about
remember
the character of Joker. I mean, you had Mark Hamill and Tim Curry. You know what I mean? Those are two fabulous actors, and those are the guys who, essentially were.
Well,
voicing
what's
the
so
Joker.
great about that is the fact that like I remember when I think it was
Like two
it was
sluggers, you know.
it was well, I mean, I didn't hear about Tim Curry until years later, but just like back when it was actually on, and I was living in Alabama, you know, south from where this guy lives currently. I remember just like when my parents told me like, oh yeah, it's Mark Hamill, and we're just like, Luke Skywalker is
right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say fucking Joker, but I would say that now. It's Joker. I mean, like, it was just, it was such a shock. We're like, Luke Skywalker is Joker. What? That doesn't sound anything like him. It was such a big shock, such a, like, wow.
And those two have continued to just have this wonderful public friendship over these last 30 years. You could just imagine, I mean, between the animated series, the movies, the fact that they were in the Arkham trilogy games, it's like you could just tell that Kevin and Mark just like hit it off. Like what Mark tweeted today saying he was like a brother. I mean, just look at those two.
Well, think about before him. Think about before him, right? Nobody knew, like you said, who was really doing those things. I remember growing up listening to Super Friends, right? And the only time I ever really noticed anything was when they got rid of the guy who was doing Batman on Super Friends, who didn't sound like you would think Batman sounded. It's like really high pitched and really nice and bright, and then all of a sudden they switched it back to Adam West for a while, which didn't make any sense because they did that during the Superpowers time where they were starting to make Batman darker, so you had like a darker Batman with Adam West's voice. But I remember when the animated series first came out, and we didn't have cable at the time, and I didn't have a good reception for the channel that it came on. And so I'd go down to my buddy's house and we would just watch it every afternoon, man. And it was different. It was completely different than any other cartoon that was on at the time, afternoons or whatever. And
it felt like you were watching a movie.
It did. It was so stylized, and it didn't follow the things that, all the other shows we watched, G.I. Joe or Transformers or Voltron or any of that stuff. It had a style to it that was its own. You couldn't tell. What I always loved about the series was you couldn't really tell what year it was made in, and they did that on purpose. They said, because they wanted to make it timeless. So you had these old looking cars, but in like a world with technology, and it just
giant supercomputers with black and white screens.
Right. And like and giant airships, blimps and Zeppelins and stuff, man. And it's like, what is this show? But man, Conroy's voice, just once he stepped into that role, every time you heard him, that was Batman.
Yeah.
Whether it was that show or the extensions of that show that came later, like you said, the games or whatever, like there was something that you kind of fell back into, kind of like like putting your hand in a glove or putting your foot in an old comfortable shoe, that it was like, yep, that's Batman. It's no longer, that it doesn't matter who voices these characters. That's the guy,
It's funny because like when and I've been saying this over and over again, kind of, but when you saw like Ben Affleck in BVS, right? He was this dark, depressed, individual that was just, he wanted to whoop everyone's ass. He was very angry, and everybody kept saying like, "Oh, that's not my Batman. That's not my Batman." And then when you finally got to see Zack Snyder's Justice League, then you got to see the other side of that Batman, where he's being, where he's inspiring people, or he's giving people hope and leading them, and it was cool to see that. But it's like Kevin Conroy had both of those types all at once. He was, like I said, he was a leader and he was a badass all in one. It was incredible.
It really was.
And I also loved like the episode, the first episode of Justice League season 2, when Darkseid comes back and Superman is all like, because he's dealing with what happened in Legacy when he got brainwashed, and Kevin Conroy's Batman is like walking right up to him, and he's like, "So you're angry, right? Because Darkseid brainwashed you and turned you against Earth and made people lose all trust in you." And then he goes right to his voice and goes, "Cry me a river." And I'm just like, dude.
just with that. God,
I mean, and once again, because that's what Kevin Conroy did. He could do those scenes like we just watched with Robin Reckoning, where he's heartfelt and he's Bruce and he's caring, and then he could do the smartassery, and then he could just be like I couldn't give two fucks. You know what?
Cry me a river, Superboy. Yeah, like get out of here.
Because I'm the Batman.
Yes, yeah. But Jordan, you got to take off. I know it's late for you.
Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. Let's have a day tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for having me on, and it was
no problem,
good to talk
Thank
about
you.
this.
I know. When you hit me up and I saw you in the chat, I was about to hit you up, and then all of a sudden you sent me a message.
Oh, okay. Well,
there it was.
Oh, there you go.
As soon as I saw you in the chat, I was like, "Oh, I got to get you up." There he is.
Yep. I was like, I saw when I saw you put a thing like, yeah, I gotta see if I can get in on this.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate it, dude. Great talking to you. Go ahead and plug yourself.
Chainsaw Reacts everywhere. Follow me. Have upload videos all the time, random stuff. But yeah, a lot of probably post about Kevin Conroy for the next little bit, probably. Honestly.
There you go.
But thank you, everybody, and hope everybody has a good night and have a good stream until like however long you guys go for 5 hours. But good luck.
Yeah. Who knows?
What we do.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye, Jordan.
So we lost Jordan, but we get Ray. There we go. Welcome, sir. How's it going? Man,
you had a morning. You had a morning.
I did have a morning because I walked into the movie theater at 10:30. Phone started blowing up, and I turned on Do Not Disturb. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I want to watches it. I spend nearly 3 hours mourning Chadwick Boseman. And then this is what I fucking leave the theater to.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that
I
crazy?
I can show you the text, and he was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah,
like that was basically his response on the Squadcast chat was,
because
"Are you shitting me?"
Have anyone here seen Wakanda Forever yet?
Yes.
But Dave, you
Dave
have. I know
has.
you have. Yeah.
I'm seeing it tomorrow.
It is arguably the heaviest Marvel movie they've made.
There's a lot of grief. There's definitely a lot of grief.
There is a metric fuck ton of grief.
Oh, really?
In the movie, and it's, I mean, it's understandable, right? Because of the situation, but it's just because of how they chose to weave it into the story. So, and that was really the hard part about it, was when you see the emotions from the cast in the film, you know that it's all real, because it's their characters, but they're reacting to what happened in real life. And just the fact that that was also cancer is why, Scott, if you might have noticed, the title of Friday Flight Tonight.
I don't know if it's the same, but
no, but
yeah.
But Scott, the title of Friday Flight Tonight, which is posted on patreon.com/patreon.com/flightcast, is fuck cancer.
Yeah.
Fuck cancer. Because that's not fair. That is not fucking fair. Like, at all. Like, with respect to, no. So yeah, it was aborting. It was aborting for sure. Because that went through that for nearly 3 hours and then walked out of the theater to that. It was like, great. I can't even talk to people about the movie because I got to talk about this, because son of a bitch.
Well, I know. It was like one of those things too, because I thought like tonight, hey, we'll talk about Black Panther, whoever joins maybe, but no, it's just we have to talk about this. I mean, we do, because, but yeah, it is weird. Like, it's crazy. It's like the day of, and we just lose another icon to cancer again. And it's just like, yeah, you're right, Ray. I mean, that's a good title for your episode. Fuck cancer. For shit's
Well, then
sake.
there was the comedian who died too.
Gallagher died.
Gallagher died.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Well,
it was like,
and
what
today
the
was
hell?
rough
Like
for
pouring
me too,
salt in
because
the
today,
wound. Like,
today it was even like it just kept coming, because today was the 1-year anniversary of my grandmother dying.
Oh yeah, that's right. You posted that too.
Yeah, and so
What
like
the hell is up with that?
I'm sitting there in the school today, and all of a sudden this memory comes up on my phone, and I went, because like I knew it, but I wasn't thinking of it. All morning long I was rushing to get around. Got to the school, I'm sitting there in this class, and I'm going to help this kid, and all of a sudden my phone buzzes, and I'm like, oh man. And then then just a little while later, it's like Kevin Conroy. I was like, oh man. And then it's like Gallagher, like, the Gallagher thing was interesting because, of course, Gallagher would be like the third thing that I would see that day. And like, for a lot of people, like Gallagher's not even a thing. You know what I mean? But for those of us,
people don't even know who that is.
Yeah, but like for those of us who know who Gallagher is, there's like a lot of pop culture references, with Gallagher and stuff. And it was just like, of course, just one kind of thing after the other. Yeah, it was just kind of one of those days,
Yeah, like Gallagher was one of those. I mean, obviously everybody knows him for smashing the watermelon songs.
Yeah.
There. I mean, that was the thing. But if you actually watch one of his specials, he was fucking funny. He was fucking funny. Like he had jokes. Like he had some good jokes. Like, don't just think that the watermelon thing was like part of his act, but
he kind of like the poor man's George Carlin.
Yeah, he had some good, like he was, in the time he was pointing out, pop culture things, and he had some zingers. He was really good.
He was like this weird, like when you really think about it, it was like this weird amalgamation of George Carlin and like Carrot Top.
Yeah,
because he used props. He had, but like there's the one, I forget what the stand up where he had the big ass couch.
Oh,
like the huge couch that was like the trampoline.
Yes.
But he had like the potato chips and like whatever, and like the big crayon, everything. He was he used props. Like he was a prop.
The
comedian.
weird thing is you guys know the stuff that happened with his brother, right?
Yeah.
That his brother went on tour, like, and like as him, like as
try to
Gallagher.
emulate him and shit like that.
Like what? Like
it's crazy story.
It's an insane
crazy story. And then it's funny too. Speaking of Carrot Top, Carrot Top talked about the stories. Like apparently, like Gallagher was not happy when Carrot Top came around. He's like, "Hey, you're stealing my act." He's like, "No, I'm doing my own thing. It's different from your thing." Like apparently, like he wasn't happy about Carrot Top at first because he was like, "Hey, you're doing just what I'm doing," but then I think it kind of like realization that oh no, you're not doing it, you're not smashing watermelons and all this stuff. But yeah,
Gallagher was better, in my opinion.
you pick your poison. I like both. But I
don't understand like all the super hate for Carrot Top. I mean,
me neither. I don't. I think he's funny.
You know what it is? It's similar to the like the hate that Jeff Dunham gets. Because he's a ventriloquist comedian. Like people tend to think of it as a gimmick, and they're like, "Oh, if it's a gimmick, it's just cheap, stupid comedy." And it's like,
it's funny you mentioned. It's funny you mentioned Jeff Dunham because I remember being a kid. Every night I would watch A&E's Evening at the Improv. I had this little black and white TV, and I'd stay up all night long, and I would always watch that. And it was an hour-long show, and I remember seeing so many comedians that later hit it big. And Jeff Dunham was one of those because obviously he had Peanut and he had the jalapeno on a stick. I remember being a kid. Yeah, Walter, and I remember being a kid and trying to like tell other people about this thing, and like nobody cared. Like, what is Peanut thing, right? What is it? And all of a sudden, then Jeff Dunham just blew up and became this huge thing. And it's like, this is what I've been trying to tell you guys about for 10 years. Like, jeez, But
it's funny. I remember one of the Walter jokes he told that was, I think it was the first joke I ever heard from him, like on A&E, where he was like, Walter was like, "What's that on your wrist?" It's a swatch. Swatch? Yeah, it's made in Switzerland. Oh, good thing they weren't made in Croatia. Hey, what time is it? Let me check my crotch.
So good, especially when you have Peanut and jalapeno
and Jose.
Jalapeno on a stick. I mean, like the fact that he was like, and then he would do these like fast like exchanges between his voice.
Oh my god, all three of them.
How are you doing that?
Yes. Yeah.
How are you doing that now?
You need to slow down, man. Why?
Yeah.
Because if you don't, we're all gonna die of like suffocation or something.
And that's what I love about it too. Is like anytime that he like had a puppet, he would go meta and be like, the puppet would mention that, hey, you're the one that's controlling all this. And the puppet would make fun of him for being crazy.
He did the whole Jeff and he's like, and he was like, the weird thing is I really am pissing him off. And he would like to kill me, but he cannot because that would be a form of suicide.
I remember that, and it's so funny. Bring it back to Kevin Conroy. That like Dave and I, we totally, when we did Read My Lips at the end of season 1 with the ventriloquist, with Scarface the ventriloquist, we totally went down a Jeff Dunham tangent on that episode.
We did. Yes, I've seen him live once, and it was pretty fantastic.
When I was a kid, I
see that you lost a shoe. Lost a shoe? I found one.
Yeah. Oh, is that Bobby?
This guy over here who lives 10 minutes away from me got that one.
And see, that's what's funny that's what I love about Peanut is Peanut's just like this. It's a stuffed animal, and he has to literally like use his hand, the stick that uses his hand and blah, blah, blah. All the other puppets are so like intricate and everything like that. Their eyebrows move, their eyes and everything. He designs them, he crafts them, but Peanut is just literally this, like, and then this. So
you're the one with your hand up my ass.
I love Peanut's Jeff Dunham puppet that he would bring out.
Yes,
it's like, and he would they would all just stare at each other. Like all the dummies would stare at each other, and Jeff and he's like, "Hey, Peanut, he looks a little like me." No, he looks a lot like you.
Oh, so good. We went off on a tangent right here, but let's bring it back a little bit. Eric sent me this right here. This is actually Chris Stuckman. I like Chris Stuckman. I watch his reviews. He's one of the guys that inspired me to start my YouTube channel a while back. He actually had a little message about Kevin Conroy right here. So let's go ahead and I should probably share the screen, huh? Yeah, maybe.
Nah, just a thought. Just
No, just play it. I'll reenact it for you. But this is what he had to say right here.
So today I learned that Kevin Conroy, the voice behind Batman from the animated series, as well as one of the best Batman movies ever made, Mask of the Phantasm.
No, the best Batman movies.
Yeah. I just want to say rest in peace. He was my Batman since I was 4 years old. I remember hearing his voice as Batman for the first time and never questioning it. It just felt right. He was just perfect. And I had the honor of meeting him once at Cleveland Comic-Con in 2019. And he was so nice and kind to everyone. He treated everybody with such respect and gratitude. And this really hit me hard. And I just kind of wanted to make this to say that I'm thinking about those who are closest to him, his friends and family, and to thank him for all of the great memories that I have of hearing his voice as such an iconic character. Thank you, Kevin Conroy. You're going to be missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the September 5th, 1992, 10:30 in the morning, Fox 50 WKBD in Detroit, Cat in the Claw, Part 1. And I was so ready for that I had a VHS tape ready to record the episode. I remember being pissed off because it was to be continued, because I hated to be continued back then. I was like, damn it. But I was absolutely, because any from like our generation, like that like your whole weekend lived or died based on how early you got up on Saturday for cartoons.
God, tell me about it. Oh yeah.
And so this thing came, like in Detroit, it came on at 10:30, like in the morning. So it was like, okay, I don't have an alarm, but I will be ready. I was up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. I was ready because all the promos, all the TV spots, was like, oh no, yes, I must watch this. This has to be like on the ground floor. And that was the day that he became my Batman for like our generation. Because the thing is, when you say like you're a Batman, like it can be your favorite, but a lot of times it's the one that you grew up with.
Yes.
It's the one that you identify with, right? And like I didn't identify with Keaton because Keaton was the first one I saw, but like I was too young for that. No 6-year-old should be watching Batman 89.
I disagree. 7-year-old me was just fine watching that.
My parents learned that the hard way with 5 years of Joker phobia anyway. But even like with the Batman 66 with Adam West, that still wasn't my Batman. That was my parents' Batman. It's what they grew up with. It was too old for me. I mean, I enjoyed it, but like it was made couple of decades before I even existed. This was Batman the Animated Series. We got it on the ground floor. This was made for us. This was for our generation. This was literally the Batman that we would grow to identify with, and he kept going. That's the thing. He went past those original 85. He went into Batman Superman Adventures. He went into Batman Beyond. He went into the Justice League cartoons. He went into the video games. He kept going and literally became 2 generations Batman that they were able to grow up with.
Yeah, and then just you could show kids nowadays. I mean, like you said, Scott, when you watch the episode Sideshow, and your son, I mean, he could sit there and watch it and be like, huh, and still just be, just be in it and be going like, hey, this is actually pretty good, because guess what? They're fucking good. They're good.
Well, I mean, they even grew up watching, before they saw this, they were watching Justice League Action. Didn't matter. Kevin Conroy was still there as Batman. It's like, it doesn't matter which one I show them. It's like, no, you're still getting Kevin. You're still getting Kevin.
When Arkham Asylum was for like months before it came out, we got a demo of it at work that like we had to randomly shut the demo console off because people were spending too much time playing it because the demo was that good. But like when we heard that it was Conroy and Hamill, like everyone was just collectively like, oh, well, that's a must buy. That's $60 I've already lost because I'm buying that fucking game. Have to. There wasn't even a question. We're buying and playing this fucking game because our Batman and Joker are in it. Period.
And then just on top of the fact it was an amazing fucking game.
Oh, in many ways, Scott, it was almost like that was it was like that was the icing on the cake. The combat style and how good the game was like gravy. The fact that it was Conroy as and Batman, Hamill. Like it was, plus also I think it was
Dini wrote it.
Dini wrote it, and it was like I forget if this was for Asylum or if it was for City. Which one had the fighting arena where you could get DLC skins, and there was a DLC skin where you could actually play as animated series Batman.
Oh, so that was City.
Oh, that
That
was
was
City,
City.
because there was a Catwoman skin too. That's right, and she was in the second one. So like you could play as animated series Batman with Conroy's voice.
His
It was
voice,
just, it was
I
fucking
know.
perfect. It was just, it
Oh.
was perfect. Seriously, it was amazing.
That was also the one because you could also get a Batman Beyond skin too.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
That's
Yeah.
right.
no,
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
So
but
many-
I feel like whenever we have, whenever somebody brings up the best Batman discussion, it's like, who argues when somebody says Conroy?
I know it's
The
hard.
only thing they argue is they go,
Man.
well, what about live action? But if you just say
Yeah.
Batman and you leave it general, and someone says Conroy, everyone just kind of goes,
Yeah.
Exactly.
cool.
Exactly. It's just accepted. It's like we're not arguing this. We're not doing that at all. Unless
And when someone does want to argue, you're just like, what's your deal, man?
Yeah,
I mean, like if you want to have the live action discussion, okay, but generally speaking, even when somebody brings that up, they're asking if you mean live action or general, and then when you say general, they're like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
because
they're
it's just accepted.
They're like, I like Christian Bale. It's like, so do I, but his voice.
Oh,
not
with the lisp.
nearly.
Dude,
Not nearly. Come on, come on.
If we're talking without voice changer,
yeah,
w-
yeah, it's ridiculous.
like just like nobody pulled off the double like he did.
Yeah,
no one has. No one has. And listen, all due respect to Pattinson, I don't think he's going to. When he finally gets to that stage, he's not going.
Yeah,
he's not going to be not that good.
No, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. But let's look at Kevin Smith's clip that he posted.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Yoga Housers, which is a movie, one of his random movies that he did in the last few years that actually stars his daughter and Johnny Depp's daughter too, by the way, which is always funny. But yeah, Kevin Conroy made a little cameo in it right here.
Hey, pack of True North menthol. Those are lights.
Sorry about that.
It's a Canadian
girls,
joke. Where's Travis?
That's just not very Canadian. Come on, Robin. Let's get out of here.
I love it too, because the first thing you notice is like you have a kid who has an R right there.
Come on, Robin.
Oh, did you see the Tim Daly one? Did you see the Tim Daly clip?
Yes,
no, we showed that earlier.
You showed that earlier. Okay,
we played like the whole thing.
So epic, dude.
That is just comedy gold. I had no idea it existed.
And neither did I. I'd never seen it before today.
Scott sent it to me because I was like, Scott, whatever clips you have in your disposal, and he was just like, boop, 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 and I did not know about this Tim Daly clip. And yeah, I saw that he posted it earlier today, and I'm like, yeah, it's just that was pure gold.
I was there 8 years ago when that thing was like fresh. Like,
you know what? One of the low key genius things about that clip is they found a way to blend Man of Steel and Superman 78. Like the lines he's speaking are from both movies. I was wow. Yeah,
it's like
that was clever. That was really good.
Just pure freaking gold, man. But yeah, it's just God, man. To think like and it's one of those things too, because it's like when the news happened, it was just one of those you just kind of go like, it hits you, and then you just go fuck. So
yeah, pretty much.
It's that, but then at the same time, it's like, all right. Well, when we talked about it earlier, it's like the fact that like I wonder how much voice stuff he did that we haven't heard yet. But at the same time, there's just so much. There's 3 decades worth of just stuff that we have that we can.
I mean,
back to.
I looked up his filmography just on Wikipedia, and it's just like, how many freaking times can you just see Bruce Wayne Batman, Bruce Wayne Batman, Bruce Wayne Batman, Bruce Wayne Batman? I'm like,
I mean, when you're that damn good, they're gonna keep hiring you. They're like,
of course.
Keep playing this seriously.
I mean, the outpouring of emotion that you saw on Twitter. I mean, everybody was commenting about it. Calling him the GOAT. Saying how it was a great loss, and it just the number of accounts that you saw active. saying something nice about Kevin Conroy was really touching. It was like, wow, like that's how far he went in terms of like, connecting with his audience, to people that you didn't even know watched it or knew about it,
Yeah.
And then you got like, James Gunn says something nice about it, and someone tries to like jump all over, jump down his throat, which was like, what are you doing, dude?
So
Come on.
so he
I love that response.
Great response.
He handled it. It's amazing. That's like he handled that about as best as you could possibly handle it.
Oh, yeah.
From someone in his now current position. Like that was as like he did it gracefully. Like he didn't get animated, didn't get agitated. He made them look stupid at the same time.
Yes.
It was just like,
he did.
It was just like, I'm going to politely tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was one of those things where it was like, oh, James, don't respond. But then at the same time, I was thinking about it because I know some people are probably like, why did he even respond to that? He could have just ignored it. And then I went, no, I mean, the fact of the matter is he saw the hashtags, he saw, the tweet, and he was like, it probably irked him because he was trying to be like, hey, he just was like,
we're mourning Kevin. Like
we're
that's
mourning,
racism.
we're mourning an icon right now, and you're
Exactly.
sending restore the Snyderverse, bring back Zach, and all this stuff. I'm like, it's not the time.
Like,
so
know the
he was
room.
like-
Know the room.
So he was like,
Exactly.
read
Read
the room.
the fucking room. Seriously.
Like he's gonna read that and be like, hey, you know what? This guy's right.
Yeah.
Well, no, but
that was the moment, Andre. That was the moment that
was the
restored.
moment. Yeah, that was the
restored
moment.
the Snyderverse. It's only the 8th time this week that it's been
He had
restored,
an epiphany in that moment. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah. So, but
Snyderverse?
I could bring Zack Snyder back.
And we start off with fucking James Gunn, and then we have the hashtags.
But at the same time, I saw a lot of people going, "Oh my God, James, this is not us. This is this, that, and this." And then I love the fact that he was like, "Hey, I know it's not. I know it's not." And then that's the thing is like what we keep on talking about because he's said it before. He got the gig as co-chair of DC Studios is the fact that he's expressed many times that, hey, there's a small, loud, section of this fandom that is toxic, but most of them are good. So then I saw a lot of people going, oh my God, the new DC head's going to think that we're all, and I saw people tweeting and he responded going, hey, I know it's not all of you, but I think it was just one of those things where he just decided to like see, and he saw it and it just fucking hit him in the wrong.
But I love the way he was like,
yeah.
I'm going to assume that you don't understand social cues.
Yeah.
So, and I love it. It was like social cues are hard. I get that. And I love that's like, I'm like, ooh, I've used that voice before. I know that. I know that voice.
Yeah, you probably used it in the classroom, probably.
Oh, right? Many times.
Yeah.
Many times. That's that. Oh, you're a fucking dipshit. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and that part of that, like seeing his response to that is like I get the people that argue, no, don't respond. But then there's a part of me that, because we've been talking about this for a minute, like, how is the social media presence going to be now that he's in charge of DC Studios? And it looks like normal, continued.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe a little more reserved now, but like,
like that was a polite way of saying shut the fuck up.
Right.
We're talking about Kevin right now.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Indeed. But another thing I wanted to ask, though, this is totally off the cuff. All right. Why Enosh? You gotta explain that. Okay, we joked about it, but you're gonna have to explain it now.
You're gonna have to tell him everything.
Yeah,
it's a long story.
We're gonna go on.
You know what? I can sum it up pretty.
We'll get back to Kevin Conroy, but I just
okay.
You know what? We do need to explain the Enosh thing.
So I can sum it up pretty simple, and that is the fact that anybody who's like paid any attention to anything that I've done over the last few months knows I've probably streamed like maybe 5 times over the last 4 or 5 months. I've kind of just taken some time off. I needed it for myself. I need it for just other projects that I'm doing. I'm working at a school. I took over my grandma's church a year ago, and I've just been very, very busy with a lot of like real life stuff where it's like cape crap doesn't always matter, And the thing is that I've been very nice to some people over the last 3 years. I want to say even nice, just I have tolerated people with some nonsense, and I find it funny that apparently I can do things like speak my piece about Andy Signore and Jody's Corner. I can speak my piece about other people who've challenged me over different things. I take on Jeremy from Geese and Gamers and have him on, and I can just have a show literally called 2 Cents on Nonsense and talk about Mike Zero and Doomcock and everything. But the second I challenge people's precious Mikey Sutton and Sil Abdul,
Jesus,
I am
The
public enemy
satanic
number one.
worshippers.
And you know what I say to that? Screw them. I have had it. If there's one thing that this past couple of months has taught me is, you know what? I don't care if they're friends with mine. I don't care if they like me. I don't need them to like me. People who want to unsubscribe from me can freaking unsubscribe from me. They can take their subscription and go someplace else because they were never my friend anyways. And you know what? I just came back and I just said this week, you know what? Screw it all. They're liars. They're grifters. They're lying to you when they sit there and tell you that they know what Henry Cavill's contract is and that they know who's going to be in the movie, and the movie doesn't even have a writer, does not have
but they know the theme and they know the villain.
Title, the theme, the story points, everything already.
Again, the scene from Blank Man. The vice president and an alien are having to have sex. It's like the theme will be Hans Zimmer.
Right.
It's gonna be Brainiac. Yes. It's like
and it's all just nonsense. It's all just telling people what they want to hear. And look, half the stuff that they've talked about, I would love to happen. I'd love Zach to come back and finish his arc. I'd love for Henry Cavill to be exactly what we always wanted, and Ben Affleck to come back and get the whole crew back together and get Justice Leagues 2 and 3 and all this stuff. And I've been quiet on that front because there's been people in the fandom that I have not wanted to piss off. I've not wanted to seem like I'm a negative person because I'm not a negative person. I want the Snyderverse. And look, I've had my own share of mistakes and things that I've done over the last few years where I've rubbed people the wrong way, and I've even hurt some friendships, and there are a lot of things that I regret. This is not one of them. They can literally take all their nonsense and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine until they just can't take it anymore. Because you know what? And you know who's included in that is Zod. Zod Rider can go get screwed.
Dave loves Zod Rider.
Because I have been a friend of that dude forever, and all he does is whine and cry and talk about everybody treats me bad and mean and everybody's turned their back on me. Well, stop making women feel uncomfortable then in the fandom, okay? How about you do that? Whoa! Okay? How about you do that, Zod? How about you not look like Mikey Sutton where your arm hovers over here because you're scared to touch a woman? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to believe Mikey Sutton has got the inside scoop, and the people in the industry respect this dude who looks like he's the nervous Nancy and looks like he's the most awkward person in the building. Yeah, he's the confident one that I'm going to put my trust in for news and sources.
I think it's safe to say that a guy like Mikey Sutton has had to lie and manipulate probably his entire life. So for him to do what he's doing now, that's like second nature. I mean, that's what he's had to do his entire life. More than likely,
I mean, something about Zod Rider. That guy is, I don't even, there's something very.
Dude, I've tried to be such a nice guy to that guy.
You know what? I've kind of tried to. There's times where I was like, he's hit me up to try to mend, and I'm like, no, dude, I'm good. We don't have to be that. And then, of course, when I turned him down, it was like I turned down a date or something.
Yes,
like that.
Yes.
Because it was just they're like, what? You turned me down? And then he'll go on some streams and then just go off. I mean, it was funny. I didn't realize how much my name was in.
Oh, dude, all the time.
In those guys' mouths until Ben Everts posted that whole thing. Where it was
God.
It was like Dave the Film Junkie, and I'm like, what is it? 2018? It's like, what the fuck is going on here, guys? Yep. It's like, you're still thinking this, and I'm like, guys, it's not that serious. You guys got to relax. Let's just take it day by day, And I think I did see his tweet because he said, "Oh yeah, definitely." Zach is
He's like, Zach is back. Hashtag confirmed.
Jason Momoa's Maestro, and then all of a sudden that same day that he posts that, later on, it's revealed that Jason Momoa was not talking about Zack Snyder when it came to the Maestro.
I was like
Dude.
this whole week, like when that started, I just look. I mean, all the other Twitter nonsense aside, in general, with the app now, but like just I looked at that. I looked at the Maestro thing, and I was just like, "My name's Paul, and that shit's between y'all." Because no, not touching it. Not that. Nope. Because everyone just decided to go into think tank mode, and it's like, nope,
yeah, you know,
nope.
I immediately said, no, it's not Zach. I was like, no, it's not Zach. I don't know. To me, I was like, this is, and I think I said it on my Patreon, actually. I was like, I don't think it's actually that. I was like, I think it has something to do with the show that he's been very dedicated to, that might have to do with Hawaii, that he's very excited about. And then all of a sudden, but it was a funny thing, because as soon as like his video came out that he posted, and then like the next day, like all of a sudden he's interviewing for, obviously doing junkets for his new Netflix movie.
The ET clip, yeah.
Yeah, and then he was just kind of saying like, oh yeah, he's got a DC project and blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden everybody's going, it was a DC project, and I was going, it was just like a swarm of like, oh my god. But then, thankfully, that he actually answered like, "Oh, whoa, two separate things, guys."
Right.
The Maestro's not Zach. I mean,
they're keeping it a secret, though. They're keeping it a secret. They can't tell us. They got to keep it a secret. But here's the explanation for the Pinosh thing, because the thing is, I got into a back and forth with Zod. It started off with Zod on Twitter, and it didn't even start off to be that. I just like Zod was going off on its call confirmed, and I'm like, dude. Except for nothing there says that. And so all of a sudden it turned into this big thing. Zod keeps coming at me, blah, 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 blah. And I went back. Syl gets involved. He's like, well, name one thing that we didn't do that we said was going to happen, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, here's 5.
Yeah.
And they're like, never touched any of those 5. And then the one thing that he did say, he was like, well, I didn't say that. That was Mikey's scoop. That was not my scoop. But
that's
they
go
can't
on the bus easily.
Yeah, they can't take any of that stuff, right? And so then we got it all done, and I was just like, you know what, I'm done. And so I said to them, you know what, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just realized, we've been going back and forth. And I need to back off. I need to let you guys have this, because I realize you guys don't have anything else except for this. This is all you guys have are scoops. Still sitting there in what looks like his bedroom, like on a bed that looks like it's gonna fall. I mean, is he sitting on a bed? I don't know what the heck he's doing. I mean, but I'm supposedly jealous of his plain white wall background and like all that he's accomplished and built up his kingdom.
Well, it's
okay.
No.
You know what? No, I'm good. I'm really good.
Yeah.
I think I'm doing just well over here. And I don't know, man. Like I don't look down on anybody, but that's absolute bullshit. And so, I start getting attacked by everybody and stuff. And somebody just asked me like, well, why do you care? I'll tell you why I care. Because for the last 2.5 years, I have put up with that side of the fandom coming at me for the most stupid things on the planet. Okay, putting words in my mouth, cutting up videos, literally slicing them all together that I did 6 years ago because I thought that Robin should be Dick Grayson, God forbid. Okay, and I actually just said that in a nice way and said, I got kind of a love-hate relationship with Zack Snyder. Like, and this course is like right after the Joss Whedon cut came out, so it's like I didn't know any of this stuff was gonna happen or nothing at all. And I didn't hate on Zack Snyder. I literally say I love Zack Snyder, but they come out with a video. It's like I hate Zack Snyder. Like, it's like, what the hell? And so I've put up with that. I've been called the leader of the Snyder cut movement in jest. Oh, look at Enosh. He thinks he's the leader of this and the leader of that.
We've all been called leaders at
right.
one point.
And,
it's so
yeah,
ridiculous.
but no, I was saying that I was in charge and trying to insinuate that I was there from the very beginning. And I came up with this idea, and God forbid that was Fiona. That wasn't you, Enosh. Like I ever said that. Well, you know what? You could take that and cram it too, because I never said that. But there was all that stuff. And then there's Zod going on Sill's show where for 5 hours they literally just bitch and complain about me, Dave, the Nerd Queens, Meg, everybody they can, everybody and anybody. They just complain about it and then make threats like with gun pointy things, you know, when they call my name and stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, but you know what? I'm a nice guy. I'll sit back and take that, right? Because I'm a nice guy. I'm not going to try to stir up with them, because there have been people that I've been mutuals with and like tried to be good to and everything like that. And then earlier this year, you know, poor Max just tried to do something nice, and I mean, look, it blew up in his face, but he tried to do this fan awards thing, whatever.
Oh yeah,
and
that
you know
was a bad idea.
Yeah, and you know, and the thing is that all of a sudden Sill comes out of nowhere and he's beating everybody, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, that's perfectly fine. I'm like, I don't win anything if I win that contest. It's not like I got like money or like some prestige or anything, but somebody contacted me and said, hey, you may want to see this algorithm stuff that I pulled up, because I do cybersecurity, and like, this is really weird, and I think Max should know about this. So I gave it to Max, didn't make a video about it, nothing, but it looked like there were bots that were trying to do this. And there was also online chatter that was saying, we're not going to let Enosh win this thing because he thinks he's the Snyder Cut leader. Okay. And I was like, dude, I told Max, I said, look, dude, do whatever you want to with it. I'm just not going to promote anymore. I was trying to promote it for Max and make a friendly, you know, like, hey, we're all, you know, trying to win this thing. And I was just like, look, I said, I'm just not going to promote it anymore. I'm just done with it. Well, and then our friend Saggy, she took it personally and she ran with it, made a video about it. And I was just like, I never told anybody to do that. Right. But that's what happened. So then all of a sudden I got to get on a private thing with Sill, and I got to talk to Sill for 2 hours.
Going back to the whole leader thing, you know who the leader is? Zack Snyder.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm going to get to that point in just a second. But the thing is so like I sat there for 2 hours in a private you know, stream thing with Sill, making sure everything's cool. I told Sill, I said, dude, I don't blame you for anything. I'm not mad at you. I said, I was just pointing this out. I said, you know, I would want to know if this was something that was happening. And I said, you know, I don't care, but I thought that Max should know because this was his thing. And if that's going on, well, isn't it kind of weird that a month or two later, all of a sudden there's like all these rumors flying around that, I don't know, bots are being used. I don't know. I'm just saying it's weird. And that was something that was there. But now all of a sudden I'm jealous. I'm so butthurt because Sill won the Max's contest. And so apparently I just can't get over that for the rest of my life. I mean, I've got a wife and kids and wonderful family and all this stuff going on in my life, but I sure needed that one as a win and I didn't get it. And so I'm just butthurt for eternity. And so you know what? These things have been just one thing after another. Okay. I've been called names. I've been mocked, you know, which is fine. But you know what? This week I woke up and I chose violence because I just said, you know what? Screw this. This is hurting the fans because you know what? Fans are believing this nonsense. They're getting these ideas in their head and exactly what you just said, Dave. Here's the thing. When you got scoopers who are claiming all these things, how does what Sill and Mikey do help the fandom? How does that help the how does that help get the word out about suicide prevention? How does that do any good for anybody except for Sill and Mikey?
Well, that's what it's all about. I mean, the whole thing is about how do you know, keep your core audience active and hungry and making sure that they're still paying the bills. I mean, after he got blown up the other day, he had a members only stream to talk about the whole Zack Snyder thing. It's funny too because
people for that.
Yeah, he did, and it's funny because I was telling Ryan just that same day, I was like, I can already tell you what they're gonna say. He's like, what are they gonna say? They're gonna say, I was like, well, I was doing an impression. I'm not gonna do it here, but I was like, you know, I'm sure Mikey probably said, you know, he's under NDA. You know, he's still under contract with Netflix. You think he's gonna say something on a show when he's still under contract with Netflix? No, Netflix they're gonna be like, Zach, what's going on? I thought we were doing Rebel Moon. You're talking to WB.
That is always the response.
But that's the thing. NBA. It's like if that excuse is enough to convince you that I think Zach is playing coy, then you deserve to be grifted. Because I mean, it's like, come on. Right. It's so obvious. Like the man comes out and says, I haven't had a phone call. And they spin it as, well, he couldn't say if he did. Even if he did talk to WBD, he couldn't say if he did because he's still in a contract with Netflix. You know, he's upset the bosses. You know, it's kind of like, oh my God, when does it end?
Yeah.
Then I got told. Then I got told like, well, we thought you were a pastor. How, if you're a pastor, why would you do something as to say something negative about Mikey? I'm like, I didn't realize Jesus said that I couldn't say anything negative about scoopers, or that I had to agree with all these scoopers. Like, where's that? I don't remember that part. Like, it's just a bunch of BS. They're like, well, what would Jesus do? I said Jesus would go in there and turn over their tables and whip them and beat them and take their money away and give it to the poor. That's what Jesus would do.
It's a missing book of the Bible, you know, the book of Snyder. Or whatever.
So, but they made up this name apparently for me, which I have now taken and owned because I tweeted this thing and I said, look, I'm really sorry. I realized that this is all you guys have, so I'm going to drop it and let it go. And I posted a GIF from a cartoon that's on Paramount Plus that I watched, and it's like this guy, like he kind of drops a towel and it says "Go all in." And so I was telling them to go all in. Don't let me stop you. Go all in with your scoops. Go do everything because this is all you got. And you know what they said? They're just like, oh, literally. I had RJ on, and RJ's like, "Did you see this thing that like they say that you like to show your penis to everybody?" And I'm like, "Wait, what?"
What the?
I said, "What am I, Andy Signore?"
Oh,
you see, I just don't.
Oh, great Odin's raven.
I just don't care anymore.
Yeah,
like
and that's
you know,
the thing.
like, you push me.
Yeah, and for the longest time, I was always like, look, I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to be that guy. But after a while, you just get sick of it, and being, you know, having the experience of being on the other side of that, of believing somebody who claims to know shit. Yeah, you're like, no, I've seen this story before.
Right.
It's reliving itself all over again.
Yep.
And what's that?
Have you? Yeah,
I have.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen all this before, and then I've seen what happens when these guys get completely destroyed, and then you're just like, wow, who are you? What are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah, exactly.
And then and going back to what Ray had said way back when, you know, is the tribalism that comes out over what? Like, is this really that important to these people's lives where they're going to rally the troops and this is our community. You're not taking it away.
Hold on, before you guys continue, we got somebody joining right now.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Yeah. He's just sitting there.
I was about to say,
all this. Look at how laid back.
I just love to let everybody know how long I've been in the waiting room. So it's blatantly obvious that I did not join to talk about this.
10, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I was looking at Steven, and he was just like, oh.
I can tell, like look how low he is to the screen, like where he's just like, son of a bitch.
I mean, well,
like his voice is all distorted.
Oh man, is my mic blown again?
Yes,
No, you sound just fine, man. You sound just good. That's all good. You sound just like me.
Steven, how are you? Nice to see you again.
Am I too quiet now with this? I'm gonna start every single stream with a mic check. Mic check. Check 1, 2.
It sounds like your pre-gain is blown. Your pre-gain is blown.
It makes no fucking sense. That only happens in StreamYard.
Yeah, because it's not loud. It's not loud. It's just distorted.
How's this? Is this any different at all?
No,
it's worse.
It's worse.
Yeah, it's kind of worse.
That's when I.
It's kind of like Syl and Mikey scoops. They just keep getting worse and worse and worse. Screw them! What are they gonna do? What are they gonna?
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
Exactly. What are they gonna do? Not be my friend? I don't care.
Oh no!
Violence.
Like, are they not gonna let me in on their scoops and like be able to be like part of their thing?
Honest question. Can somebody please tell me the logistical reason for the existence of scoopers? What good do they provide at all? And I don't just mean the ones you're talking about. I mean all of them.
You've got to go. There's a little bit of reverse engineering because you go back to like what is like the trade scoopers, like they work for magazines that are literally Hollywood business magazines.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In which case there is business interest. There are investors. There are people who are making business decisions who are making investing decisions based on what's happening within the industry. So who's being cast in what, who's talking to who, got that kind of stuff actually has a business interest outside of fandom.
Right.
But then when you get to so there is a market for it, and then you have a lot of leechers, which is more of an entertainment news thing, which is just okay. Well, whoever's got everyone wants to know who's going to play the next Batman or whatever, and so whoever's going to find that information then has an entertainment value, but there's not a business value to fans for that.
Well, there's not going to be a new Batman for a long time because Ben Affleck has signed a 9-picture deal, according to Mike.
Right, and see the
in
thing,
perpetuity,
Steven,
in his likeness and everything. You're going to have his visage.
The trade scooper, like casting announcements and like release, like that stuff. Okay, I get that. But we're talking about the people that are like, we know that this story is being used. We know that this is the plot of that, and like that stuff.
That if it's something, I might be a little bit more liberal on this than a lot of people, but I think that if someone wants to read it, then it has value. And unfortunately, that also applies to fake news.
Yep.
And
fake news.
And I've always made the comparison to like wrestling. People don't care.
Yes.
People don't care if it's real or not. They are reading. You can either
listen here, brother. I'm going to tell you right now. We're walking on very thin ice right here.
They're LARPing.
Right? I'll tell you something right now. I have not brought out the Macho Man in a while, but you will bring it out of me because I am literally on fire right now. And if you try to insinuate that my precious wrestling is fake, I will show you fake by going upside your head with the side of Sill's face.
But
it's like the A read.
It's not
A read doesn't
scooping.
apply to them, right?
It's not scooping. It's news LARPing.
Yeah,
news LARPing.
So
news LARPing.
But that's legitimately what it is because
oh my god,
a whole bunch of people who want to exist in a world where they can be excited about the Snyderverse being restored.
No, I got
all this
you,
stuff that's not happening, and so like. They can't get that from the real news because it's not real news, and so they need someone to lie and tell it to them, and then they can be excited about it.
My favorite thing Sil said was I had remember Andre was like I had the whole thing about James Gunn being the new president
30 minutes
before, but I didn't report it because I didn't want my fans to be upset because I knew that they would get upset about it, and there would be a backlash. It's like
shit.
No, that's the whole point. If you're a scooper and you have something that literally blows the lid off of something, you share it because it proves that you actually know what you say you know. And here's the thing. If you don't share something because you're worried that people will react negatively, it shows you have no journalistic integrity because you're so worried about what somebody's going to think about a story that you have absolutely nothing to do with.
And what's really funny about this,
dig it.
It's especially funny because I can't tell you why. Is that these stories are the most funny because you get guys like any like made up scoopers where they say things and then people like you say that they're lying, like, well, how do you know that I'm lying? It's like, well, you got to I don't know if you're dumb enough to
pretty easy with people that are in contact with certain people.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. And so you either are too dumb to realize
no,
that people know
it's fine because Sil knows Uche, so that means he's got it in.
Or you're preying on people, or you're preying on people's ignorance.
And so do I.
With the James Gunn thing specifically, it's hilarious because like I know for a fact that nobody knew 30 minutes ahead of time. I can't tell you why, but
the scoops are flowing.
But I'm not saying this as like a dick measuring thing or anything. I'm just saying like imagine if somebody was
I will because apparently I show mine to everyone. So
imagine if you were aware of
thus
something
the name
that other people
Pinosh,
and you're watching people like lie about it. Like how does that? I realize that like all of the people that consume that news don't have that same perspective. But like there are people who can look at the situation and they know exactly what's going on, and it's like pitiful. It's
at
like
first,
weird
it is. It just shows massive insecurity.
Oh, yes.
To say I actually knew about it 30 minutes because this person's saying there's no way you can prove that I didn't know that, so I'm just going to say it.
But it's not like they didn't. Like it's not. Oh, that's not likely. It's 100%. I can guarantee you. I know for a fact that they didn't know it ahead of time, and I'll tell the story eventually. Remind me in like a year or so, and I'll be able to tell you.
Hey Andre, you know what was funny about it when they called me Pinosh? I literally thought that they were just dumb enough that they didn't know how to spell panache, and they were trying to actually give me a compliment.
Could be it. Could be it.
But I think.
Oh, but my
very
favorite one was
juvenile. Very
Skywalker, the
juvenile.
Jedi. That gnat. He was
Skywalker.
apparently, yes, it was it Skywalker.
Well, he says sky, but
Yeah,
he
whatever.
spells
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
P.
Again, he can't spell it. It's panache or panache or whatever it is. He decided that he's
How
gonna
does
be
he
like,
spell
I'm gonna
it?
go
How does he
after
spell it?
Enosh. I'm gonna start doing videos about Enosh. Please do, because I got 4 piles of dog poop made by bully sticks, from my dogs out in the backyard that need a couple of flies to like hover around them. That's the like
Bully
who
sticks
the hell
jack
cares?
up dogs' stomachs, man. I'll tell you.
I mean, their audience
cares?
cares. They need to keep them fed. But
Who
I think
cares?
Anybody who watches the vodka stream maybe has a different perspective on a lot of this, because it's funny that
hopefully
the frequency with which, and this was especially common in the era, and like the Snyder Cut era, but it still happens now, where like we'll talk about something on the stream. It used to be like that we'd say stuff that was somewhat speculation. Some of it was actually some insidery stuff. It doesn't happen as much anymore because the Snyder Cut we were way more plugged into. But
Exclusive.
But we'll talk about stuff that's like for example, we'll be on the vodka stream a few weeks ago, and I was talking about Brainiac, and I was like, oh yeah, there's all this Brainiac stuff in there, and then all of a sudden you get these scoops that are like scoop Brainiac and Man of Steel 2.
Oh,
it's like
that's
it's
what
like
I
the
said.
only-
Everybody's been talking about Brainiac for the last 10 years.
Yeah, and
Hey, guess what? Zack Snyder talked about it back in 2013.
It's literally like the most educated guess you could possibly
It
make for
is
the
the
next
most
Superman
educated
villain.
guess.
What in the hell?
If you were to say, okay, let's look at all of Superman's villains. Okay, we've done Zod, and you've already had Lex Luthor. Who is the
His
other
rogues
villain?
gallery isn't that big. It's not Batman size.
That was the huge thing with Lightcast and Cultured Nerd, because we were legitimately talking about stuff that we knew about on the stream then, but we'd just frame it as speculation or whatever. And then we figured out that they were like definitely watching and turning it into scoops, because we would say stuff, and then like the next day or a week later it would be like exclusive. This thing they said on the vodka stream, like wrapped up as like this exclusive article.
I'm
And
not
it's
a
like the only
scooper.
difference is that
I'm
we
not a
weren't out there
scooper.
claiming exclusives on this stuff. But I think
I'm not a scooper.
something I normally stay out of this for an extended period of time, because what happens is you like ignore it, and then finally you see people, these guys will do these streams
Turn into what I've turned
and
into the
name
last
drop
2
you,
days.
whatever. And so then you'll quote tweet someone and be like, look at this idiot or whatever, and then all of a sudden like, all this guy can talk about is me. And
Yes. Just saying, I taste great going down.
Oh,
Slightly
good.
chilled.
Slightly chilled.
You gotta love it, Ben. Yes.
I'm
We gotta
the
get
thing
Ben
that-
on here.
The thing that I saw this week, though, I think
Hey, you
really
got an invite.
reveals the pattern of, and this has been going on since like before 2018. But Zach, they've been doing all these scoops for a long time about Zach this, Zach that, and then Zach comes out and says, oh yeah, no, they haven't called me. Which you could never take that for. Everyone always dances around like, oh, this is proof. They're never going to take that as proof. They've never have, and they never
What do you
will.
thought- Hey, Steven,
But-
see, he's a better actor than Andrew Garfield, apparently.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well,
Yes.
and they're going to keep it a secret too.
That
movie's
was-
gonna, the movie's
oh
going
my
to drop, and
God.
halfway through you're going to find out it was directed. The credit is going to drop halfway through. They're going, by the way, this is directed by Zack Snyder.
Actual footage of Mikey Sutton trying to get his scoops.
well, no,
Okay,
speaking of
Magic
which,
8
though-
Ball, don't let me down.
And I normally like name dropping
What do you
these
mean?
guys.
Ask again later. Like in 30
look,
minutes?
But so
I'm
all
not
of this-
one
all
to
of
make
this-
fun of someone's appearance or physical looks or whatever, but there's a reason why the guy never puts himself on camera.
Oh boy!
You're gonna tell me that dude is the dude that everybody respects in Hollywood, that nobody like. Whatever, dude.
No, but
The
so
guy
all
who
of this-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
all-
Steven.
I was gonna say all this stuff goes down this week, and then so they publish this article that's like Warner Brothers still wants to work with Zack Snyder, which by the way, saying so and so wants such and such in a headline is like the best way to couch something that's never going to be provable by anybody. It's like that's not a scoop, it's not an exclusive, that's not someone. That was the same
vague
thing.
as hell.
That was the same thing with what they did with Ben Affleck forever. Warner Brothers wants Ben Affleck for. It's like okay, cool, but. The thing that people need to pay attention to.
Okay, cool.
The thing people need to pay attention to with articles like this, that's like really, really, really important for what's going on and why there's so much toxicity within the Snyder fandom and why people hate from like outside of it, hate Snyder fandom, is because of this single paragraph right here. Because of all this news develops this week, Zach says I haven't gotten a call. And this article says, first of all, Snyder didn't claim DC Studios had moved on from him unless there's a message in invisible ink. It doesn't exist. Regardless, the anti-Snyderverse crowd, of course, saw this as an admission of defeat. Of course they would. They don't want it to happen. They either don't appreciate his work or be proven wrong about their speculation. That sentence doesn't even make sense. They don't,
Did
they either
Sil
don't
write this
appreciate
press
his work
release?
or be proven wrong about their speculation. So
I don't think he has an editor.
that's not even English. But the point is, if this is when people talk about gatekeeping, when they talk about toxicity, like this is exactly what that is. They're saying right here that anybody who believes what Zack Snyder says at face value is anti. And this is the phrase
Snyder.
we've always seen thrown around: anti-Snyderverse crowd.
What the fuck? What the
So-
fuck? I mean,
so
what
when
does
they
that
see
even
this,
mean?
and so when they see this stream, and then they do their 5-hour
Hang
response
on.
to it, where they call us names like Pinosh, what they're going to do is they're going to frame it as
Grigio.
these guys are anti-Snyder, they're anti-Snyderverse,
yes.
they don't
And-
want
and-
Snyder, they
and-
don't like
okay.
Snyder.
Yes,
they're
because
okay.
I invited him to
And-
watch Scott unbox the fucking
right, but
statue.
regardless-
Well, that's what I said
Great.
earlier tonight. I'm like, God forbid that you listen to somebody like Dave, or like who tries to give you some information, right? No, you're gonna listen to people like Mikey and like Sil, who've never talked to Zack Snyder, who wouldn't know what to do with a Zack Snyder interview if they even got it, because they would have to literally tiptoe over all the bullshit that they talked about over the last 2 years. But then you get somebody like Dave, and you literally just grind him across the coals on a night when like we have Zack Snyder pop in to see our friend Scott unbox a Dark Side, and you're all out there,
You guys really should have asked some more hard-hitting questions
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Rebel Moon, man. You guys totally blew that opportunity. Great way to go, Dave. Really good job there, man.
it wasn't about a freaking interview, because you know what? Dave is the type of guy who, like, his pal Zack Snyder just is like, hey, can I pop in and just see what's going on with you guys? Just thought I'd come in and say hi. And you know what? Dave doesn't feel like,
Oh my God, I may never have him on again. I better ask every freaking question that I can. I'm so nervous. Have you seen James Gunn in animation? Have you seen that? I mean, it was really cool. Oh no, I messed that up. He doesn't like James Gunn. Oh my God, I'm a total loser.
and that's why these guys.
Scott is trying to make a point here.
Girls will never like me.
yes. Let him.
No. We'll get back. We'll get back to it. But let's Stephen finish.
Well, I was just going to say that's why that if you look at the way, and this is one of those big things that happened with Lightcast and TCN, but it happens here also. Maybe they learned a lesson, but aren't very good at it either. But they've always danced around with the Zack Snyder stuff, and if you notice, they always focus on the DC stuff specifically. They don't talk about like what's going on with Zack. They talk about what's going on with DC because it screwed them before because they can't. Like they don't have Rebel Moon scoops. They don't have Army of the Dead scoops.
No.
They don't pretend to because if you guys remember like Zoic Studios and all that, literally you have like Chris Wong Swenson or Dave or whoever will just be like, "Hey Zach, is this true?" And he'll be like, "No," and they'll post the DM screenshots and it's like, "Oh wow, you guys look like idiots now." So they don't. So they stop doing any of those scoops. They only
But that's
do the,
gatekeeping, apparently.
They do. Warner Brothers wants Zack Snyder back, and like, well, maybe he hasn't gotten the call yet, but they want to call him, and they just lost his number.
But at the same time, it's like, yeah, there might be a call. Maybe, who knows if maybe James Gunn sent a text message. Who knows? And it's one of those things too. It's like, hey, maybe eventually we can have, something. But as of right now, it's like, no.
But if that ever comes, it's going to be like, see, we told you.
Look at the guys that actually
We
visited
told you it
him.
was happening. We told you
Yeah,
3 years ago it was going to happen, and now it happened.
It's just, yeah.
Right. Well, and then Zach will say, "Oh no, they didn't call me until June of 2023," and we'll be like, "Well, look, we said in 2022 that it didn't happen." And they're like, "Well, we didn't."
Oh, you
say
mean
it
like when
did
Henry
happen.
Cavill confirmed
We
this
just
week
said-
that like he was never going to be at Comic-Con, but yet like Sil and Mikey literally pushed that narrative really hard, even though it wasn't
Did
even
they?
their scoop to
I thought it
begin
was
with. They
Deadline.
jumped on it and said, "Our people are saying the exact same thing, guys. They're saying that Henry Cavill is definitely going to be there. It's going to usher in a whole new world. Zach may even show up to even talk about it." And I mean, it's like it just builds on itself. I
No,
swear to
but-
God.
But it's that's why I keep on saying like go back to before Justice League Theatrical even released, and you've got the news that like the reshoots were happening. You had scoopers saying like there are no reshoots. Zack Snyder is back on set. He's ghost directing it. Whedon isn't even directing, and all the fans were like, "Oh yeah, you're telling the truth. How dare these? How dare these trades suggest that Zack Snyder isn't secretly directing the Justice League movie that he left?"
Right.
And then Justice League arrived, and like everyone forgot, of course, that they were dancing around, propping up all these fake scoops, saying that Zack Snyder wasn't fired. Well, now all of a sudden it was like, well, no, you were saying that Zack Snyder wasn't fired. Now you're the like.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't know. They got a whole video that's come that I think maybe came out tonight or tomorrow or something like that called Flash movie updates.
That's funny. Last I heard, like it's locked. What is it like? Hey,
Well,
today
Scott, are you up
we-
from your nap?
No. Scott's trying to bring it back. He's trying to bring it back. We'll get it back. We'll get it back.
I am the knight.
Yes.
I understand that's what it is. I'm embracing it. I'm doing whatever, and I've chosen that. Like I just don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. People today were DMing me and saying, Enosh, you're disappointing me, man. You used to be a fun guy and a fun place to go for nerd news, and now you're just you don't agree with Mikey and Sil, and like I'm gonna have to unsubscribe. Okay, good riddance. Thank you. Please don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
Don't you love it when people actually tell you that? Like, okay, you could have did it.
This isn't an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
Well, and it always hinges on, because the other thing that people don't understand, and the same thing happened with Cultured Nerd also, is that like none of these guys are new. Like Mikey Sutton is not new. Mikey Sutton has been around for like
we know he's
decade.
not new. Just look at it.
No, but and these guys will always they'll get big because like
there's somebody who's been through some stuff. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Like right around like when Age of Ultron came out, that was when like Scoops got really big for a while, and then TCN went down. Age of Ultron was like the
Somebody please
culmination-
screenshot this.
the culmination of all the scoops, and then they all turned out wrong, and TCN went down, and then I don't know,
Yes.
I don't even know what Mikey Sutton was doing at the time, but like, and then everyone was like, oh, these guys are bogus, and then like a year or two later they creep back, and it's like somehow there's like a whole new crop of 12-year-olds. They keep on making these guys. I don't know what, but there's every couple of years there's a whole new crop of 12-year-olds who don't remember the last time that these exact same people told a whole bunch of lies. And of course they deleted everything, and they're like, well, show me the screenshots. It's like, sorry, I didn't realize I needed to screenshot the bogus article you wrote 10 years ago and keep it in my receipts folder in case you crawl
My
back
receipts
from
folder.
the abyss before.
Scott, did you switch arms because your other arm got tired?
Piece of crap.
And basically, Steven's just to summarize what Steven is saying.
And then you've got a whole bunch of people that are like, actually, I think it smells quite fragrant.
All right.
Well, at the end of the day, that's the problem.
That part is going to be directed by Zack Snyder.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
like these guys are smelling their own farts, and they're drinking their own Kool-Aid, and they're having a great time doing it. And look, at the end of the day, there's two people in particular that are making money off of this that nobody else seems to care about. I mean,
That's
not
the
everyone. I'm
hilarious
just
part
saying.
too. Is like after all the shit that like Dave got for like clout chasing, or Chris Long got for clout
Enosh,
chasing,
please
whatever.
tell me you have a Superman. Please.
And then you've literally
I know
got
he's
people-
looking. He's looking.
Find one.
There's
something,
one.
for
There
God's
has to be
sake.
one in there somewhere.
I'll find something.
So yeah. Anyway, I'm ready to move on because I've said more than enough about this.
Okay. Steven Unleashed. Steven Unleashed, which we love. No. Oh, there you go.
It's just, I'm sorry, but I mean, to say that Zack Snyder, after what he said on that podcast, to say, well, he can't say anything because he's still under contract with Netflix. I mean, it's just kind of like the mental gymnastics that you have to do to make sense of these things so that it fits a certain narrative.
But they said Maestro, Andre.
I know, Maestro. We are all Maestro. That's my tweet out the other day.
I was ready to move on, but now you brought that up.
No.
I said Maestro, guys. I used to call Zach Maestro all the time.
Someone start a timer. I'll keep it under 30 seconds. If you hear Jason Momoa, or if Jason Momoa posts to Instagram and goes, "The greatest thing ever happened, guys! It's the best news in the whole world," and you don't remember the other 37 times he's done that in the past 2 weeks, and you think it therefore must be Snyder Cut or nothing else? Like, you've not been paying
Then you
attention.
must be a redneck or Zod.
Or new.
I'm so sorry.
Time. You're over. Moving on. Ding.
Your angel of death awaits.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so You done, Steven? Or yeah?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I love it how this is like my rant when like I just came in and like put like a punctuation on what Enosh was doing when I was in the.
Well, I know, but that's what was great about it, and I love the fact because I unleashed the Pinosh.
Pinosh, yeah.
By
Well,
saying
apparently
why
I unleash
Pinosh.
it for everyone.
Yeah, you exposed the Pinosh.
You know, yeah,
But
like first of all, we joked because then they were mad that I went down to the Superman Museum with Dawson and we installed that brick for Zack Snyder. They're saying that I carry around bricks and I just took them down there apparently or something, some nonsense. Like, no,
I thought you did. You
no,
don't
we
carry 'em in
literally
your
like
bag?
we went down there because they made the brick. Dawson and I went down there to interview them, to talk about the brick. We both made long videos about it. We had a great time doing it. And we were there when they installed the brick. And now the brick's there and it's for Zach. And they're just like, oh, Enosh thinks he's a savior because he installed a brick for Zack Snyder.
Well,
Don't even.
She should be.
Who are you addressing this to? Because them and their like 30-person audience aren't listening, don't care, and everybody else knows how crazy it is.
Don't do that.
So,
Well, you know, it's funny because these jeans actually, this is a true story. These jeans, if I open up the zipper, it literally has a ribbon on it that says "Lucky You." So
nice.
For tip size only.
It's one thing to do what you're gonna do on YouTube and on Twitter, social media, whatnot.
Yep.
But when you start to call people names and label individuals, and to me that's where it just gets really sophomoric, and it's just it doesn't.
That looks awesome. I wish
it doesn't lead to anything positive, especially for a fandom in general. So.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
You're right, Andre.
Hey.
It doesn't. None of this helps the fandom. But look how much of a hard time that they gave you, right? That side of the fandom gave you guys over your Justice League project, right? And everything that you guys have tried to do to raise actual money for suicide prevention and all those things, and they drag everybody else's name through the mud, and everything anybody else tries to do is somehow evil or clout chasing or gatekeeping or whatever. But literally yesterday, after all this stuff, they're like, well, we're going to take our scoops behind a paywall now because people like Enosh are misrepresenting the scoops that we're talking about and stuff, so now we're going to take it behind a paywall. Thank God. There you go. Pinosh Industries did what nobody else could do. Did what nobody else could do. You got rid of your
Our next
scoopers, so
item
they
on
took it
DC
behind a
Antiques
paywall.
Roadshow.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's why I posted that
is.
tweet. I posted that tweet of the guy saying, "Get inside. It's safe in here." You know what I mean? Like that's essentially what that was.
Yep.
It was just ridiculous. So anyway.
well, and I think that with scooping in general, my kind of philosophy has always been like, if you have good information, then you don't really, then your reputation
condition
isn't really something you need to worry about because that'll all flesh out. It's and then once again, because we've seen this happen, we've been around long enough to have seen this happen more than once. The guys who come in and pick fights over whether they're right or wrong are always the ones that are wrong. Because the guys that are right will just say something and then they know it's going to happen. And so they don't need to argue with anyone and they just let it play out.
I forgot about my favorite name I've been called.
Larry Bird. Yeah, he's been called Larry Bird. And then in the infamous spaces that everyone's so familiar with.
That was Jody. Jody's Corner called me Larry Bird for the longest.
Yeah, they call him Larry Bird.
Wow, such an insult.
I know, that's what I said. That was in the day that I met you, Dave, when I did my whole when I did my dissertation on the whole thing and I read my statement, I actually put in a whole part there where I thanked Jody so much because I realized that he must respect me if he's like going to compare me to NBA All-Star and Hall of Famer Larry Bird. I mean, come on. That's
I believe Joss Whedon.
all you need to know.
Things that age so well.
I know.
I have yet to see a good creative insult.
What was Scott? Was that like the collector's edition for one of the games?
Yeah, Scott's good.
You guys can keep going if you like. We're just doing DC Antiques Roadshow here.
I'm done.
No, I think we could wrap.
No, I hate giving this stuff time.
Because
it's garbage.
Because I could add so much more to this, but I don't want to.
I was glad. I just wanted Enosh to talk about why the whole Enosh thing was happening and just kind of get it out there. And then Steven came in at the right time where he went off. Good. I like it.
I just hate that if you say they haven't contacted Zach. It's pretty obvious. You're an anti-Snyder.
We keep on getting to it. Like we're like, all right, let's move on. And then you're
everybody stop.
Anyway.
Everyone stop.
Everyone move away from Mike.
I'm the one telling you stop. If I'm the one telling you stop, you have a problem.
All right, guys, we're gonna go back to Kevin Conroy, and this is him doing voices again.
Wait a minute. Whoa. What the hell are you doing with that?
He's got a phaser.
That's a phaser. What the hell are you doing with a phaser?
All right, we're gonna bring it back to the Kevin Conroy talk, and turn off your phaser.
Muted.
We're
going back to Kevin Conroy to doing voicing here's a good video. Turn it off.
It's a me, Mario.
But that still leaves the password.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness? Finish him! Fatality!
Come on, show me.
Ha, 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 ha.
How did I get in this video?
I swear.
Okay. It's a me.
That's great.
Oh,
Another Kevin Conroy bit right there. So.
That dude was just up for anything. He was just having fun, man.
He's always having
That's
fun.
the best part about it was that he just had fun. I mean, Steven, at your age, like what is your like Kevin Conroy experience? Like, where do you come into this story?
So, and this is something that it's probably common on the stream, but it's something that I've talked to multiple other people who have said something similar. Batman.
Your
the
audio
series,
just started going Okay, hold on. You're
I
good.
thought it was
You're good
me.
now.
I was like, oh boy.
You're good now.
Yeah, you're good now.
I know your audio is always so.
I'm gonna try running it. I'm gonna try running it through OBS next time. Anyway,
I knew 30 minutes before his audio was messing up that his audio was going to mess up.
Yeah,
Batman, the animated series. The number of people who I've talked to who like that's what they watched with their dads, is like that's like a very common thing. My dad used to work. He worked. He was in construction. He was actually doing tile work. We lived in Rockford, Illinois, and he was working in. He was doing the tile at O'Hare Airport, and so. And he was doing like the night shift, and so he had like 30 minutes in the afternoon that I would see him every day, and so that was watching Batman animated series. Like some of my like strongest memories from childhood are him like repeating Kevin Conroy quotes, because he would just have those like one-liners in the show, and then my dad would just like in his deepest voice like, "That's all I wanted to know," like, and
Yes.
and those are just like snapshots of like when I think about like
Justice
watching the show,
will be served.
I
Joker.
can't separate it from him repeat and specifically it's not just like the whole experience of the show is not just Conroy's great and the show is great, but specifically like his voice being something that would prompt my dad to like repeat quotes, and then that's the part of watching it that I remember is the quotes being repeated, and so that I think his voice is so defining kind of to my entire memory of that era, and obviously that's my iconic Batman as a result. You know, growing up in the 90s, like it's impossible it was so ubiquitous. Like there's no, I don't think anyone who grew up in that era can really even, that's like their entry point into DC Comics in general, usually.
Well, I'm glad you said that because but like one of the mind-blowing things for me was to discover that, like, especially if you go through a phase where the majority of your Batman knowledge when you were a kid came from 66, and you saw like a season full of made up villains that never had any basis in the comics whatsoever, and then you go to the Batman animated series and you see all these villains and you're like, oh, I guess they're made up too. And then years later you find out, no, they're just about all from the comics. Like for years I didn't even realize like how closer to the comics those characters were. Like I thought Clayface was made up. I thought that like Clock King was made up, and I'm like, no, these are actually
all there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
Well, and it's cool too because well, it's not Conroy specifically, but I had a VHS of the Batman 40s serial. I had the Batman 66 on VHS. I had Mask of the Phantasm, and then I had like it was the 60. It was a TV the animated TV series prior to the animated the
60s one. It was
60s
early
animated
70s.
series?
It was early 70s.
Where it was like not great, but they were
Batman and Robin, but
visually
with Casey
cool,
with
though.
Casey Kasem.
Yeah, but the
Casey
total
Kasem.
the
Visually
total
it looked
spread that you got between those interpretations is like straight up noir, black and white Batman, and then campy 66, and then you had the animated series. Obviously, it goes real dark. It was just a really great way to be introduced to it, to be like, oh, all of these are Batman, and they all embraced each other too. Even if it wasn't like meta, like actually, it wasn't like they were having crossovers or anything, but they all existed in the ether in the same way. Whereas like now you have like, oh, you either like Bale or Affleck, and it's like, so Conroy to me is kind of like a Batman that brings them all together, because it never felt at odds or oppositional to anything else. It always felt like they all kind of embraced each other in that time.
I missed my opportunity to do like a Casey Kasem impression, but it's okay. I'll move on.
And then you get an episode that now is going to hurt even more when you watch like Beware the Gray Ghost, and you're like,
oh
fuck, they're
Jesus.
both gone now.
Oh God, you're right. No, what was the one you were talking about that you sent me the message about, the one that's going to be that you guys are going to end up talking about in the not too distant future?
Oh yeah, next week, Dave, we're gonna have we have to just pour out like a bottle, because after trial is Avatar, and we lost all three of them this year. Kevin Conroy, David Warner, and Nichelle Nichols.
Shit.
Yeah, all within the last like 4 fucking months. Seriously, like that that was like a chilling thing too. Like I wrote my in memoriam for Conroy today on the Flycast, and I looked at my blog, and like my last 3 posts have all been in memoriams for all 3 of them. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, seriously. But Enosh and Andre have to go, huh?
Yeah,
I'm a little tired.
Yeah, well, that and
after the energy you put out, yeah, I could see why.
I appreciate you, Dave. I really appreciate you, Dave.
No, I do. No, I'm glad that as soon as I saw the Pinosh thing, I was like, all right, I gotta talk about why that's a thing.
One day we'll have a conversation about that topic that I will contribute to, because there's 1,000 things I wanted to say about all of that, but I chose not to.
Well, Ray, if you want to drive on over, man, like we can fire up the old machine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I love it.
I always love it. Eat us.
Just reminding you.
It's
10 minutes away from you there, Ray.
Well,
10 minutes, really?
Yes.
No, seriously.
In fact, that's probably in his backyard tonight.
Yes.
I was down there, man. I was. Where was I?
I can ask you whether or not. I can ask you whether or not you think we should get JV, since he's a free agent now, because that's what everybody's saying, because he opted out of his contract with the Astros, and so everybody's like, bring him home. It's like, okay, well.
Who's going to get Aaron Judge? That's the question.
The Giants.
We're not getting Aaron Judge.
I hope so.
I hope.
Anyways,
no.
All right, guys. I know you guys got to take off.
Seeing you
You're tired. Do it. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining. And Pinosh, I should say.
Pinosh.
Thank you for that epic rant.
Pinosh.
It works two
every
ways
minute of
because
it.
it's either Pinosh for that. You're welcome for that. I've chose violence this week. Like I just don't. care.
I
just
love
don't
it. I love
care.
it. I love it.
I don't need any of it. I don't need any of it. Like if YouTube went down tomorrow, guess what? I still got a life. We all do. And that's the difference between people who I hang out with online and what I see in other corners is that that's literally all they got. But this works. But this works a lot of ways because I know that they meant it for a negative. But like they call me pastor too, so it's Pastor Enosh.
I think that's what it is.
Enosh.
There you go.
Or I can also go with Poindexter Lounge. Poindexter Enosh.
That's what I thought it was. Honestly, I'm not joking. That's what I thought it was
Pinosh.
initially. Yes.
There you go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I am who I am, and I know who I am, and that's the important thing, boys and girls, is that you always know who you are, and don't let anybody else deter you. Love y'all. Andre, it's good seeing you. Come to Poindexter Lounge and have a good time with us sometime. All right. See y'all later. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy and Gallagher.
Yes.
All right. And my grandma.
Yes, absolutely.
100%. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, Andre, go ahead and send yourself off.
I'm going to get going. I'll see you guys later. And thanks for having me on. And we'll do it again.
Yes, for sure.
All right.
Thanks for joining, man. Appreciate it. All right. Back to Kevin Conroy. More. I know we went off the beaten path, and I saw Scott when he were doing that. I was like, yeah, I know.
Dude, you totally started it. You did that rabbit hole when you asked him. I was like, this is going to be a long story.
I had to because I was like, I knew a little bit of why he did it, and I was like, I have to just do it. And then it was like a perfect time for Steven come in because then he came in guns blazing, just he was like Antonio Banderas going into a fucking a bar.
Bring your guitars.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Right.
All of a sudden, the guitar opened.
And like I said, I normally don't even comment on that stuff because it's like, to me, it's just a reality of there's always going to be people saying this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So specifically seeing that article this week where they flipped it onto anybody saying that this video of Zack Snyder saying he hasn't gotten a call, anybody believing that is anti. And I'm like, okay, see, this is why this is a problem, is because they're taking all of these fans who desperately want this stuff and hyping them all up about the stuff supposedly happening, and then telling them, by the way, anybody who tells you that this is not true is anti because they don't like it and they hate it and they despise it. They don't want it to happen. And it's like, okay. And you wonder why people are fighting and by the way, they're making money off of saying that too. Like, I don't know. We can move on. It's just like, you can't.
Yeah.
It's
well, no, but that
is like,
that is kind of,
I want you to look at this.
Yes.
Oh,
look at this, guys. I mean, how many freaking times can you see Bruce Wayne Batman on here?
I am up to I have the next one on my list. I'm up to Zeta Project because I was in the middle of doing this, Scott. I was in the middle of going through because I finally saw Superman the Animated Series and I finally saw Batman Beyond earlier this year, and so I have to move through the rest of this list. It's comforting to know that he's there, for what I still have left to watch, truthfully. But it's insane. He has logged the most hours as Batman. Has to.
No, he has. Totally.
He has.
100%.
Yeah. No other Batman actor has even come close.
That's what we were talking about. It's 30 years. It's 30 years of Batman.
That is unbelievable. Well, you know what? Okay, this isn't a clip that we can necessarily watch now, but you remember the fandom thing where it was Batman Beyond, and it was him and Will Friedle watching that 66 clip.
Yes.
I don't remember seeing that.
That was the first year of DC fandom, the good year. I mean,
I did see that. Yeah.
The second fandom was okay. The first one was so much better. The first fandom was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But and I hope they go back to that. But no, it was a clip. It was and I remember the episode, I've seen that episode of 66 multiple times before where they get caught in the Venus flytrap and the Joker's throwing fishes at them. Right. And it's Conroy and Friedel as, Terry McGinnis and old Bruce Wayne commenting on it because they intercepted this transmission and they're taught they're commenting on it they're like it's them or like
Yeah.
he's him, and it's I loved it. It was fantastic. It was like one of the highlight because it was one of
Perfect.
those in between things, like how they had the big panels that year, and there was like, but it was a continuous 8-hour stream, and so they had in between vignettes and little things in between each of the big panels, and that was one of the little things that like he did for it, and it was
Well, they
I
also
love
did
that.
one where it was like Terry was driving the future Batmobile, and it was all like, "Did you go to the grocery store?" Like
Yes.
there was. So it was just the fact that I said this before. The man has spent 30 years playing this role, and he loved every freaking minute of it, no matter what version he was playing.
Isn't it crazy? It's crazy to think that like 30 years. So he was 36 when he started playing Batman. I mean, like, where I'm 39. Scott, you just turned 40. Ray, I mean, it's just like when you think about
I'm about to. You're right, because
when you
it's one
start
of
thinking
those.
about that, when you start thinking about it, it's like, wow, younger than where we are right now.
But
Not
it's
Steven.
also
Steven,
it's
how old
also
are you? Steven, how old are you?
What is he doing?
I had to find the tab again. I'm messing with my audio interface.
Yeah, okay.
35.
Yeah, see?
34.
So
Why are you? Why are you guessing what your age?
I don't pay
I know,
attention to my
right?
age. I'm older than 21. Who gives a shit?
He's
Okay,
all
fair enough.
Amanda.
No, but
how
like-
old am I? How old am I, Amanda? Yeah.
Slapping fish.
But it is kind of reassuring though, because like
34 and a half.
And it's not like Conroy didn't have an acting. He had acting credits before Batman.
Yeah,
the
a
Animated
lot of
Series.
acting credits.
He was on Matlock. He was on like a bunch of different other.
we named
TV
a lot of
shows.
them. Yeah.
But it just gives you like for me it's reassuring as I get older, right? It's almost like the Samuel L. Jackson thing that I tell people when they worry that they're too old to do something, and I remind them that
He
the first
didn't
movie
grow up till his 40s, man.
I ever saw him in Coming to America, he was 41.
Yeah.
Right? His
And
30th
then
birthday
Pulp
was in
Fiction,
1978.
He blew up, and how old was he there? Like 44 or something like that? 45?
It was like it was like 5 years later. So like
Yeah.
with Conroy, like if he was 36 when he started playing Batman, that means that like his entire notable career that most people know him from generationally is in his 40s and like 50s and like going forward. Like that is a
Let's put it
reassuring
this way.
thing.
Here's the thing. I haven't played it yet because it's not on Switch yet, and that's the only video game system that I have operating right now in my house because my PlayStation 4 is down here and unplugged. He just did the voice of Batman in Multiverses, which just came out this year, which means he was 66 and still was the voice of Batman.
Crazy.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, and this is why, okay, like hear me out, CW haters. Crisis on Infinite Earths. Okay.
We talked about it.
We talked about it.
Yeah, well, that's why like, I mean, look, Brandon Routh aside, Ezra Miller aside, because that was an awesome cameo. That was one of the cameos that we really enjoyed in that event, was him being Kingdom Come Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, when we talked about it, we were like, that blew up the internet. When
It
was
did.
announced that Kevin Conroy was going to actually be a live action Bruce Wayne, Batman, whatever the hell, everybody went like, what? They're actually going to like give him the live action. And, I mean, we all watched the scenes. I mean, it was like the most darkest one of like the most darkest versions too, even though we didn't see him like do shit, but it was like just the way he was talking and the way that he was like saying, because he was so disgruntled, and the fact that his body was just so fucked up, so he had to wear the exoskeleton thing.
I love that he gave Kate the kryptonite.
Yeah,
that's what I loved. It was like, all right,
Well, he did a Gene Hackman line too that Scott pointed
Yeah, he
out.
did.
Yeah, from Superman 78.
What was it?
It was the a little souvenir, a little
souvenir from the old hometown.
Hometown. Yes.
Okay, yes. All right.
I was like,
No,
dude, they give him Lex Luthor. This is amazing.
No, that's and he was definitely one of, because that was the big thing about that whole event was all of the amazing cameos, and he was like at the top of a lot of people's lists as far as, oh my god, I can't believe he's in this. I have to watch it because and again, it wasn't like he hadn't done live action, because of course he did. So it wasn't a case where like, oh, he's been voice acting his whole life, and now we're putting him in front of the camera for the first time. No, he knew how to act in front of a camera.
Of course he did. And that's what's so great about it. I'm sure, like when they were like approached him about it, he was like, "Hell yeah, let's do it." He was all about it. I'm sure he was. Like he didn't hesitate at all. He's like, "Oh yeah, let me think about it." No, he was probably like, "Where I have to sign."
And that's this is a downer thought, but that is a little that is really heartbreaking because I mean he was only 66.
Yeah.
And you hear the stuff like the story that came out the other day, I think it was yesterday, about that town hall meeting with Zaslav where he formally introduced Safran and Gunn, and they were talking about the 8 to 10 year plan that they're building across all of the live action and animation, and it just sucks because he was going to be a part of that. He was going to be a part of that. He was absolutely going to be a part of that plan. And that would have been cool.
There would have been something else. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. And then, we were talking about too, like this whole information that came out that maybe he was voicing Thomas Wayne in the Cape Crusader series. Who knows if that's true, because that all just kind of came out today. But even with all that, that could be bullshit, but there's no way that Kevin Conroy was not going to be a part of that series. It's everybody he worked with. It's Bruce Timm. It's Paul Dini. It's all those guys. Yes. There's no way. I mean, I'm not saying that he was going to voice Batman. They probably we have somebody else, but there's no way that he was not going to be part of that. So part of me goes like, I believe it. I don't know. It's weird.
Wait, I'm with you on that. We don't know what's going to come out, Steven, because it has to get shopped around because it's been dropped by HBO Max.
Because how's my audio right now, by the way?
It's low.
Okay, but is it clean?
It's clean.
Yes, it is clean.
Yes. How about now?
No, it was clean, but not now.
Okay, how about now?
It's clean, but still low. That's the thing.
All right, It's
StreamYard. Yeah,
so what kind of mic are you using?
It's a mic that sounds way better than this under others. It's a Rode Procaster.
But, it's a Rode. Then what's the problem?
No, literally, this is only
it's StreamYard. It's StreamYard. Okay. It's fucking StreamYard.
I was about to say Rode is not
listen to my podcast.
High end.
my mic sounds all right. But
listen to your
because
podcast.
audio voice work on a lot of shows like this is often done way before animation,
way ahead, because they animate to the voices.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And that's why you get sometimes it doesn't happen as often anymore because I think they got a lid on it. But if you remember, for a while, Mario Robles was actually the one that was on top of this. He would leak he would scoop all these animated movies that were coming out, and he would have the full cast years before it was even announced officially by the studio, because the whole cast had already come in and recorded all their stuff, even though animation hadn't been done yet. So there's such a long lead time on animation stuff. So I would say I'd be shocked if there's not a couple projects that we don't even know about that have his voice on them. We'll see.
Probably,
but I bet we're gonna get a few surprise drops with his voice.
Well, you're right, because I think that's another thing is to when you get into the whole economy of voice acting, it's the really good voice actors. It is most certainly a talent, but as far as economy in terms of how much time it takes, how far ahead you can do it in advance of a particular project, what your location is and all that, there's a lot that you can budget. It's not like you have to, you gotta come into the studio, you gotta do, especially during the pandemic, they were recording, a lot of shows were recording stuff in their homes, and then okay, find a room here, do this, whatever, right? There's so many different avenues that can allow you to do that, especially if you have your own equipment, and if you have Rode Procasters and you're not using StreamYard, it can sound really amazing. So, but So yeah, he could have. There's no
Recorded.
telling. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. There's a lot. There's
I
probably
really
going
hope
to be at
so.
least a few things that we're going to see.
I
that he's
really
And I
hope
even
so.
question
Like,
what's
oh
been
my
done in
God.
the past. Maybe there's stuff that's been done that was never released. I wouldn't be shocked if there's like, I don't know about full like animated movies, but I don't know. There's just always stuff like that in the archive somewhere. So I would don't want to get too excited about it, but I would anticipate maybe we're gonna get some unheard Kevin Conroy stuff.
Yeah. I mean, look at like Ray Porter. I mean, he like anytime that he shows up on here, he's in his little studio. It's all makeshift. He's got a professional mic. He's got soundproof, everything like that. It's not like, I'm fairly certain that Kevin Conroy had a room just like that. And if he recorded anything, like especially during like all the madness that's been happening for the past couple of years, yeah. Maybe he did. Maybe there were scripts. I mean, obviously there were scripts because they already had like the concept and everything like that. But it's just all a matter of like, where are we going to actually fucking see this shit and hear it?
The one video the last video you were just playing where he was like voicing the video game characters, you saw what was on the wall.
Yeah.
Behind him, like that's the soundproofing material. So yeah, he most certainly had a setup like that without question.
Exactly.
And probably added to it over the years.
Yeah.
For sure. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I was looking at his credits. The last animated movie he did was Justice League versus the Fatal Five. And that was in 2019. And then he did both of the new He-Man cartoons on Netflix.
Who did he play again?
In Revelation, he was Merman.
That's right. Okay, because I remember Mark Hamill plays Skeletor.
Skeletor, yes.
Yeah. Right.
I was like, I remember like that whole thing. It was like a big deal that, oh my God, it's like a reunion between those two. So, yeah.
Well, that's because that was Kevin Smith's pet project, and he got everybody back.
Oh yeah, like, he wanted people that he knew. Yeah. Exactly.
Have you guys cycled through like the reactions from everybody else, like the peers, like Clancy Brown and Tara Strong and everybody? Yeah.
I just saw one. Dana Delaney.
Oh,
Dana Delaney. Yeah.
Did she
yeah.
I
DM'd it. I DM'd it to you.
That's one of the best episodes of Superman the Animated Series. Is that whole 3-parter where it's like,
because she's also this.
Oh, she is.
She's Andrea.
Right. Dude. Okay. That was one of
my trivia questions.
It has been years since it was one of your trivia questions. It has been years since I've watched that movie. I need to watch that over again. I may watch that like either before I go to bed or at some point, because our game is until 3:30 tomorrow when it's Nebraska.
Oh, by the way, because the movie's barely 80 minutes. Like,
right.
It was a thing that Dave and I were like, dude, this movie is short. And it doesn't feel like it when you're watching it.
It does. You know what? I remember that was a blockbuster movie that we rented when it came out, because that was like I was in the throes of my I love this show. I must have consumed everything about this show, and like that was it felt like a real movie. Like feature, like normal feature length, like an hour and a half or longer. But no, you're right. It is a shorter film, like as far as runtime is concerned.
Well, because it was supposed to be a direct-to-video movie that they decided, hey, you're like halfway, 3/4 through production. We're going to throw this in theatrically.
Right. I mean, the show was a hit for them at the time, so I mean, it made sense, truthfully. And I don't even think they necessarily knew then how big of an impact it was going to have on DC animation, because it literally birthed all of the DCAU. Like going forward, as far as the canon stuff.
It's just wild what the approach to that show is.
Wow, your audio is fantastic.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
There's that Rode Procaster. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, cool.
Okay, go ahead, Steven. What was your thought?
Well, my thought is that for some reason, StreamYard is the only audio app I use that references the Windows default microphone input volume instead of my audio interface settings.
There, you figured it out. After how many vodka streams?
Fuck, too many. Well, because it's the only time I ever use StreamYard. Whenever I realize it's bad, I'm like,
Hey,
like on the fly.
Steven,
Yeah.
turn it down a little bit.
Now it's too much.
Yeah, it's a little hot. It's a little hot.
All right, but it's clean. But it's clean.
But it's
It is clean. It is clean. It is very clean. Yes. Yes, it is.
There you
no,
go.
but
You're
like,
good. You're
but
good now.
like the fact that it's like it's non-linear. It's like there's so many things about the way that they approached that is so. It's got the non-linear timeline, the flashbacks to the origin, but also the established Batman. Like there's so many.
It is crazy how non-linear that show is.
It's funny. I was watching it earlier today, and I was remembering watching it as like a 6-year-old, and how I follow it now. But for years, I didn't understand the chronology, but it never impacted my enjoyment of it. Like I remember thinking back and be like, I had no idea that this was like cutting back and forth between timelines, and I knew it didn't make sense, but I didn't care because it wasn't like.
The only thing that only continuity that I remember is the first Poison Ivy episode. Harvey is still Harvey, and I think there might be one or two other episodes where he's still Harvey, and then later he becomes.
He has
Two-Face.
a small cameo in On Leather Wings because he's
Right.
literally sitting in a chair, flipping a coin, going, "You book him, I'll cook him."
Yes,
And
I remember that.
And that's
yes.
it. And that's
it.
Yeah.
Well, but
Yeah.
but Mask of the Phantasm specifically though is wild because it like the Andrea timeline is it's weird because like watching it as an adult it like makes total sense. But like even Arthur, I remember being he looked. I don't know exactly what it was even looking back, but there's characters that look almost too similar. Like I think when I was a kid, I thought that Arthur was Joker, or
Well, he eventually became Joker.
Yeah, but
Arthur.
right.
Well, no, but isn't Napier in that movie?
Yes, he is.
Right. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, but it's just funny that there are so many kind of plot devices and character like the number of characters that have like kind of internal arcs is just it adds a level of complexity. Like as an adult, I watch it. I'm like, how did I even enjoy this as a kid? Man, I'm sorry, guys. It's like I'm like a podcaster, and every week I'm coming on here and like my audio is jacked. I'm like, well, I can either like hijack the vodka stream to figure it out because this is the only time anybody ever hears what it sounds like here, or like I can just roll with it. And usually I just roll with it because I'm already like,
Steven,
a
to
few
your
drinks
point
in.
though, it's kind of like the
But-
log line that Dave and I have for the Fanimated stream when we go, "This is a kids show."
Yeah.
No, see, and right there, yes, because like I forget what year this was, but like some years after, like later, like when you do the revisit of the show that you watched as a kid,
Yeah.
and you watch certain episodes, you're just like, I don't know if we should have been watching this.
Oh yeah,
It's
things.
really good, but wow.
Well, even the last episode that we watched with Bullet for Bullock, I mean, he like there's like a whole. I mean, the whole thing is emphasized on rent control. Did you know what rent control was when you were a kid?
No.
No. But that was the whole emphasis of that story because
Like
it was
the
his
thing
landlord.
is
Yeah,
his
his
landlord.
landlord wanted to fucking kill him.
or
Get
just
him
the
out of
whole
there.
the whole opening to Mask of the Phantasm, where he's like, I want a lot of money through the casino, 1.5 million a month for first, 3.2 or whatever. He's like naming these numbers, and it's like I had no idea what that was when I was a kid. And I'm an adult. I'm like, oh wow, there's like actually like full blown like crime schemes going on here. This isn't like we gotta rob the bank, guys.
Well, no, like okay, like the first Riddler episode. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich?
Yeah.
The whole thing with Mockridge.
Yeah.
Like
his contracts.
Like the when you're a kid, you just understand that he's a bad guy because he pissed off the Riddler.
Yeah.
But it's still like, okay, like he created the Riddler essentially. But then you get older and you're like, no, this dude's a scumbag. He's actually doing this. He's pocketing money. Like there's all kind of business shit these days. Like, wow, totally over your head. It's one of those shows that somehow, and I don't know how they found this balance, but like they made it entertaining enough for a kid to completely ignore all the shit that we're talking about and still enjoy it and have fun with it. But then as an adult, you can revisit it and be like, oh my God, this holds up.
No, I mean it's the Pixar thing too. It's like this is why we talk about watching it with our dads. I watched it with my dad, and he enjoyed it because he probably got the references I didn't get. Now when I rewatch it, I go, "Oh shit!" There's things that we were like, "What the fuck?" Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
He's watching it as an adult, going, "Damn, this is a real show."
Yeah,
this isn't just a kiddie cartoon.
No, right? It's a real show, and to Kevin's credit, he acted his ass off.
Of course,
every episode. 85 episodes of the original run, 5 appearances in Superman the Animated Series, and then 20 something episodes for season 3, the New Adventures. Right. And then going on to like Batman Beyond, Justice League Limited, like the entire freaking DCAU. Because like I said, also, you knew it was a DCAU show if Kevin Conroy showed up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, like he was the connecting tissue for sure.
He
definitely.
literally shows up in every DCAU series.
Sure.
I mean, even the weird ones, Static Shock, Zeta Project,
yeah.
He's there. For at least one episode, he's there.
And he's also kind of the origin of the Batman has a different voice than Bruce Wayne kind of idea. Which I found was really, really interesting watching. Is it because did you guys watch that clip earlier? I saw it going around on.
Yes,
no, we haven't seen that. But we haven't shown it on here yet.
Okay, you know what I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, though.
Oh, I know exactly what
I saw it earlier.
And after seeing that clip, then I was watching Mask of the Phantasm and realized, which I never noticed before, that in the flashback when he's in the like biker ski mask getup before he's like the proto Batman look, he has his normal Bruce Wayne voice still. And he's like, I need to strike fear into them, and it's not until he dons the cowl that he gets that Batman voice. And I was like, oh wow, that's such a cool. Like, I'm really glad that I saw that clip right before I watched that, because that was always my favorite part as a kid.
Yeah,
was the proto
we
Batman
talked about
part.
that when we talked about the movie. It was like the fact that like when he's just donning that and the leather and all that stuff, he's just like ski mask, and he's just like, all you guys, you're under arrest, and blah, blah, blah.
But they weren't afraid of me.
Yeah,
it's like
they were not afraid because it was just a fucking Looney Tune, like in like the ski mask.
Because he was like, hi.
Yeah,
right.
And he was
well,
making
great. And then that's when Alfred is like, they have the Batman is, what do they say? They're like he's belongs in a loony bin or whatever, and Alfred is like, I believe you're the very definition of sanity, sir. By the way, I've pressed your
put away your exploding gas balls.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
that movie, God rest the soul of Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Also, we talked about this. Has
the best Alfred moments.
The best Alfred one-liners. Because my other favorite one, of course, is the "I die. You think you know everything about me, don't you, Alfred? I diapered your bottom. I bloody well ought to, sir."
Yeah. That's one of those things where like Michael Caine really got that Alfred energy, I thought, in Batman Begins.
What is the point of all those push-ups if you can't even lift a bloody log? Yes.
Yes. And I love that because then
you can take the rolls out if you like. Just bring it back with a full tank.
Right. Yes.
Dude, I mean, I love Bale's response because I mean, like the house is burning and he gives him the shit and he's just like, shit, okay, I get it. All right, Alfred, I get what you're saying. But yeah, and then of course, it just keeps on going. I mean, that's the thing, is the Alfred and Bruce dynamic has always just been, but it's so apparent when it comes to this animated series with
my favorite shot, and people have posted this clip a bunch, but like when I rewatch this thing, which probably will be tonight at some point, the scene where he first puts on the cape and cowl, and you just, I mean, right. It's not even
because there's no voice. It's just it's an animated reaction shot of Alfred.
While the theme is going, while Shirley Walker's theme is playing, and it's just Alfred. Like you're left to guess like what in the hell, like how scary does he look that Alfred literally, like it wasn't just like it was fear. It was fear in Alfred's eyes. Like, he is turned into a monster right before my eyes. Like, what the hell? Like, that's why he says, "My God," as he walks past him, and it's just it's chilling. It's awesome.
Moment of silence.
Yes.
Jeez, I mean, my God. I mean, it's just I mean, that's the thing is like when you have those iconic moments like that, and that's why Mask of the Phantasm should always be on the top of people's lists when it comes to Batman movies. Again, like I'm with Scott. It's like, hey, we don't have to be like, oh yeah, it's animated, you can't count that. No, you can count that when it comes to it. I mean, I'm different. I'm still like a Dark Knight guy because that movie. But Mask of the Phantasm is just it might be second, it might be third. I don't know. Depends on how I feel. But it's in my top three because it's so
I was
fucking
thinking
cool.
about how amazing, and I know they ended up doing some more with Andrea later on, but it's kind of amazing how that stands as a pillar of original Batman content that was never really didn't really become anything else. I mean, it's like the Mask of the Phantasm, like so much of the like Harley Quinn, for example, came from the animated series and infiltrated all this other. It became this huge stuff. Like the animated series defined so much, yet Mask of the Phantasm exists as this Batman story that like has not been adapted into. I mean, I know there's like there were like continuation comics and stuff, but it hasn't gotten like reinterpreted as a comic or brought into live action even, or the Phantasm and all of that stuff is still like preserved as this like, oh, you know what, we kind of did a pretty good job there. Let's not let's not be too quick to like reapproach this story and this material. I think that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, that was actually part of when Tom King was bringing the Phantasm in for Batman Catwoman. I remember back before he got removed from the book and the Batman Catwoman thing became basically like an Elseworlds, an alternate timeline instead of being part of that Batman title. I remember the fact that, the big thing was Phantasm was going to become continuity. And now that didn't happen because they took Tom King off the book, but that was like people like us were going, holy shit, it's finally, like, to your point, Steve, it's like, holy shit, it's finally happening.
But
like they're finally going, like, they brought Montoya in, they brought Harley Quinn in, but you're right, Phantasm was this really cool, even though it was based on the Reaper from Batman Year 2, it was basically just, we kind of took the look and then completely created a different character.
Well, but even with that, there's almost a logical explanation because Andrea is adopting, like she could arguably even be inspired by that because the whole point is that she's trying to kind of pin this on a more mythical something else kind of disguise. But I think that it's like what they ended up doing with her though, even though like they bring it into canon in the comics and stuff, the very light peppering influence that it has on like what they did with Batman Beyond and bringing her in and it being like, oh no, she's been out there and is influential, but not a core of storytelling. It's like, that's so cool to me where they're like, oh no, by the way, she's influential and paying attention and around and pulling strings. Even though she hasn't been like a main character and like, and then the restraint to not then go do like tell all that story. Like it preserves, I don't know, it's preserved as such this like pillar of like iconic Batman stuff that has not been sullied.
Well, and it's reached a point of reverence that like when you hear actors reference it, it's like, okay, respect is earned. Like they when they do their homework on Batman and they mention Mask of the Phantasm, it's like, okay, we're good.
Didn't somebody mention that?
Pattinson did.
Pattinson did. All right. Yeah, that's right.
And like even people, a lot of people, not everybody obviously, but a lot of people who were on the fence about Pattinson, as soon as they heard him mention that, they went, "Oh, never mind, you're good." All right.
Yeah. Oh, you're watching that? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Good.
And I realized like I prop this all up, and then this is like heresy basically to say this, but there is so much there that is like Scott was saying, it's what 80 minutes long.
Yeah,
you could do a 2-hour version of that would not be a straight retread, but can still capture a lot of the nonlinear storytelling and you just kind of expand and flesh some of it out more. And like, man, that would be a kick-ass live action movie. But like, also
Fuck
that
yeah.
I also am like, you know what? Like, I'm scared to think about what that might be also.
Because again, going back to the whole 8 to 10 year thing. I mean, we still need to know what the details are, but like you do wonder if they go to the well and at some point when they get maybe part of the reason they haven't done it is because they've been that dysfunctional for the last
but like
10 to 20 years.
Oh man, and I hate talking about it because you got like people are like, oh, I'm tired of like how many Batman villains can you really bring? They just keep on recycling the same ones, and like Phantasm is one that like has audience recognition that you could bring into live action. And when you do that, it also the act of bringing in Phantasm also brings in a female love interest that's like. That it brings in many elements into the story that are additive for live action, that wouldn't be like it would be fresh for live action because it wouldn't be the Riddler, Two-Face, Joker that we've all
Catwoman
we've all seen,
right?
Oh man,
no, you know what, dude, and quite honestly, Steven, it could be as simple as the execs are old and grew up with 66, and so that's why they just keep recycling the same villains. So it might take one of them to be like, "Hey, I grew up with Mask of the Phantasm.
Well,
let's try this."
Batman has like the most iconic or one of the most iconic rogues gallery, but it's not. They're not all cinematic.
No,
like depending on the interpretation. I mean, you can't Mad Hatter, Clayface,
Condiment King.
Condiment King, yeah. You got
Mad Hatter,
Condiment King, whatever. Yeah,
I still feel
think
like
James Gunn will bring him in.
I still feel like the best Mad Hatter was Gotham.
You think so?
Gotham made him creepy.
Gotham made
him really creepy.
SOB in that show. That's arguably the best season of the show. The third season is arguably the best season of the show, but it's like
it's such a high bar, though.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I still like that show for what it is, but point taken.
Yeah. No, I can't not take a shot at Gotham. I realize people like it, so I'm joshing. But I hear what you're saying in terms of them not all being cinematic. It depends on the interpretation, right? Like just like how people are because when they look at it,
they
look at we want something from the comics that people recognize, but we want something that works in live action, and that draws it down to this pretty narrow strip of like all the ones they've done already, except for Phantasm is one that like would translate really well. Also genre wise, like think about like the horror movie-esque stuff.
Phantasm would work in Reeves' universe. Phantasm would work in Reeves' universe.
The theremin playing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
maybe we can understand how the frickin' fog works. Because I still want to know how that frickin' fog works.
No,
yeah, I know. We talked about that. Like we had a 2 hour and 15-minute stream about Phantasm. We're like, how is she able to pull off the whole fog thing and all that? Yeah, it's never explained. But at the same time, when it came to, obviously standards and practices, when it came to the show, that was all thrown out when it came to the movie because there was blood, there was death. The guys were getting killed. And that was one of the things that we
gruesomely, by the way.
We kept on emphasizing, oh my God, you watch this movie. They're getting killed. Crazy.
Well, I was always, what's the name of the old dude who like Joker takes his corpse and like Salvatore Valestra?
Yeah.
Salvatore,
and Joker takes like literally that's a corpse that is puppeted into
exactly.
Like that's fucked. Like that would be like R-rated in live action. That would be like this. Like the MPAA would be like, I don't know about that. But like in animation, I guess you could just take a dead body and like do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fucked. It's so because like the Phantasm walks up and like turns it around, Salvador, and then all of a sudden you just see and it's like that's a dead body. we saw a dead body in animation.
Lots of smoking in that movie, also. Lots
Oh,
of
yeah. Oh, because Sal's got he's got an oxygen mask.
But not
because
just
he's got
him,
lung
not just
cancer.
him, but Bronski's got just smoking a
cigar.
cigar. All the henchmen are lighting cigarettes all the time. I mean, he flicks the cigarette.
Flicks a cigarette at Bruce. Yeah.
Oh,
man.
That's
remember
the
when
movie where
Bruce
Tim and
Bronski
Deanie were
gets
like
crushed by the
Well,
stone angel.
That's what I was gonna say, but I got sidetracked. Is like that is. It's not even that brutal of a shot, but it's brutal. The implication is so like.
Well, when you see the two goons go walk up, they go, oh my god, it's like that movie. I mean, that's the thing. Is like when it came to Master of the Phantasm, it was just like, hey, this is everything that. I mean, obviously, when you're kids, and of course, standards and practices, which I've finally learned, is the fact that it's like, yeah, you can't show that during a kid's show, but in a movie that you can have a PG rating, you can. Hey, you can actually show death, not kind of death, but you can you can use, that's what's so great about it.
See, and yet even with that, because you're all just reminding me how much of this movie I don't remember, and I totally need to rewatch this immediately.
Yes,
but even with all of that, what they did do in the show is still some of it, a lot of it is still well, damn.
Yeah.
And it's even so that's the age-old question, what's worse, seeing it or it being left up to your imagination as to how horrifying it is, or what it potentially could be, right? The Heart of Steel.
Oh,
the Heart of Steel 2-parter, which is the whole concept of that entire story is just it's body snatchers, but it's an AI instead of aliens, essentially.
Yeah.
But then you get into the history, you get into the whole history of why, why Rossum even created that in the first place, and it's oh wow, that's a tragic story, but you went too far. You went really, really too far. And it's throughout the course of 2 episodes, is how many, when they get to when they find everybody and they're in those those water bags, hibernating.
It's basically a back to tank,
Yeah.
They got the oxygen masks on.
Right. And they're in stasis, and it's oh my God.
I always got and this is why I think the Clayface, the notion of a Black Label Clayface movie is so enticing. That Clayface episode always borderline gave me nightmares, specifically because of the drowning, or the when they I think they did a shadow on the wall, right? Don't you see a shadow?
Yes, and you see and you hear the glunk, 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 glunk.
Yeah, and it's that type of stuff that's yeah.
Okay. So as a kid, Feet of Clay, right. This is what I'm kind of getting at. There's imagery in there that is nightmare fuel.
Horrifying.
Feet of Clay is a perfect example, because first of all, go back and watch the scene where they're dousing him with the Renew You, and listen to how blood curdling that fucking music is.
Yeah,
it's a horrifying scene. And then as a kid, you're they throw him in the car, and you're okay, well, what happened? And then he turns into that. So as a kid, your imagination is is that what happens if I put on too much lotion or cream or whatever? Can I turn it? Can I turn into a monster? But they weren't.
Well, and also I was a kid with I had big psoriasis patches on my knees, and had to put this cream on it as 6, 7, 8 years old. And so watching that and being that's kind of
that's kind of
what?
Am I gonna turn into a monster?
Right.
Yeah.
And Clayface looks terrifying.
Yes.
And damn you, Ron Perlman.
And not only looks terrifying, but the premise as a kid of it's the Terminator 2 thing of the people who you feel comfortable and safe around might not actually be comfortable and safe is terrifying.
Especially the way that episode ends, where it's the woman standing there and she starts laughing, and
Yes,
then
with
she
the
gets
yellow
that
eyes. Right.
Oh, dude, that's Thriller. That's like fucking Thriller right there
Yeah.
for me.
No, that
Oh,
is
Thriller scared the shit out of me. Like,
that is not a happy ending. That is
No.
not. I mean, that is a scary ass ending.
And that was the thing the show was not afraid of. The show was not afraid of creepy ass endings or sad endings. I still remember getting to the end of Mask of the Phantasm. And, you know, Bruce and Alfred have that scene in the Batcave. Bruce runs up and finds the locket with the picture. And then the images that, I mean, it was even what Paul Dini posted today as his post for Kevin, which was an image of Batman looking up in the sky at the bat signal, because that's how the movie ends. Because, you know, you get the choir kicks in and it does the great pan up to, you know, the top of the building, and Batman's just standing there and the bat signal comes on. And then, you know, he just throws the cape aside, grabs that grappling gun and swings into the camera. And my dad just turned to me and went, "That's kind of a depressing ending." And I went, "I know, isn't it great?"
It was depressing because he was sad. I mean, he was like looking down and then he looks up to the bat, you know, to the bat signal. And he's just like, all right, back to work. Job. Back to work. Back to the way it was.
What's the episode? What's the one where Ivy had that clinic and she turned everybody into trees?
Oh, Fountain of Youth. Whatever.
No. It was
I
Cowboy
forgot what
Bebop?
it's called. What?
What are we talking about?
The episode where Alfred goes to the clinic. Where
Oh, you're talking about. I thought you were saying it was like an episode. I was reminding me of that episode of Cowboy Bebop, but you were talking about. I thought you were comparing it to another show. You were talking about an episode in.
No, there's an episode of Batman the animated series where Alfred
right.
goes to the poison ivy. What was it called?
Yeah.
I can't remember. It's called something Youth, right?
It was Youth. It was something. Let me see, because her first episode was Pretty Poison, and then it was Eternal Youth.
Eternal Youth. I knew it had
Eternal Youth.
Well, because I'm just thinking youth in it. Because I'm just thinking of creepy imagery again. There is a point where Batman shows up and Alfred is a fucking tree.
Yeah.
A tree.
She
with a horrified look on his
people to
face.
trees, and yes, it does. And you actually see it happen too. It's like,
yeah,
right.
It's
frightening. Oh yeah, there's many things that throughout the whole series that has some frightening imagery. I mean, they started off with Man Bat, for fuck's sake.
That's right.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Not only did they
Jesus
started off with Man Bat and then went back to it later.
Yeah,
like
but I mean that scene where he goes like, "Oh yeah, and it's in me, and he starts turning. That's fucking creepy. It's like, wow, that was your first episode to lead in this, and thankfully they did, because apparently that was a good thing, because it just fucking set this whole thing off.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, even Two-Face.
Yeah,
and I mean, like, from because first there's how creepy the big bad Harv speaking, and just like that, and fucking Bull from Night Court, Richard Mall. It's like, damn, his voice was so crazy. And then
look at the end of that the first part, and
Yes,
I mean,
that's
like when he just like comes out and what's her name like is showing
Grace.
up, and then
Grace.
Grace, and it's
Grace.
thunder lightning, and he's just like, and then it's just like thunder lightning, and he looks, and you see the two faces, and then it's just that's it, and she passes out, and then all of a sudden he just like disappears. Such like that's probably one of the best endings of a two-parter, just that whole scene right there. I mean,
and then on top of that, it's like, okay, so that's the end of that two-parter, right? So how do they start the second part?
Yeah.
Bruce is having a nightmare where he's like, "You could have saved me, but you didn't. Now look at me."
Yeah.
What? Like, that's how you're starting the second part?
What is the episode? I think it's a two-parter. The cape and The Cape and the Cowl.
The Cape and Cowl conspiracy.
That's one episode, but yeah,
That's one
Hosea
episode.
Wormwood.
Is that
Yeah.
the one where he surrenders the cape and the cowl?
Yes.
And then he's got the do-rag with the
And what's his name? The dude is like, he's all right, keep your little secret identity.
That was always one of my favorites as a kid, just because it was this realization of like, as a kid you're so attached to the like, that's when what you think like, oh, is the suit what makes him Batman? Like, it's hard to, the idea of the dual identity isn't, and so it was such a mind-blowing thing as like a 7-year-old or whatever when I saw that he surrenders it, and you're like, oh no, Batman is something that he is, even if he's not.
Yeah.
Like, even when he and that was a whole lesson that even the villain was learning in that episode, which is so cool to make that like not just subtext, but like that is the episode's plot is like, oh no, the cape and the cowl don't make him Batman.
Right. Well, and then they also did that with Batman Beyond when there's like the tech villain that a virus infects the suit, and Terry has to save the day not wearing the bat suit because the virus has taken the suit over, and it's about Terry learning that lesson that he's the Batman. It's not the suit that makes him Batman.
Right. No, for me, Stephen, I just was impressed that he had a plan B for if he ever lost the cowl.
Because I think that was the because the notion of like, oh wait, that's just always.
Well,
he just rolls up to every situation with a backup.
Well, no, but you got to remember he orchestrated. Remember the twist at the end is that he orchestrates the whole thing.
Well, that's the thing you come to realize is that he planned this whole thing all along, but still at the time you're like, he was prepared. He had a plan B. He had enough prep time. He had a plan
like
B.
I said, Batman's always like 17 steps ahead of everybody. So
Right. So that was. I remember, well, because that's what you're afraid of. You're like, oh no, his identity his cover's blown. Nope, he's got it covered.
That's what was funny about that episode. Is like, what was that character's name again, Scott? Like that
Wormwood,
Hosea Wormwood.
Yeah, and like it was almost like he was like, let me see. Oh, he has a second mask, and he's all right. Keep your little secret identity because the whole thing was the cape and the cowl. And then, of course, that fucked him at the end because it was Bruce that was fucking him over.
He always seemed like almost like a lower budget Riddler because he had those phrases that he would use, and the traps. It's like, okay,
he also looked like Edward. Also.
He did.
He did look like Edward.
He was the same. I don't think his hair was red, but it was like brown. I think, and like he had the same build. Yes, totally, for sure. They
kind of used like a similar template to his face too. It was like, because I remember like I just remember thinking like, wait, is that? No, it's not. No, it's not Edward, but it kind of looks like him. But it's like
he looks like the dude from Roger Rabbit.
Which one?
Which dude?
The villain. He's got the tall head with the bug.
Oh, you're talking about Christopher Lloyd?
Oh, Judge Doom.
Well, he looked like the animated, like he looks when he becomes animated or
partially animated. Yeah.
When I look like this.
Yeah.
I have to look this up.
Well, I don't mean he looks. I don't know. It's probably I'm just saying it's the head and the head shape and the bulging.
I was gonna say I know what you're talking about. It like okay, like the shot you're looking at. Yeah, I see the bug eyes and his nose is it, but it's right next to it. There's another shot where it's like, okay, you just copied the Riddler. You just copied the Riddler design.
They did
because his eyes are like his eyes aren't bug eyed. He's like got a frown. And it's I could see both of them with that.
Yeah.
But
well, and the way that it's a what do you call it? It's an exaggerated it's
a caricature.
There you go. That's the word. Good
That's
one.
What he was.
Good job.
No,
but you would know that word.
But honestly, like some of the best episodes of that show.
Oh, come on. I need a quarter for that. Come on.
Yeah, Venmo him a quarter.
But some of the best episodes of that show were the ones that didn't use the classic villains, the ones that used like kind of the one-off villains like Wormwood.
Yeah.
who was just an asshole interrogator that used death traps to get information out of you, right? Or like, or the baby doll episode. I love the baby. I love the ending of the baby doll episode.
Yeah, we haven't talked. We hadn't talked about that one yet because that's.
Oh man, we're ready to get emotionally destroyed by that one.
That it is one of the most like heart-wrenching endings to an episode where it's
when
like
she looks
you
at
know
herself in the mirror and she yeah. It's like one of those things where it's like that hits close to home for everybody.
Well, and the show is even good at doing that. Like it would scare the shit out of you with certain episodes, like we were talking about earlier. But then it'd give you like Heart of Ice, and you're like, oh my god, I feel bad for Mr. Freeze.
Well,
no, that's the thing. It would that was the thing, is that even like we just did Sideshow, and you kind of like in the middle of the episode,
felt for Crocodile.
You felt for Croc. You
Yeah.
felt a little bit for Croc
Crocodile.
until he decided to screw over the circus performers. But you're like,
yeah, but at the same time, he has a line at the very end where like, because he finds this like secluded place where these other freak shows are at, and he's like, you know what, maybe I could live here, and he helps them. And then all of a sudden, like when it came to like, oh yeah, we have $50,000 left over, oh, I'm gonna go find it, because the criminal mind came into play, and then the whole thing plays out. And then of course Batman saves the day and he gets arrested, and then like the flipper boy, Seal boy goes like, why would you do that, Croc? And he goes, hey, you said everybody can be who they are here. I guess I was doing, he's basically saying like, I was being me. I'm a criminal, kind of thing. And you kind of go, fuck, man. Yeah. There it is.
Well, even I was talking earlier, like, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Like, you're not rooting for Mockridge. At least I wasn't. Like, I'm looking at that and I'm like, okay, I know Batman and Robin have to save you, but you asked for this.
Yeah.
You kind of deserve what you're getting.
Well, but remember how fucked he is at the end, because
I
he's
know,
like paranoid as shit.
He has a fucking 12 gauge under his bed.
Yeah.
He's so afraid, right? Yeah.
Scared. That's what's
like,
so great.
How much is a good night's sleep worth? Now there's a riddle for you.
Yes.
No, that's
it's like Batman saved the day, but at the same time, the dick got his, even though he's got saved, kind of
totally.
Thing, it's like he's still like he's gonna be living with that paranoia.
Yeah, so it's almost like Batman is saying, "I did my job, but that's not maybe that's really not what you wanted."
Fuck that guy. That's what he's saying. He's like, "Hey, I saved you from death. That's what my job was, but fuck you. I get what. Yeah, fuck you. Totally. And I'm glad that you're sleeping with a fucking shotgun under your.
Well, right. Well, because even like when you see the flashback, like early, like he is legitimately like, you get why. I mean, Nigma obviously goes too far, but you totally understand the motivation of why
we've had those bosses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you would, there's that dark part of you that if you could go Riddler on that boss, you would totally fucking do it. You would absolutely do it. So, and I think even like even Batman and Robin understand that in the episode. They're just like, okay, he's crazy. We have to deal with him, but we're not doing this out of nobility. We're doing this because we just don't want, it's our obligation to save your life. But we totally relate to, and even from Bruce's perspective, because he was happy about the jobs that Mockridge's company was bringing, but he wasn't happy about the money that he was pocketing off of it.
Yeah,
right. So that's where the fuck you was coming into play, where it's just like, I'm doing this so that it benefits the city, but you can go to hell. Totally. So
you know what's crazy also is the number of iconic, like, straight up monologues that Conroy, like there's obviously the quotables, but the one, and going back to Phantasm, the one that's always stuck in my head, and ironically is it also calls out that that tweet that goes around every 2 days, it feels like, with like, Batman could just spend money to
Jesus.
Oh yeah, I can give more money to the cops.
I can give money to the city, but that's where he says but let someone else take the risk. But it's different now. He's like, what does he say?
I need it to be different now. I know I promised, but I didn't plan on being happy. I need
Yeah.
to know that it's okay. I need you to tell me that it's okay. And then Andrea's right there behind him. Maybe they already have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they sent me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I really
and-
can't quote that entire fucking scene. I
Well,
really
because
can't.
but it's not
you
only
send me
perfect
that?
because it hits on that like it like destroys that tweet, but also at the same time acknowledging like, oh yeah, no, he's having a full blown like argument with his dead parents about the burden of a insane commitment that he made. So like
When he was 8 years old.
yeah, so it's juggling that on both. It's like playing it both ways too, where it's like, oh yeah, no, yeah, that's totally a thing he could do, but he's crazy. But also it's emotional, but it's real too. But also,
But
like-
Andrea then calls him out and then goes, "Are you still taking orders from your father?"
Yeah.
As far as I can see, the only one controlled by his parents in this room is you.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Oh, stone cold, Andrea."
Okay, I'm not going to bed after we're done. I'm going to watch the fucking movie. Seriously.
Wait, you've seen it, right?
I've seen it, but it's been a long time,
Okay.
and everything. So
like-
much of what you're saying, I don't remember.
Oh man, yeah, it's so
This
good.
is going to be a reconnection.
Yeah.
Wait, is
Um,
it okay? So one of the scenes in there is this one right here, which is so.
Oh, HBO Max took like no time to put up a remembering.
I'm
Kevin
sure.
Conroy. Oh no,
remembering Kevin Conroy
God.
section.
This
Really?
is it.
Okay.
Yes.
This is it right here, right?
I don't want to let you down, honestly. It just doesn't hurt so bad anymore. You can understand that, can't you? Look, I can give money to the city. They can hire more cops. Let someone else take the risk. And it's different now.
Oh God.
Oh.
Please. I need it to be different now. I know I made a promise, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't count on being happy.
Count on being happy.
Please. Tell me that it's okay.
God.
Batman
See,
Mask
see,
of the
oh,
Phantasm is a
see-
2-hour tracking shot of DC characters crying in the rain.
Oh, you better believe it.
See, and again, like, okay, that is not for children. The kid is not going to understand that at all, right? Like, and as an adult, you can read that, and we're looking at it now, like as adults, and we're like, "Oh my God, this is incredible." As a kid, did you have any idea what he was talking about?
By
Did you
the
get
time
it?
I saw it, because by the time I saw it, I was like 12, 13, and I was like,
But
I
did you
got
really?
this.
But did you really get that he's nuts?
Yeah,
Like the whole.
No,
"Ah,"
I
right?
got it, but not on the
to the
same
level.
level. Like you
Yeah.
want, like there's a level as a kid where you're like, oh yeah, he's a superhero because he promised his parents, and like there's an innocent reading of it that still works and still makes sense. But then there's the adult where you're like, oh yeah, like let's talk about Batman's psychological issues. He's a traumatized child who made a ridiculous promise to his parents and doesn't know how to like reconcile.
Get out
that.
of it.
Yeah.
I mean, like the scene that we just watched, like that scene, like I could see
that is some of Conroy's best acting.
and knowing that Pattinson has watched and referenced that movie, it's something I could see him doing in live action.
Yeah.
With his version of the character.
Well, I
can
think
absolutely see that.
I think
happening.
doing so many incorporated that with some of his like performance within the movies. Like when you see him in the Batcave and Alfred like comes down, and he's just like the way that he is. I mean, he's still got the eye makeup on. He's fucking filthy. He's just like, and he's just the way that he is right there. You go, this guy is fucked.
He was listening to Nirvana himself.
Yes,
in the Batcave,
and I love that. And I love that aspect that Reeves put in there. I'm like, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna incorporate that song that I use for the trailer.
Conroy's line reading is because there's not only is it a monologue, but he's pleading, he's like so many things in animation that just don't work. And then on top of that, it's Batman or Bruce Wayne. But like, so there's so many levels of like needing to kind of thread the needle on performance there
that he pulls off the crying, the pleading, the talking, the monologuing, talking to dead parents, in the rain, like, and so the fact that like that he pulls that off is like really, that scene shouldn't work, not because it's a bad scene, it's written well and everything, but like that's not a. And I don't know if that would work in live action either, though, because like you're not going to have someone monologuing in live action like that and have it make sense. You have to give them like nobody talks to themselves like that in real life. So that's a comic book panel or an animation thing.
See that I don't know about. I feel like we could see a cemetery because again, it's also in how it's shot. Because like even in that scene, it doesn't, the shot isn't totally on him. It goes to the gravesite, it goes to the rain, it changes angles, it goes from a wide to a medium and then a tight shot. Like the anatomy of the edit is what can construct that and not make it so much of a heavy-handed piece.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's going to be a totally different. It's going to be it's going to be less conversational, though. I think you're not going to pull it off with him openly talking as much. It's going to be more of a muttering, growing into yelling.
No, that's true. It'll be a lot more emotive. Like, you're right. Yeah.
Like starts off whispering under his breath or something. I don't know. There's a way to do it, but it's just the fact that is a series of lines that he reads in that way that like not only works but like is probably the greatest monologue that I can think of off the top of my head that he delivers is
and that would have been a case where, Scott, like you were saying, like he would have read those lines before they animated that.
Yeah.
Right. Which means that it's like that's all him, because they heard his inflections, they heard how he did it, and that was how they interpreted how he sounded.
Yes,
which goes into why it works, because it's like
they would have
came out of him.
They would have storyboarded that and then animated it based on the recording session of those lines.
And as Dice says in the chat, Batman v Superman, let's talk about Bruce Wayne's psychological trauma. We've referenced, especially in a few specific minutes, I think I even referenced that scene specifically a few times in BVS by the minute drink, because that's the beautiful lie, right? I mean, that's exactly what that's hitting on, is the lie that this would fix everything. Right. And that is the lie of Batman, of Bruce Wayne. And he's trying, that's what he's telling his parents right there in that scene, that he's trying to get out of this Faustian bargain that he made with his parents, basically, which maybe that's not the right, he made with his parents is the wrong term with Faustian. But the point is, it's a blood debt basically that he made. That the end conclusion of that is where he ends up in BVS, in this, like, if I just keep on picking the scab, eventually it'll heal. Like, no, that's not how that works, actually.
Yeah. God, can you imagine that live action? I'm just kind of wondering, like, I was just seeing like if you had Ben Affleck in that scene, if they don't do the whole thing where he actually says what the lines are in that scene, but he does that whole thing where he just drops down to his knees in the rain, and he's just like holding on to the tombstone. Like, would that emphasize enough? I mean,
I think like the Snyder version of that scene would be mostly silent, but then you'd get a
slow motion,
like there would be an emoting, and then it would culminate with like enough or something like that, of like,
or just like a kind of thing or something. Yeah.
But like but I don't think it would be a full blown conversation. But once again, as Dice says, it's he says in the chat, it's Shakespearean.
And it is Shakespearean.
It's exactly.
It is.
Like,
it is very, Shakespearean.
Which is also
Hamlet.
Once again, well, because Conroy played Hamlet and Conroy did Shakespeare, so he can deliver that. He can deliver what should be melodramatic.
I think that's the genius of the animated series, and what it did is, it's not like we're talking about how it's brilliant that this works, but I think that's a really good point about why it works, is because they said, let's commit to the noir tone. It's Shakespearean noir, and they went for that tone, and they stuck to that tone, and as a result, it redefined like what Batman is it is both of those things, and it is a crazy juxtaposition. But like it when Batman embraces those two that kind of crazy duality, that's what makes it kind of work.
Yeah,
in my mind.
well, and you're absolutely right in terms of their consistency. I mean, especially through I'm partial to those original 85 episodes myself because that was before the look changed, before Superman ruined everything. Whatever. That's how I felt back. That's how I felt back then. Back then, that's why I didn't go further because I blamed Superman for screwing up my Batman show. But at any rate, like the original 85 episodes, like you're right, or that like there's no shift like from episode 1 to 85 in terms of how they frame everything, in terms of how they tell their stories, in terms of that noir angle. With every story, with every character that they deal with, they remained consistent. There was never any need. I mean, even an episode like The Mechanic.
No,
even that episode is still like, I mean, as ripped off from Batman Returns as it might be, or maybe vice versa. I don't know.
No. It was ripped off. No, Mechanic ripped off the plot from Batman Returns. That is most definitely.
But somehow they did it better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
when it comes to that, yes, totally. When it comes to like the Batmobile part of Batman Returns, we're all going like, how is this? What? Yeah.
Where they get the blueprints?
Exactly.
How they cracked it? Yeah,
but
we don't need to.
It's one of those things though where, because you see this often where like, in order for this to end up on screen that way, there is a collaboration needed and an understanding on multiple levels of what it is. Because I think that a lot of stuff that you see that ends up not working is because someone in the chain of production is like imagine if they wrote that scene and storyboarded that scene and everything and gave it to Conroy and he didn't give it the Shakespearean treatment with or not. I know we're not hyper fixated on that scene, but any scene and you give it more of a realistic kind of line reading or something like that, and all of a sudden the whole illusion kind of shatters once all creative aspects aren't full-blown noir Shakespeare. And maybe that's why Superman, I don't want ruined or changed, is because once you introduce a different tone, now you got to juggle tones, which means you're making compromises.
I'm not saying I feel that way now. It's just that back then when I was younger, that was what took me out of the show. That's why I didn't go any forward.
Well, right, but regardless
of
the success, that's exactly what's happening though. Is that commitment to like, because you can't do Shakespearean noir Superman, right? And so once this universe grows beyond that, now you got to make decisions. Okay, when is it Shakespearean noir and when is it whatever?
Because by the time you get to Justice League, that's out the window.
Because
you can't do that when you're with freaking Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Hawk Girl.
Well, yeah, and part of those decisions also involve the design changes. Not just to his suit, but to the car. That's really what pissed me off. They changed the car. I was not happy that they changed the car.
I gotta find that picture. I've got that Batmobile that had the plane that popped out the back and the wings folded down and the wing and the wheel spikes came out.
I have gone on record as saying the animated series Batmobile is my favorite Batmobile of all time, and when they changed it, I said, "Fuck you! I don't change my car." Damn it!
The noir Batmobile. I showed this in this book, and you guys can get it, of course. But yeah, there's some I can't even find it right now. I'm not even going to look for it. But yeah, this book is awesome. Just has all this good stuff in it.
Oh, that is.
But it has, but it actually shows the look at that. There's Val Kilmer's Batmobile right there.
Okay, but you're saying is the animated series
is in there? Series is in there. They
call it in there, and they call it the noir
Batmobile.
I love it. I love that. When it said that, I was like, "Oh my god!" They call it the noir Batmobile.
Steven, another one of those episodes that does that Shakespearean noir.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
I love that Batmobile so fucking much.
Oh, it's
I
so
love
good.
that
so good.
Batmobile. Oh my
Another
god.
one of those episodes, Steven, that does that whole Shakespearean noir thing you were talking about, and Conroy just sells it, is the episode "I Am the Night." The one where Gordon's like on his.
Well, is that the one with the monologue?
I
The
think
inside.
so. Yeah.
They show the inside. They do the detail of like what's going on with
Nice.
Batmobile.
Okay, what book is this, and why don't I have
It's
it?
called the Batmobile Manual.
The Batmobile man. Wait,
I
didn't you
have
post
the
about
link
that?
down below.
What do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, I think well, maybe I don't. I don't know, but I posted it on Twitter. But yeah, it's this right here. It's like $30. It's not even that simple.
Where the hell
So
did
good.
they find that shit now? Why
They
do I
have
not
they have every vehicle that Batman has driven from fucking 1930s to Battinson's Batmobile. So just saying.
I was just about to ask if it was updated. The answer is
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
All right, cool.
Batman, yeah, you got Battinson's Batmobile right there on the cover, right over there. So yeah,
fantastic.
Really, yeah, this is a great little book right here. Not even a little book; it's like a fucking yearbook right there. Look at this. Look at how thick that is. Shit.
Oh no, hardcover. Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh yeah, it's great stuff.
Definitely.
But yeah,
But
breaks
yeah,
it all
Steven,
down.
because I Am the Nice, the episodes, it's got like the monologue, but it's got like 2 or 3. Because when we talked about the episode, it's like, I've done more for the tourist trade than I have for the city. You know, it's like it is existential crisis, Batman.
I'm trying to think of where of some, for some reason when you were bringing up the Shakespeare stuff, I thought of His Silicon Soul.
Oh yes,
because the whole just because you want to talk about existential crisis, and quite honestly, I really like the extrapolation, the concept of that one, the idea of the concept of why he even exists, but also the fact that like Hardak made him too perfect, like he got it too close to what
I've taken a life.
Yeah,
I mean he gets. That's like as much as like to be or not to, like when the android loses its shit at the end of that episode.
Yes, exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, he
Right,
starts going great. Yeah.
Oh, that whole
even
ending-
Batman says maybe too perfect. You know, he even said that. Didn't he say that? He said,
he was like, could it be it had a soul, Alfred?
Yeah,
a soul of silicon, but a soul nonetheless.
Yeah,
and he's just like all like crumpled like this against the Batmobile.
Well, it's like you feel bad for the damn robot, right? Like, which is such a. I remember it was such a weird juxtaposition because like Heart of Steel happened, and then you get to this. Then there's a Batman robot sequel, which by the way had a creepy title card. We haven't even talked about the creepy ass title cards. Title cards. Oh my god. Right, exactly. But like you felt bad for the robot. You felt bad for the android because he legitimately felt so much pain for that like, oh, that's cool.
Streams you. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you,
RJ. Appreciate that. Yeah.
No, but that is a good question to ask both of you guys. Like how tough is that going to be now? Like going forward for the rest of the show?
It's going to be rough. It's going to be a little rough to think like, watching these episodes now that he's not around. And it's like,
it's getting a little creepy to see how it's like we're talking about more people in the shows who aren't around anymore than are around.
Yeah.
I've had like, it's one of those things when you get older that it's an unfortunate realization that you have. Like I went through this because one of my favorite sitcoms of all times is the Mary Tyler Moore Show, and Betty White was the last one. That whole cast is gone. All of them, every last one of them, and that. So now when I watch that show, that sucks. There's a part of it. It's just like, oh.
Well, and just over the course of us doing this, we've lost Ed Asner, and he was Roland Daggett. And then we lost David Warner right before we talked about Ra's al Ghul. And, before we even started, we'd already lost Michael Ansara and Bob Hastings and Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. It's just kind of like,
yeah,
damn.
It is crazy to think about, But now we lost,
Kevin.
We lost Kevin. We lost Batman. It's just fucking, it's hard to believe. It's just a weird thing to think about. Like, you don't want to believe it. Like you said, when you said, Scott, like, I'm waiting for the official like word, like from trades and stuff. It's like, yeah, I felt it. I was like, yeah, I was like already going, all right, I think it's everywhere. It seems like it's true. But at the same time, I was like, I hope this is not
No,
true.
it's like how, you know, in many ways similar. Like, I remember when Prince died 6 years ago.
Yeah,
The
I remember
first ones to report it was TMZ, and we spent hours praying that it was false because nobody else reported it. And then, like 3 or 4 hours later, it started to trickle through all the other news outlets. It's like, fuck,
yeah,
it's true. And it's the same thing. It's just like you hear that first report and you're like, please be a dumbass scooper. Please be a lie. Please not be true. And then you just have to come to the unfortunate reality.
When I get the freaking press release emailed directly to me from Warner Brothers, and I'm like, and
Well,
I love how Steven was like, "Do you have a link to that?" It's like, it's called my email. Sorry, I don't have a link.
No, Scott, I kid you not. I got in the car, like I got out of the movie theater, like I walked, went to the bathroom, I get in my car, right, and I pull up the phone, and I saw 20 badge of 20 missed messages. Like, okay, what the fuck happened? And then I just went through the whole thread, and when I got to that point and I read the press release, I'm like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things. I was working over there on, my other workstation. I stand when I work and I go back and forth between here and there. And then when I just happen to just go over here, and then I just refreshed my Twitter timeline and I saw that, I literally just backed up and went, no. And I was just like, no. And then I started looking, and then just typed in his name and saw, and I was like, shit, you gotta be goddamn kidding me. No.
It's one of those things where the stuff always goes around at different speeds, but it's one of those things where for an hour or two, it was just going around on Twitter as I think it was being cited as fans of the show or people close to the show or whatever, but there was no proper attribution. And then Peter Mayhew.
Yeah, that's the first one I saw.
But but Peter Mayhew doesn't have that's run by his Peter Mayhew's dead, and the account's run by his wife.
I know.
And there's no connection to, and so I was, and then even Mayhew said according to the same thing everyone else was sourcing, and I was like, this is exactly how. And then I think Scott found the Poison
Diane
Ivy.
Pershing,
and so at that point I was like, okay, she would know. And then the press release came out. But yeah, there was a while there where I was like, this is spreading exactly the way uncorroborated death reports.
Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Right. Yeah, and so it's like the you don't think it's false hope at the time, but it is, and you're just hoping that it is unsubstantiated, and you're waiting for him to post a video I'm all right, that type of deal, and then it
God damn it, I would have loved that too. Hey guys, in that voice, god damn it. Yeah, it's sad, and you know what? We could probably wrap this stream up right here. Holy crap! Look at that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it down.
No, I mean that's what this whole.
No, it's what it is.
This is what this whole stream was about. It was about celebrating the man and celebrating 30 years of the guy being Batman.
Yeah, and that's right there, celebrating. Because as awesome as it would be to still have him here, he gave us an absolutely indelible legacy for the character, and literally that character that is over 80 years old will never be the same because of him. He changed so much about how we perceive that character. I mean, even look at the discussions we've been having tonight about the psychology of the character and about the Shakespearean aspect of what he delivered to it. He changed so much about how we look at Batman. Like, you know, they didn't look, the Super Friends era never looked at it that way. You know, the 66 era never looked at it that way. Like, even the Tim Burton Schumacher movies never looked at him quite that way. And this show and what he brought to this show just changed the entire course of how he's perceived as a character. And I don't think it's any coincidence, guys, that after Conroy does this, that's when you start seeing, you know, the Dark Knight trilogy. That's when you start seeing what Batfleck does. That's what you're seeing now with what Pattinson does. They're taking their cues from him, from that show, from what they did there, right? Because you know, and I know, you know, people are going to be like, well, no, the Schumacher movies came out like in 95 and 97. Yeah, well, after Batman and Robin screwed the pooch, they stopped for 8 years. And then when they came back, what'd they do? Something closer to this show, something closer to what Conroy did.
Well, the people making
yes, and once again, it's free to read. DC
Yes.
made this free to read.
free
Check
to read
this out.
that.
I've
Yeah.
got it posted on my Twitter account. Dave's got it posted too. If you need the link, but go check out that story.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Steven?
What are you gonna say,
Well,
Steven?
As I said, the people making these creative decisions, even when like the generation of filmmakers are people who were raised on this version of Batman, the people greenlighting it and producing it aren't always cut from that same cloth. And that's why a lot of this stuff takes a while. Because even the Nolan stuff, I would say, didn't take inspiration from this. Or not that it didn't take inspiration, but like Nolan was not like Nolan's pitch was very much a grounded approach, and then I think it influenced like Zach's stuff had a lot of this tone in it. But
I don't necessarily mean like the movies themselves, other than Batman and Robin, which totally lifted Heart of Ice, but like I mean the psychology of the character itself, like how the character is being played.
Right.
You know, with respect to, because I mean, I love Keaton, but he didn't go quite in this direction for what he did. He could have. I mean, he kind of grazed it a little bit here and there, but that wasn't something they were ever really looking at with the character then. I feel like this started the idea of looking at the psychology of the character itself. In whichever universe, like in whatever type of reality, that whether it was grounded with Nolan or whether it's a more fantastical one with anything else, to be honest with you.
True that.
But yeah. No, the Batman legacy owes a great deal to Kevin Conroy. There's no question about that.
Huge. I mean, the writing was there, but he had to perform it, and he performed the shit out of a lot of these. I mean, every episode you hear it. Even the last episode we did on Batman the Animated, well, Bullet for Bullock. I mean, that scene where he literally gets in Bullock's face and goes, "Ugh," and lifts him up and just goes, "Hey, mother." I mean, it's almost like it's just like, motherfucker, I don't have to do this, but I'm helping you because somebody's out to kill you, and I don't like you, but I'm helping you, kind of thing. That's why that's such a good episode, such a great episode. Noir as fuck too, by the way. And it's just like, yeah, there's just something about like every little episode. There's so many gems just revisiting that first season that we have. And there's just so many little gems in there. I mean, but no matter what, even if it's Batman in the basement or, you know, or fucking Heart of Ice, Kevin Conroy gave his all to the role. That's the thing. He never half-assed his performance. There's never any time where he thought, you know, yeah, he could have delivered that line better. No, he always delivered the line perfectly, you know. So may he rest in peace, and may we raise our glasses once more to the man, you know, our drinks and whatever, and cheers. May he rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. Cheers, guys. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. We'll go around the horn, and you know, let's go ahead and plug ourselves. Thank you to Andre and Enosh, and who else showed up today? That was it. Yeah, I don't know.
Jordan. Oh no, other dude, Chainsaw Reacts.
That's right, Jordan.
Yes.
There it is. That's right. There, I knew there was somebody else. There it is. But anyways, yeah, thank you to Jordan, thank you to Enosh, thank you to Andre for joining in on the stream. This was a lot of fun, of course, celebrating the man, the legend, and celebrating his legacy, Mr. Kevin Conroy, and we will miss him dearly. So, Steven, go ahead and go first.
Yeah. I am Stephen Colbert. I finally figured out why
Good
my mic
microphone.
doesn't work on StreamYard, and you can hear my mic not screwing up all the time on Batman v Superman by the Minute with Andrew Dice. You can find that at BVS by the Minute on Twitter or SnyderMinute.com. You can also find my writing at ScreenRant.com.
There it is. Ray?
You can find me on Twitter at TheFlightCast. You can also reach me by email at ray@theflightcast.com. You can find my show at theflightcast.com, where I will be talking about this and still doing my review of Black Panther Wakanda Forever, which made today doubly heavy for me to deal with all of that. And also there is some business stuff that we didn't get to today that I did want to touch on with respect to the town hall that James Gunn was at, and also.
Oh, Ray froze up. James Gunn was watching, and he was like, "Nope."
Screenshot that.
I know, somebody screenshot that. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Ray's connection, but it apparently just got severed. James Gunn is watching, or maybe it's Peter Safran. I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, Scott.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, you can Dave and me every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central, talking about Batman the Animated Series, where this Sunday we'll be talking about the episode Trial.
Yes, great episode. All right, guys, appreciate you clicking in and sticking with us to celebrate the man, the myth, the legend, the legacy of Kevin Conroy. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, do all that stuff. And yeah, guys, we love you, and we will talk to you later.